You got me dancing and crying, rolling and flying. Love, don't let me go. You got me drowning in a river, cold burning fever. Love, don't let me go. Don't let me go.
Up. I think they're going to make playoffs. I think it's all happening for them, mainly because the results doesn't look great for them, but they looked good. They just couldn't win, but they were doing the right things.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, if we think about the beginning of the year, we saw always their series going to that third map, having, especially the first map was always very, very long and tiring. But remember, this is a team that also changed a player in the middle of the split. They ended up on a very, very good note, though.
They did, and then you also have to think about the fact that Giant X, they were this team that actually led the innovation on Breeze as well. The first team to be running that Jet and Yoru composition that everyone else in every region ended up following.
Yeah, and the player that you mentioned, Purple, he's been doing well. I feel like he's been improving more and more since he's gone into this team. But yeah, what did you guys go for? Because I went up.
I went up.
Yeah.
We all went up.
After the other day.
Right now.
Giant X, they ended their first split on a positive note. Let's see if they can carry that on. But of course, they're going to be facing Gentlemates, so let's bring the teams out now. Both teams still have a very real chance of making it to playoffs, but they have to win this game ahead of them. It's going to be a tough hill for them to climb. But the thing is, like we discussed before, they've shown good things. There are kind of silver linings from both of them, so it's possible. This win is very, very realistic and possible.
Yeah. Sorry, go Ash.
Oh no, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to go. We're going to see Split actually picked up by Mates at first. I feel like this is probably the most surprising out of this surprising pick out of this map pick ban here, man.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Gentlemates, they keep banning the bind is something that they've done the entirety of the year. They decided to go for Split, and I agree. It's kind of surprising, but yes, the results from Giant X have not been the best, but historically, the ideas that Pixel has had on this map have been massive, game-changing, and actually pulling so many ideas for the rest of the season. Another thing that we need to keep into consideration when we think about the record, for Gentlemates, the entire season was about either winning 2-0 or getting 0-2. So this map is super, super important. Also remember, the changes to Viper and Cypher, when we think about the compositions, these two teams have yet to try them on the stage.
And let's not forget, in the past couple of days, we've seen teams returning from Shanghai. You know, we saw the Fnatic, Heretics, Foot. But this time, both of these teams did not make it. Both of these teams have had the exact same amount of time to prep. And I'm expecting Ash, at least on the side of Gentlemates, maybe something funky. Maybe something to enable Cadaver as well as he comes in for Logan.
Yeah, I think it would actually be really cool to maybe even on Sunset lean back into the previous composition that they were running with the Neon and the Rays, try and work back up into the meta that we're going to be seeing with the Neon buffs coming later on in the competition and maybe get a head start on that. But I do have questions about Breeze on this Decider map. How much are they really going to be cooking there?
I mean, I know Tom is a massive fan of the Phoenix
please.
Viper here for Gentlemates, but it looks like they're not going to do it. Both teams have made changes.
Yeah, exactly. So Giant X, by the way, brought in Purple as a way to for him to be the duelist instead of Vitinho. They're gonna go for this double duelist comp. Again, I think the Pistons has played this in the past. None of them are going to go for the double controller. We were talking about those changes, but it makes a lot of sense for Gentlemates to go back to that double duelist that brought them so much edge and made them the difference during Split 1.
It really is. And then we've also only seen the tank on the Rays once throughout 2024 so far. So it's a pretty big surprise to see him actually slotting into this. Now a lot more reminiscent actually of that composition that Carmine Core likes to run here on Split.
I'm so surprised about the Killjoy as well. This is not a meta pick.
Yeah. I mean, there has to be something that it is intentional about this Killjoy that, you know, merges with the rest and how they're going to clear space and everything. Because
Test.
Very good flex has been over the years, and probably with this composition, with knowing that I probably did not expect the Euro, but definitely you're gonna have something like a Race or a Jet. It would have been definitely a safer pick for them.
Yeah, and Ash Kada has just slotted in what Logan would have played. He's just gonna play the Cypher.
It's comfort there, right? I think we saw it yesterday as well with Fnatic and Hero coming in, just having these new players kind of slot into what is comfortable, not just for them, but also for the team, so that they can more easily kind of adapt around while they're welcoming a new player into their system.
Yeah, and I also want to see Giants off to a little bit of a better start, because as we saw, they can take maps. They can even take series wins, but it's always so labored.
Yeah.
I feel like if they want a realistic chance of making playoffs here, they got to make things look a little bit easier. And it's time to see if they can do just that and throw this over to your casters. I'm sorry about the comm change. Tom, what do you make of this?
I hated their old comp with a passion. I even heard you laugh, Sue. I despised it. The Phoenix Viper made me feel physically ill when I watched it, and I'm very glad that they made a change. For anybody wondering, yeah, no, the whole composition was just, especially defensively, it was so ridiculously aggressive and very, very easy to read, as with a lot of Phoenix comps. This one, I like it a little bit more. You've still got the flashes on Taka, so it will allow him to be that little bit more aggressive. You've got Beaz with the more supportive utility now going over onto that breach. I think it leaves good opportunities, but I am intrigued by the change outside of the server, because I do think that not having Kada and Logan might be a bit of a miss. I'm excited to see what they've got. I'm excited to see if this is going to change the team. But right now, it seems more of a like for like.
If anybody knows what Logan can do, it is Kada. He's experienced that firsthand back in the 2021 era of Valorant. It is strange to not see him here, a staple of the squad and someone that has performed, I think, incredibly well over the years, but even over his stint here on Mates and VCT. We look at Gentlemates. Early aggression that Yoru's being used to take over control of the back site. Takast as well, picking up a double. Equalizes out the loss of the tank, and now Gentlemates have a post plant. 4 versus 3 with GX seemingly all coming from heaven, and even a little bit of a delay. Purple's got to clear out a lot of mid on his way.
Yeah, Stella's is nade, so the backline's definitely clearable. But the late smoke is going to cause a little bit of irritation. It means that they have to be wary of the players below, which they'll clear no problems. Vitinho will be the first man in. Already traded out though. Kada looking for a little bit more. Second kill for him already. And he's got Beaz for support. It will be Gentlemates taking themselves a pistol and getting off to a good start.
Fuego like Kada coming in with the double. Love to see it. 1-0 start for Gentlemates. And yeah, just to sit on Kadavra as well, you know, we heard from the desk, Ash was saying about comfort, not just for the player, but for the team. And I think that's a good point here. He's slotting in to what the team needs in terms of roles, filling in for the player that wasn't there. We're going to see this season evolve, though, I think. This is a player that doesn't just play a Sentinel, doesn't just play a duelist like back in the days I remember him from. He's played every agent. I think barring ISO, and a bold prediction, I think next week that could even change. So
he might not be the guy doing it though, right?
He might not be.
They've already got a double duelist.
I don't know, man. Kada was always something special on the duelist, but he has in recent times just and throughout the tier 2 scene for many years, he's been grinding out many different teams, and he's shown that. Like I say, every single agent I think except ISO is
Hello.
He already has officials on.
The surprising thing as well is that we had
Hello.
I guess even you could say 3 French organizations, and he wasn't on any of them, which is wild.
Hello.
I think that many were expecting him to be in the tier 1 for quite a long time, and it's good to finally have him here.
Well, I mean, he was for a brief second. The tiers hadn't really formed at that time, but one of the first players to qualify to a Masters event. And we haven't seen him on the A-tier events ever since.
Oh yeah, he was also
New mic.
Yeah, he was.
So he's been there before.
Oh,
just
more like an
a
old
little bit
mic.
of time to get
but-
back. This round, at least, for Giant X, not a lot invested. I am looking forward to seeing them this season. I think having a bit more time with Purpo, he's someone that we hyped him up when he joined the league as someone, again, who was in the sort of 6th man of Gambit, someone that was always highly rated, but wanted to see more opportunities. And this composition for them is a little bit more exciting for me than the last one, because you've got Fiddy switching away from that breach back onto the Raze, where I think he's done some of his best work. These are the compositions that I think always made most sense for this team.
Test.
But now,
I'm
though,
testing my sound, so...
Takas wants some orbs, they want some in return. Takas is the one getting the orbs and the tanks alongside him. That deadly duo continues to thrive.
Yeah, for the classic, Purpo looks to make this more costly, but that won't even come through. And the player he was fighting was the one with the Ghost as well. Gentlemates, 2-0, 1 player lost. Not a bad start to this map whatsoever. The attack half is heating up, but this is where the rifles come out for GX, where they can buy up everything that they want. And, well, I'll see after this replay fades if they keep what they're currently hovering, but we might even get the round 3 off out of Purpo.
Glass cannon as well. Nice! I'd assume it would be some sort of game plan for them immediately, but yeah, seeing that operator in so soon. Also intriguing to see a Killjoy. Definitely not as common as we've seen in the past. We've saw Chamber for quite a while, and I think Cypher's definitely been the more common pick. I do think last season maybe Hoodie wasn't quite as comfortable, and well, there you go. That purple operator is already going to kick things off. I think Takas definitely wasn't expecting that. And we know that this Mates team loves to have a lot of set plays. So if they're setting up for that, and you have an operator to just, well, remove their Yoru, that's definitely going to help out.
That early surprise certainly catches them off guard. Now Gentlemates know what they're walking up against. Cage is used to cross, blocking line of sight for Purpo and leaving a bit of pressure onto the Heaven player, Vitinho. He's got support to cover him now. Clouds just come in, and they'll be holding this position together. The initial flash to clear out the presence, but they're only now making it up to the top of ramp. Still a flash left for Cloud, but no chance to use it. Backing off the screens with a big Heaven take for Gentlemates. They're looking to dive onto the site, perhaps. No, they're moving in towards the screens. And a bit of pressure applied. The stun used by Cloud, only good for 1, but there's still a lot of numbers from GX on the A site.
Yeah, they're also being slowly surrounded. The time becomes an issue, a missed shot for Purpo.
Leg shot.
It will allow them to sort of close down the gap at least a little bit more. And Beaz has been able to find one, and actually they've dealt with Purpo on the site as well. bringing thing back into contention. Kanata looking to try and do everything, in fact. Holds the line on Redgar and leaves Hoodie to try and clutch.
Avada Kedavra, I suppose. Nice stuff. Picks up one. It's left to Hoodie. 1 versus 2. Stun in hand for Beyaz. Ready to be dispensed, and it's not needed. Kedavra off to a heater. 3 kills in round 3. And Gentlemates deny GX's buy. That scary op pick even got off to a good start. The shot in towards screens was a leg shot as well, making this very doable for the side of GX, but Mates come ahead nonetheless.
Of course, Cloud kills the player he didn't stun and dies to the one he did. That's nice and cursed.
Yeah, winning that bonus after the
5-0
early kill
currently
is
on the board,
huge
having
for
a great
Gentlemates.
start to his VCT career, and well, for the side of Giant X,
Hello.
there's a lot still to be desired. Of course, this is the choice
Test.
of Mates, but it's a map
Test.
that realistically over the last
Test.
split, both
Test.
teams played once, both teams lost. So you sort of feel like with all the work that would have been done, both teams will be coming into this one hopeful that they're the ones that got things right.
Chance to test things. Early decoy actually pushes GX back off that initial hold. Purple's caught by the lurk up by Cadaver. There was a bit of a scrap earlier on, but Purple obviously thought he'd left. But that lurk gets massive value with the information now coming into the hands of Gentlemates. They know exactly where their opponents are. You can see Natank more than ready to take that fight up towards heaven. There is an alarm bot waiting for him, and I presumed that that would be point of contact for a paranoia to come out of Redgar, but in fact, it comes out late, just now being used. They see heaven, nobody there. Peek out of Fitinho, nobody there. And all the while, Gentlemates have secured the A site with this lurk from Cadaver. Now the spike is on its way there, and the stack from GX in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it's
30 seconds
again
left.
just going to be about doing some damage, but the fact is ult's already building up. Economy looking pretty good as well for Gentlemates, and I guess the only weakness right now is the fact that Whaler still has himself a Spectre. It does feel like a little bit of a worry. Like you've got that solo initiator on either side, but I feel like the composition that's there for Mates sort of sets up a little bit better. Like having the Cypher can get you quite a lot of info as well, whereas the Killjoy, well, unless you're contacting a turret, that's not really going to happen.
It does strike me as an interesting pick. I mean, we're trying to rack our brains as to who else is ambitious enough to pull the Killjoy out, but there have to be some ideas, and I'm sure we'll see them. At least 1 kill onto Whalers, but doesn't do much for the way of cost. The tank on his way up behind. He's greedy, locking them in, but the spike's already taken them down.
He knew it as well. He's like, they're going to die to the spike, so I need to be quick enough to get those eco kills. Try and get myself some extra orbs onto the board. But a 4-0 start, a solid one at that. Now, I think with the double duelist for either side, we have high expectations that both teams are going to be better on that attack. And, well, the last time it was played, again, last season, and again with a different comp, there was only a 3-round defense, I think, for both sides. So there's a lot of similarities that we're getting here, but ultimately, I don't think GX are going to be too happy with how things have gone. Operator in again, this time with some shields.
Dimensional drift at the very start of the round. 2 players spotted, Op spotted as well. He's committing to it. Oh, they actually don't know about the player in elbow, but it doesn't matter. He's in and out just that quick. Beautiful pick from Takas. And I'm not sure what Purple could have done to avoid that with the operator.
Sold as a bit of a ruse, though, and the fact is they haven't fallen for it. It's a bit frustrating to lose a player that early, but the goal was having 3 players on the other side of the map and walking into the B site. Well, the B site's actually the heavier defended even after that opening kill.
And even after they pump the brakes, yeah, the read is there. GX know what's happening, but Natank gets the better of them anyways. Fitinho disrupts the push, but he's right in the middle of the pack. Easy to pounce from there. Gentlemates 5-0, and that was a clinical round. Even though the initial fake didn't work out, I can't fathom how Natank finds that space for free.
Yeah, it's a bit odd in the case that he destroyed an alarm bot, right?
Yeah, he did.
So that's sort of what you get with the Killjoy, is you have extra information of multiple different angles. It just seems like that they were clueless to the push. He did do it very quickly, but again, if you destroy that piece of utility, I feel like there has to be some miscommunication, be it Fitinho maybe thinking he had more of the angle than he did, or Hoodie not saying in the first place that
Well,
that ground was gone.
Hoodie, he has to have said that it was gone. There's no way your alarm bot goes down and you don't call that. And I think what ended up happening was once the blast pack goes down, Hoodie's looking at the choke, and Takas throws a flash. Now, I didn't even see a slight bloom of a candle on top of his head. So Hoodie was not blind from the flash, but you hear it. And when you hear it, you turn around because you know where it's coming from, you dodge it, and I think he just couldn't correct in time. It looked like he was caught switching between angles from the perspective of Natank spinning into the angle, but a disappointing duel even if you do make that excuse. And GX have called a timeout to try to get to the bottom of this. 5-0, it's recoverable. Look, we've seen many teams, this is not a death sentence by any means, but they need to start making that recovery pretty much right away. Rifles coming into round number 6.
It's more the manner of which it's happening, though.
Yeah.
Like right now, Kadavra, the man who's playing alone on one side of the map, hasn't died.
7-0.
And the other, in Beaz, who is the setup, also has not died. Like it's been so clean for Gentlemates thus far, and GX have not looked like they're in the fight at all. A worrying sign. Immediate TP, but that is just to put doubt in the minds of their opponents. Look at the direction that is currently being looked at by Cloud. They are so worried because of those smokes going down deep. This is just a pure ruse. That's the thing. There was smokes and a TP, so they go, okay, that means they've gone this way. Look, Wailers has no smokes. So he's just committed everything. Vitinho, though, well, he has spotted where the push is finally going, but they've already got the kill.
Yeah, and Cloud was turned. He ran back to look at the spawn to see if Wailers was there. That means no breach utility, no reactive stun off that initial contact, no support. You're left out to dry. And Gentlemates, 5 versus 4 in the back of it. The gate crash is being watched by Purpo. The question is if they actually use it, but I don't think Takas is going to be playing that brazen. Not with a man advantage already under their belt.
Well, yeah, unless he's got some sort of setup flash, and well, it's just going to be the fake. Not going to commit to it. They've already got into an afterplant situation anyway. Wailers still has an idea that there could be someone at the back of his site. Goes the wrong way. Nice shot from Purpo. Going to equalize things for now. His position on the site has value, but everybody else is playing from heaven.
Kadavra, what is that timing? Catching Redgar. Redgar just turned back to look at the angle, and Kadavra still wins the duel. Beaz is dropped and Kadavra's there again. Was that 10-0? And he still won't die. 6-0 for Gentlemates. They're barely breaking a sweat. I mean, for God's sake, they have a player without a death on the board. It is ridiculous. We're a quarter way through the game. Well, yeah, if it keeps going like this, maybe half.
He's getting opening kills as well. It's not like this is the thing, you might see a Cypher that has not many deaths because they're lurking, coming in late.
Yeah.
He's not. He was first man in. He took every single one of the initial fights that they were having. The man is 10-0 right now. What a debut for the side of Gentlemates. And well, it seems like GX were completely bamboozled by that Omen play. I do say it's bold from Wailers to commit both smokes immediately and do that, but the value it got, absurd. 2 players constantly just watching the spawn scared.
Can already hear Sue. Wailers. It's going off in the background. Phenomenal start. GX left down to pistols. Showstopper and a Blade Storm. If they can find an advantage, maybe, just maybe, they can bounce off of that. But so far, advantages have been hard to come by. Nade close though. It's gonna force Beaz out of position. No, it's actually not gonna take him down. He's stunned up. Aftershock sent his way. He's still good. Half his health, and he's out.
He took a lot less damage than I thought he would. It looked like he'd been hit about 15 times, but
somehow Wailers is worse for wear.
Takas taking the space, get some information. Hoodie left alone on the site and does some damage again. There's a lot of chip damage so far in this round. And Purpo does have the Blade Storm. 1 blade is all it takes. He's not going to expect the second player, though. Although saying that, the timing isn't really there for Beaz. And actually, it's going to be the turnaround from Purpo. This is the best round, best opportunity they've had so far.
Showstopper pulled out, though. And now the problems begin. A second shrouded step, and that will save Redgar's life. It buys a bit of space, and mates aren't giving it up. They're fighting. Blade Storm getting one onto Takas, and sure, the Showstopper doesn't land. Even doing damage with Vitinho on 40. We'll see if that comes into play. Cadaver yet to die, but this could be it. Finally, he's put to bed, and it looks like GX might have a round on the board. There's a nade still for Natank. He's buying more time, running this clock lower. Vitinho down to a sliver of health. It's either one, the first bullet, and
Damn.
the one to find it. They finally killed Cadaver, but there's no killing the hope for Gentlemates in these rounds. 7-0. When will it stop?
They're gonna have nightmares about this one. They're not gonna forget that for a while. It was so clean up until that point, and then just the whiffing of the knives, just watching them all dissipate, and they didn't even get it to half. That was the bigger problem. It left Vitinho in basically an unwinnable spot, but it looked unwinnable from the get-go for the side of Natank. 7-0.
There.
A 1v3 4K to get them another round on the board. And okay, sure, it was a lower buy for GX, a little investment, but you can't feel good about that one.
No, because we started the round and shouldn't have been theirs, but there was a point where that was almost locked in, and it slipped out of their grasp. Low buy or not, that won't sit easy with you. Mates on the site. A lockdown is in the chamber for GX. Not looking to use it just yet. The dimensional drift scared them away. Killjoy spotted. Stun being held by Cloud just in case it was an aggressive play. Takas is back. They'll go for the plant soon, but they should know that that lockdown is very much being teed up from the position you saw Hoodie in.
I like that spot because they can almost choose where they're going to plant based on where he sat with the lockdown. So now they can sit towards the back and actually deny that plant. Like maybe they would have needed to fight for heaven if he was going to go a little bit further forward, but because it's that far back, they can still just sit in the same spot. So that information is vital.
Rolling Thunder disrupting the space take now. They fight for it on the back. It's beautiful from Gentlemates. Great protocols. And now the site is such a problem. All resources committed to it. No eyes looking back. Cadaver's flank, though, might not be needed. In fact, it doesn't look like it will. They're being picked apart, and through the smoke, Whalers takes the final two. 8-0. Every plan is working. And from this point, it's got to be frustrating to sit in that GX camp. No solutions just yet.
Yeah, and it's really, the thing is, the bit of this game that is enjoyable is seeing how, with little tricks and little pieces of information, Gentlemates are able to utterly dominate rounds. Like, this one's a bit more simplistic. It's like, okay, we want to know where the lockdown is. Let's use the dimensional drift. Okay, well, we've spotted the Killjoy immediately. He's going to put it there. Let's fall back and just play our post-plant. We don't have to worry too much. Maybe they would have had to do something different if they saw that he was going heaven, etc., etc. But they got the info straight off the bat. GX are yet to turn up to play. We can give the credit to mates here and there, but to not have a single round on the board after 8 have been played is definitely not where GX would have expected to be.
No, this is the point of recovery, surely. It has to be. Push up into Whalers. Oh, Whalers shuts them down. Vitinho and Hoodie. B site not wide open as a result, though. Redgar still here to cause some problems. Guardian in hand. Flash. Perhaps that's the stun for Bayaz teed up. Straight spams through the smoke. Ult taken by Cadaver. And it's used right here. I love that use of the orb to get them the information. Realize that there's still a bit of a stack on B. That they can go straight up middle. And, well, I thought to the A site, which was more isolated. Perhaps they read the rotation, who knows? But Spike is left behind in B. It looks like they still want to commit to that late with a fake out of it.
Yeah, the thing is, Whalers can TP across the map. So I guess the idea is they sell the fake if no one moves. If the site is clear, he can just TP into the back of the site. Instead, they fake it out, rotate away. The tank perfectly positioned, but Cloud does win the battle. An opening, a chance, as the spike's going to get dropped. There's only 10 seconds. Aftershock will buy a second or two, but it's just whether or not it's actually going to be put in the right place. I think he's just going to have
Oh my god.
It's not gone down! As if that's the first round that GX win of a little bit of Cloud magic.
That is ridiculous. And the timing just perfect, and I love, we saw Cloud for a second, he thought about putting it down where the spike was, he waited, he listened, and realized that they'd reposition it, heard the steps as they ran away, Echo located that Aftershock, absolutely perfect timing. And that's the round locked in as a result. A timeout still for GX though. Who knows if that was even called before they ended up winning the round, but either way, I think it's good to reassess because we talk a lot about aces and so on not being repeatable. I don't think that's a repeatable round.
I think he said, great job, guys.
Yes, oh yes.
I'm very good at lip reading. But no, it's a... That's not happy, man, but you can understand why. Things have not been going well for the side of GX, and the fact that it takes Redgar basically making a hero play, running out, dropping the spike, and then an aftershock winning you the round with 1 second, you're still not going to be feeling comfortable. Now, as said, I think both teams have proven themselves in the past on the attack side. I think the composition from both teams looks better for that side of the map, but you need to give yourself some wiggle room, and Gentlemates have been so in control. Kadavra still only dying once so far in this game, but it's been Takas and the Tonk that take over the last few rounds, and I think the support as well. We've seen Whalers have 2 really high impact rounds.
Yeah.
One of them was sort of the last one, which is funny really, but...
Well, I mean, even there was a point where you could point to the impact with ults, with utility, with the space taking, the spike planting on A, and even the info in the back where he had like 2 kills under his belt. What, 5, 6, 7 rounds in? You know, it's not a guy that needs to be taking those kills, and now he's warming up as well. Gentlemates on their way to B. TP already almost catches Hoodie. He's seen falling down below. The tank knows it's a free kill, and he almost gets the reset. He does! How? 14 HP before he's eventually dropped. But that keeps this doable for Gentlemates. The work has been done. Redgar, 12 health. And the spam didn't take him down. He is clinging onto life on the back of the site, while the wrap through from Kadavra is finding huge value. TP usage again, Whalers just causing problems. No one can hear that. And then they think at this point he's gone A, that his teammates have backed out. Look at the position from Purpo. He's already rotating. They have no idea that Kadavra's thread the needle right up behind them. A beautiful lurk play from this man. Info on the next, and Redgar, 12 health, answers up, drops Kadavra, and again keeps it doable. I thought this would be the round locked in for Mates with a big clutch for Purpo. Instead, they have a chance at the retake.
Now they have to be wary of where Redgar's gone. He's faked it out. Both players now watching towards that flank. These might be 2 of the most impactful from the Shadows we've ever seen in back-to-back rounds, because they're definitely starting to doubt themselves, definitely starting to question whether that smoke might give the game away. Putting it down on the position you're coming from could be a problem there. Instead, just waiting, playing this high-low. And while Redgar needs to connect both shots in a second, it isn't going to be happening. It will be 9-1. It will be an extension of the lead. And I also want to give credit again to Whalers. Like, now that is twice where he's used from the Shadows in ways that are just different. Like the 2 smokes pretending to TP into his core. Here he TPs back out of the site, selling the idea that he's gone. And in the meantime, it sets up Kadavra. Because if they sit in the corners they're in, Kadavra has to walk out onto the site to get kills. Instead, of course, the players in GX are going to start moving because they believe their opponents have gone the other way. It's just a clever little trick that has got a free kill for his Sentinel.
Intimate knowledge of Split, the push and pull used in cerebral ways so far. Purpo, oh, okay. He at least won't go down to it. It's a very weak round, though, for GX, and Purpo won't be getting the Blade Storm online anytime soon. So many so far away from those ultis. The best chance for them is to stack, is to play this together. And I actually don't mind the call. GX saw players outside A. You assume it's a B hit. In fact, it was even just the Cypher scene, so it could be the lurk. Little do they know. All the contacts about to be found by Purpo, and there's too many guns looking the other way. That space taken, A site secured, and a plan to come through soon with a very difficult retake for GX unless they can catch some players out of position.
The Bam of the Classic gone.
Spike planted.
The rest of the players, at least with Sheriffs in hand. The Tonk, though, he just looks to farm at this stage. 14 kills already with only 6 deaths alongside it. With how aggressive this man plays, it really is ridiculously impressive at this stage. Wow. Redgar and Cloud, it basically just comes down to, can you get something on the exit? That's at least one. A weapon retrieval would be nice, but it's being watched. Always a second player, always a bigger fish. And while Redgar's just hoping that somebody will come walking back through this trip, but doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Even then, it's probably better for him to just go down to the spike. Any damage he does will be mitigated by the fact the half's about to end, and let's not talk about his ult orbs. He ain't gonna do well with those. 10 to, well.
Also, Whalers is about to be max cash.
Last round,
Like,
yeah.
Cadaver is going to be closed. Like, it really doesn't
no
matter
money
at all.
problems. No money problems. Yeah, they would have needed to start that chipping away at the economy a little while ago. Take a look at what we're getting through. Look at the shield column on the left-hand side. One of those is empty. It's Purpo putting all the credits into an operator.
We've seen that we saw him get one opening kill, but it's interesting that they know that Dimensional Drift is going to be online on the other side, and it was so easy for Takas to just take that operator out of play. It seems like everything that's being done by Gentlemates is just almost perfectly in counter to what's on the other side, but I don't think that's necessarily intentional. They're just running a very solid game.
Dimensional Drift, like spotted. There's one, there's two. Good information already for Takas. Flash for Heaven, third player spotted. Not looking to the spawn, but the stun just came from there. In fact, there will be a shutdown. Cloud gets the kill as a result, but Takas still good for one. And now look who's following up. The tank always going to be able to get those kills. Once he has that information to work around. 2 versus 4, opt for Purpo. Vitinho, 2 away from Showstopper. They're going to need a miracle to win this one.
I am starting to believe that playing
Planted.
Gentlemates as your first game has to be the worst. Just giving people like Existence just an unbelievable amount of time to come up with little ideas, little set plays between the team. Sure, they had a new player to put into this, but it doesn't change the synergy of the likes of Takas, Bayaz, and the tank especially. Those three are just so good alongside each other. The stun was perfect, the info gathering was perfect, and the follow-up was perfect as well. Almost flawless attack side. In fact, it would have been not for 1 second. That was the difference between a 12-0 half and an 11-1 half.
Even less than a second, in fact. It's been a pretty dominant position for Gentlemates, and you have to wonder, okay, a lot of these rounds are GX being caught with their pants down. Mates are pushing and pulling the map in ways you're just not used to seeing. Whalers' impact with those from the shadows has been unbelievable. You've got players like Cadaver. He died 2 times in the first half. I really don't know what else you can say for GX. This has just been abysmal, and you have to hope that Sunset will bring about some form of comfort, because that's where I'm at right now. Sunset. It's going to be a long road back if GX are taking this map.
The sun has already set on this one, but I guess I still believe.
Martyrdom for the tank.
They've still got to clear out this close corner, but
Cover going out.
we've already seen a pretty hefty rotation. Third player moving up into Heaven to support, leaving Takas alone, but it's more just cutting noise. Well, some noise for the side of GX. Obviously, the turret will maybe be seen as a lurk if they were to go peeking this, but for now, Gentlemates are just sitting pretty.
Yeah, there's no need to panic. Even the get out of jail free card for Takas on A. Cam being watched, you could see it there, and then you see it there. Thanks, guys. Sylvan Jack doing a great job. And so with that global coverage on that A site, there's really no need for them to move. B is going to be anchored down, and GX are walking straight into it still. They'll have the numbers advantage on the attack. The surprise element not working for Cadaver. 3rd death on the board. Bayaz down below, spotted. Should be dropped. There you go. From up top, Whalers as well, though. Keeps it even. Oh, and even takes down Cloud. That right click was nasty. Another with Takas coming in just in the nick of time. A pistol round win for Mates, and that, if anything, has to be the last nail in the coffin. 11 in a row for overtime.
But yeah, let's put it this way. They're 5.9 feet under. At this stage, it really, there's been nothing that has really given me any confidence that GX were even in this map at any stage.
30
It has
seconds
been
left.
Annihilated.
the most one-sided match I've seen in a long, long time.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
And I'm sure for the Mates fans, this is enjoyable, but for GX, this has not got to be the way they wanted to start off a new split.
One where they are also in a fairly similar position to Koi. They need to win almost everything, if not everything. to secure that spot in playoffs, and even then there could be problems. Paranoia for Whalers. Used up, didn't catch Redgar, but it doesn't matter. He's good for the kill anyways, down to a classic in
One
main.
enemy remaining.
That doesn't matter either. The tank coming ahead in every single fight. Our gentlemates and 13-1, they'll lock it in. A hard one to even drum up the hype for. It seems like GX didn't start to play.
Cat had a damn good debut, man.
Yeah,
Let's
goddamn
drum up
right
the
he
hype
did.
for that. He was unbelievable, but yes, that match was utter domination, and we have got to hope that Sunset's going to be a little bit better. We'll go off to a break. We'll see you there.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't
for Gentlemaids. So, I mean, we weren't quite sure about how their stocks were going to be before this map, but I think surely at this point unanimously going up.
Oh man.
Surely.
I mean, that was interesting to watch. I have to say, on the side of Gentlemaids, there are very few things that we can say were wrong. The entries, the double duelist was spotless. The supportive utility coming in from Mayas and Whalers was perfect. Like, there was nothing that Giants could do.
No, because you're not even just a utility, but the ability to just get these trades, the refrags, the positioning on the side of Gentlemates was sublime how they were looking to play together. And a lot of it was also taking advantage of the fact that we did see the KJ being played for the first time here by Hoodie on Split in quite a while, and that left a lot of gaps in the defense.
Yeah, and on the other side, we had Kadabra. We were wondering, how is he going to do on his first map here in EMEA? And in the first 7 rounds, he was like, what, 10-0? He ended up on like 12-3. I mean, it was difficult to see this difference, especially because we did not see much of the impact that the Killjoy was having. Hoodie was going down a lot of the times. Giant X was struggling a lot to maintain control on any of the zones of the map.
There's just something magical about this stage, I feel like. Every single time we have a rookie, not a rookie player, but somebody making their debut even on this stage, they always look so good. I don't remember any time we've had a player come in for the first time and actually not play well on their debut, but this is the kind of impact a player like Kadava has. He can just shoot. He's very good with his aim.
I mean, exactly. I don't think there's anything that we can say on the other side, because they were super crisp. Like, there were some kills that Natang was getting, like, after like being flashed and everything, that made no sense.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the Aim Labs warm-up, because Purpo was on the other side of this, and Ash, not the greatest performance from him, but he's the kind of player that, you know, has what it takes to bounce back.
He does have what it takes. It was very reminiscent of that match on Breeze up against Vitality, where he was going up against Safe and just getting picked apart. But part of the reason why it was so difficult for Purpo too is he very rarely had someone alongside him to either get his trade or help him out with utility if he was getting pushed in. I think what made that so difficult was, again, going back on that KJ pick here for Hoodie, there wasn't that opportunity to actually play another player with him. They were very much sort of reliant on more of that mid control and putting a lot of pressure on him to just be able to hold down one lane with the AWP alone.
Yeah, exactly. And he wasn't finding that success, that brilliance. And now, think about it. Giants has to come back from their hardest loss on VCT EMEA, and the biggest win that Gentlemaids has had this year, like a 13-1. After the split that we had at the beginning, and after the time that they had to prep something else, coming back this strong after just changing a player, now mentally, where is Giant X?
I mean, it's actually pretty ironic because, Ash, we were talking about it, the biggest defeat we've seen so far is the 13-2. That happened twice, and it was Gentlemaids. They lost 13-2 against Team Liquid, and what a redemption story it is. Now they were able to 13-1 Giants themselves.
This is also a team that can be quite emotional as well. You can see how excited they get when they're hyped, but then you also see how far they can fall when they are frustrated. And luckily for them, they're starting off on the right foot within this best of 3 series. But heading over towards Sunset next, I think this is getting pretty dangerous for Giant X. I feel like Gentlemates can feel quite confident with the innovation that they found on that map, previously running the Neon and then switching over to that Sage comp. They've got to watch out for those walls for Natang.
Yeah, I'm concerned about this because we're seeing a Gentlemaites for the side of Giants after that result. We're seeing a Gentlemaites that knows exactly how they want to do things and how to execute it. Kadabra looks flawless, and now they're going into a territory that they probably will surprise us again. After everything that we saw in Shanghai, so many compositions and so many changes are on the table for both of these teams. And you know, for example, for Giant X, we saw they themselves using that Sage, trying to change the composition a couple of times, trying to explore, and it looks like potentially we're going to have something else that is new coming from the Sunset. But on the other side, I really doubt that after that first map, Gentlemaites is going to go no low.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're going to get. I mean, they're ahead of it. They're ahead of it. They want to ditch. They want to ditch Natang on the wall, Ash, and bring in the Neon as well.
Well, I think you look towards the fact that Natang on the wall, that was also very reliant on him having a very good game. And yes, he played super well on Split, but looking to get ahead of the meta, knowing that the Neon buff is coming through and trying to test their mettle with this composition early on before it's even into the server. And I like this look at it because it makes it a lot more difficult now for Giant X to try those aim threats.
Yeah, exactly. We definitely when you were talking to Gadavra and he was describing existence and everything that he probably put on the table, I can see a lot of the discipline and everything that he wants to put on, and this composition is going to be no difference to it.
Well, there's a Giant X. They would not have been able to see this coming. No more Natang on the wall. Mitch and Tom, what do you guys make of this?
No, Tank. He's on Sova. It doesn't have the same range.
No.
But Kadavra, back on the smoker, this is comfort. This is what he's been doing for a little while now down in the tier 2, and I'm excited to see him here on Sunset. Some changes. And I think over on the GX side, there needed to be a lot of changes from what we saw on map 1. That was a rough start, but those are often the easiest losses to put behind you, because map was so quick, you barely remember it.
Well, you know what, Mitch? I know that Sue always loves to play the game, so I'm going to give one to you here.
All right.
Which agent has Natang played more? Sova, Sage, or Phoenix?
It's not Phoenix.
Okay.
It might be Phoenix, but I'm going to say Sage.
You're wrong, it's Sova.
It is Sova.
38 times on Sova. He's actually played Breach and KO more. So this is an agent that he's played quite a bit. We'll be bringing into this matchup, and I don't know, I'm looking forward to it. A little bit less aggressive you'd expect, and for Hoodie, maybe the opposite. He's already taken that opening pick onto the Cypher for this one. I think definitely fits a little bit better on this map than maybe the Killjoy did on the last.
Might fit better, yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It'd fit better on this map, it'd fit better on the last map, perhaps, as well. We might see that go back to the drawing board as the season goes on, if we see another split out of GX. Gentlemates, Sunset, opponent's map pick, and they start off with a man disadvantage. Big wrap towards the A site, and that's all because of this man. Lot of position taken by Kadavra. Still looks like he's playing a Cypher in that sense, but
His
steps are heard because of that spot, and the rotation is on the way. They may have had a good read on GX, but they've given the game away.
Even still, though, having a couple of players rotate over, it's still not going to be the easiest hold. The timing here is everything. Kadavra could have played this one to perfection. Every single player in front of him. It's not going to be easy with the classic, but he makes it look it. Already getting a couple. This man is doing fantastically well on his debut, but eventually will fall. Even still, the game has been given up, and in 20 seconds, this round is going to be over. If GX are going to make their move back to the A side, they need to start running.
Good thing no one on Gentlemates can rotate quickly. Oh wait, Takas is able to get
Damn.
there lightning fast. Doesn't even need the fast lane this time. It's a fast lane to success for Gentlemates. 1-0 on the defensive side.
Yeah, it seems like the difference right now for Kadavra to Logan that they had before, and even though they're not in a direct role swap, it seems like Kadavra's just feeling, is the initiative he's taking. Like, this man is willing to take extra risks, but in calculated ways. And that round was definitely one of them. Just having that control, having that rotation, but then also just hitting those couple of shots at the end made that round from what looked like a rough position to a massive win for the side of Gentlemates.
A very dangerous upgrade for Mates from what we've seen so far. Now look at what they've bought. Rifles, 4 of them. A Guardian alongside Bulldogs and Takas, the man spotting the A aggression earlier, trying to, if there was any. Just left down to a Ghost. Seen this many times before. You lose a player, you're still in a good position. And the margin for error has been quite wide for Mates. They've made barely any mistakes on that previous map.
Not ready yet.
You can see how slow GX are playing this at the start, Tom. They're watching for the push-up on A for the last 50 seconds, covering B main aggro, now walking up mid. They're very aware of those flanks, and I mean, you'd hope it would have changed here on Sunset, but round 1, and from then on, it's going to be in the back of your head.
Cloud now being on a little bit more of an aggressive agent definitely excites me a bit. We know that he's someone who can have those individual plays, and already we'll pick one off with the Sheriff. Takas, if he catches this flank, oh, he's not even going to expect Redguard to be there. A little bit sneaky from the Omens, it seems, but nonetheless, well, Redguard is screwed. If he gets out of this with anything, I'll be gobsmacked, just surrounded by mates, and not the good kind.
Takas
Oh.
that rifle. Now they've lost 1. Damage has been done to their economy, but how much more can they get? GX are left with pistols in nasty corners, hoping to bait players in. I like the idea there. Cloud tries to pull the crosshair towards him, but now he's been dropped. And now they'll presumably clear the corner, maybe not. Huge damage being done. Kadavra's last man standing has to actually make this a clutch. Already a successful round for GX, and although Mates will find it and put
That's
2-0 on
very
the board thanks to
costly.
Kata, GX will walk out of that with a smile on their face. They've done a lot more damage than it looked like they would.
Can we cut to their faces, see if they're smiling. I don't think they will
Pipson's
be.
ear to ear right now.
I can hear his grin. But no, 2-0.
Oh no, he's screaming.
And a decent round. Obviously, it would have been nice to take that one over the line, but Cadaver in the clutch right at the end was a huge part of it. And actually, normally we'd see a lot of teams think about taking like a really weak bonus. Just play this one as a gamble, but not on the main side. Feeling confident. Operator already in for Takas on that defensive side. Rifles for everybody. Some lower shields at a cost, but other than that, it's not too bad.
Bomb buddy out.
It's more for mates what happens if they lose this. And Takas op early on A, not much presence there, but GX have just taken B main, tapped the orb. It looks like they're trying to gauge mates' reactions, maybe waiting for a paranoia, for a flash out of Bayaz, something aggressive to come through, but mates don't feel like the weight of responsibility is on their shoulders as far as making the first move. They'll let GX walk in, Thrash online now with the orb. Cloud's going to be putting that straight through to the B site. Through the nade it goes, up the steps, and, well, it's destroyed, but in a decently retrievable position. They do have to fight through a lot of players to get it back, though.
Yeah, I almost wonder if turning it would have had slightly more value, but even still, they're not even allowed to plant. It's a pre-retake, a rush back in. And with no plant, this leaves problems for GX. Their post-plant positions are not really that valuable if that spike hasn't gone down. Cloud, though, the space taken is fantastic. Has the support from Vitinho as well.
30 seconds
And leaves Kata and Takas, and the question has to be asked of, is this now worth a save? Having an operator in a retake and a Guardian, definitely not ideal.
Oh, but the first shot landed. Might make it somewhat doable. They'll stick around. They'll look for more over peaks, more mistakes to be made on the GX side. Now that hasn't come through, but when the smoke fades, it does. The swing is good from Cadaver, and now we're left to 147 HP as the ult is popped. Takas in for the retake with 3 kills. Himself and Kata proving to be a deadly duo. And again, the streak of rounds for mates early on in a map continues 3-0. That's a horrible round to lose for GX.
I'm going to be honest, at this point, they might have to change their name to Giant Extinct. Because it's just ridiculous the way that they're losing these rounds. Like, this was a sitter. You're up against an operator and a player with a Guardian, and then the operator gets 2 separate individual 1v1 duels. I don't know. It's just frustrating to watch from their perspective because
And another
Cloud
freaking
did well to get the openers, had Vitinho
another
to back him
freaking
up,
bonus
and
for
from then on,
Gentle
it's
Mates.
just messy.
3 suppressed.
Early info going their way as well. Mates know there's quite a lot of players outside of A. Flash was used. We saw Dizzy retrieve now for GX, and all eggs in one basket, watching for mid pushes, trying to bait out that A aggression to hopefully get the flank underway, give a free kill onto Hoodie. But mates have shown themselves to be very patient. 3-man rotate. A is a little bit more stacked up. Orb taken just now confirms for mates there's still players outside. And look at the utility they'll have when this push eventually comes through. The paranoia on Kata, add to that, you've got KO and Sova and Bayaz in the tank here. This is going to be a big push for GX, and the information's there for mates.
Okay, there we go. Timing perfect, but again, Cadaver's there. Every time these rounds seem like they're going in favor of one way, maybe a little bit over-aggressive on the repeat. It was waiting with Purple on the other side. A 2v3 though.
They're gonna go B? What? Oh no. He's gonna plan.
See what the defense are going to be doing. That spike is yet to be planted, it seems like.
No, they're gonna
The
go B.
attack has the idea to potentially go back in the other direction.
Yeah, bypass those players altogether. Takas is going runabouts. In fact, they both are. This is a very smart play. You know GX have that control. You know they're likely to leave a lurk, but the only issue, you haven't taken down that Cypher. And so straight into the trap you'll go. That's the information there for at least one player inside of main. Takas is not looking to slow down either. They know nobody crossed in, so those corners don't need to be cleared. That trap still being online does well for them. And the camera inside main does even more. But that plant position, and the time they can run down on the side of GX, Hoodie is quite far back. It's the only thing. Still expecting that one player to come from the A side, not knowing that they've grouped up. Market's cleared already. They're really starting to get an idea of where GX are playing. And that first contact could be dangerous. Takas is clearing the correct corner. The stun actually pushed him back, but it doesn't matter. He's still good for one. Hoodie steps in. Finally,
Okay.
GX are on the board.
Good action by
Combo shutting
GX.
down that final kill.
Yeah, he had some high impact kills in this round. I think Hoodie's entries as well made a big difference with the initial set play, sort of pushing players forward. I think they were left, yeah, completely blinded and without a place that they could move. Nice little setup. It still got dangerous though. I almost wonder if Kata doesn't repeat there, and maybe there's an opportunity that they just play that in the 3v3.
I get why he does though. So far when he's done those repeats,
Yeah.
he's gotten the kills.
He's 8 and 2, or 7 and 2 even. His Takas is 8 and 2. Even still though, GX on the board, and more importantly, with all the damage that's happening to the economy over the last couple of rounds, 1 player surviving versus the anti-eco, and 2 players surviving the last. The economy is in the bin. Bayaz is going to have a hero rifle, and it's pistols on everyone else.
Reaping what they've sown. Should be a clean round, but
Spike planted.
even think back to the last map, Mates made this work. Mates made everything work last time. Redgar's in a bit of an awkward position. 2 players close. Knife soon to be thrown through. Paranoia is good, but oh, they actually got the reveal already. Up close, yeah, the damage isn't going to go through. Mates just don't have the weaponry to deal with a good shutdown by Redgar, and it looks like the round has fallen into their lap as a result.
Yeah, a good round, to say the least. Keeping it clean as well, fairly important to start building up that economy on the attack side. And as I said, in the past, I feel like this is where GX have been able to build up some pretty good momentum. I think there's been no doubt, even over the first split, that they had a few maps that looked in like pretty good shape, and then the rest where it was just rough. Like even thinking back to taking Breeze off like Fnatic in one of the series, and this was definitely one of the maps that they were doing well on, beating Vitality and BBL. So, oh, actually, wait, no, that's the other side. They beat BBL. They did not beat Vitality. It was actually General Mates that did that. We'll move on.
Moving swiftly on.
But that was what they seemed to get together towards the end of the split. And you know what? Fair enough. Gentlemate's already taken a pause very early on when it comes to this defensive half, losing a couple of rounds. But realistically, I guess some of the ones that they won were fairly close. So it might just be something early that has been spotted by Existence. And he definitely seems to be the most vocal as of right now.
It's also worth thinking about the fact that, yes, this is your opponent's map pick, and you go to Breeze, comfort level could go up. But the reality is, we've seen a team eliminated because of map difference going into the last stage.
Yeah.
You don't want to allow GX to win this buy round, find themselves 4-3, maybe get a foothold here on the attack, and who knows what they can build from that point.
We were talking about rounds when it came to Gentlemates, weren't we? We were
We
literally
were.
talking about how many rounds they were getting, and there was a point in the Liquid game where they hadn't got enough rounds and it was already over.
Yep.
So that's how close it can come. Gentlemates know all about every little helping, and especially with how tight the board is. As said, I think yesterday we were talking about 5 teams on the same scoreline. I think that might have changed slightly since, but I even think with the Heretics winning over Na'Vi, that has made the pack even closer, which is insane.
Still some games to go this week as well, before people are back on neck and neck, bar the team playing twice. Fall back from GX, they're being pressured, but they're ready. It's not just the players that were up close in the choke point, the whole squad is here, and we've seen this in a number of rounds where they move towards A. The pack mentality already working out for the first kill. The return from Cadaver though is unbelievable! 3 kills! He's shut down this push all by himself! Then the tank and Whalers,
Damn.
2 versus 1, a good recovery by Hoodie. The spike in his hands, but a firing squad awaits him. Mates, after that pause, I don't know what they said to Cadaver, but keep it up.
Send them his way. That's what they said. Send them his way. Because he has been popping. 10 and 4. He was 10 and 0. He's always doing worse than last map. He was 10 and 0 on the last map. So it's a bit of a downturn, you know. But no, unbelievable stuff from Cadaver in a spot again where you just think that maximum he gets 1 or 2. Like you're not expecting for him to be able to take that many players down. And after a pause, yeah, I'm not sure if Existence was whispering sweet nothings in his ear that managed to make him do that, or if maybe that's just a little bit of Kata.
Just the Kata effect. He's been terrorizing the tier 2 scene for a while now. About time he gets his chance on the big stage, and he is not wasting it. 4-2, GX able to get a buy still. Rolling Thunder online, Thrash there to work with.
Take flight.
And they're making their way towards the B site, but mates are getting proactive. It's not just the A aggression they've got up their sleeve. They've pushed into B main. This Thrash will see absolutely nothing. It'll be recovered. And ult used, but there's a battle about to brew, or brewing for Hoodie. Although it looks like the trap has made Takas think twice about it.
For now, we'll see how long it holds him there. But even still, you look at the positions that they have. GX are just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Instead, eventually the Rolling Thunder goes through, but it hits nobody.
That bridge
Battle's
ultimate
gonna
was
be absolutely everything,
like...
and Hoodie wins it. But does he expect the second player to be here? In fact, the team doesn't. Good work from Whalers. The trade there again, and Kata's still standing. This
How the
man
fuck is
always
that
seems to be a
Sova?
good couple, and that's all that's left.
He's going in for more too. Purpo, oh, he looked the wrong way. He's got a chance though. A lifeline that Kata hasn't extended to many players. A few missed shots. And it keeps GX with the advantage. And the showstopper, I don't think they'll use it, but they might feel the pressure, and there it is. Burned up, and the tank dodges it expertly though. Still keeping his distance, aware that was in the back pocket nade still for Purpo. Up goes Natank, close. And the challenge against Hoodie, he's been good so far and just about survives. 5 health and 51. It's a narrow margin, but it's enough.
Yeah, no, Hoodie has been great so far. Lots of really high impact kills as well in the rounds that they managed to win, so him being able to really do the damage in this round as well. Like the worry was this position from Whalers.
I mean, he did
Could
damage.
have been problematic. But in the end, GX get over the line. They put the economy back down to shrapnel for the side of Gentlemates, and for GX, still in an alright position. Ults this round don't seem like they're going to be too effective. Well, Papa might be a little bit unhappy that he's the one that takes the brunt of that.
Yeah, I could see him being a little distraught. Recovery of the rifle. Kat has now got the Vandal to work with, and the tank goes through for the same. Swapping those over, so at least now in decent fighting form. In this 4 versus 4, it's only Whalers that finds himself in a bit of a deficit in terms of weaponry. But that's why he's playing the buddy system. Letting the guys with the guns go.
They are playing
so
for
he can
Whalers
pick up and
ultimate
do
here.
some damage if needed. Flash is good, and the return is on point. GX with a big punish on mid, and Cadaver's position now very much known. He will be dealt with. We'll see an equalization of the scoreline, 4-4. A much better face to GX already.
Yeah, I think a couple of players coming online, Hoodie being the main one, starting to get the team just...
I mean, it's a buy gun.
That's the thing, it's been the frustrating thing throughout the season, and I
It's
think
a buy
no
hunt.
matter how hardcore a GX fan you are, or also known as Spanish person you are.
Saw those predictions,
yeah? Yeah, I did.
So they probably time out if they lose that round.
Yeah, I feel like you had to have
For
your options,
Gentlemates.
because this team has the caliber of players. We've known that for a while. We're talking about Masters winners. We're talking about players like Cloud, who was on everybody's list when we went into that franchising. We haven't seen the best of them this year, there's no doubt about it, but they did manage to make it the champions last year. The road this year seems a little bit more troublesome, but if they can get it together, I wouldn't count them out.
And the Hunter's Fury before
I feel like Giants are way better at absorbing Gentlemate's pressure on Sunset than they were on Split.
To be the final destination of this attacking side.
They're playing more slowly.
Takas, even playing off the line of that stun, he knew that would be a likely point of contact. His own stun keeps them back, but the flash should send him flying. Luckily, he's got the speed to get out of there. They even go right back in. The fast lane almost cost him his life there.
Yeah, he's been quick. The problem is the rotation is very slow. You can see that Gentlemates are still expecting this to somehow go back in the other direction. Shot dart from the tongue to try and slow them down. Takas, he's dead. He is not getting out of there. Absolutely no hope. And the spam from the tank might do a little bit of chip damage, but it's not going to stop them getting into a post plant.
No, it's not. Locked down now for GX. All they have to do is wait for mates to come into their crosshairs. There's been problems when it comes to those duels, but just take a look at Fitino's stun in hand. It's actually fired out for some early aggression. Purpo doesn't see them. Now that utility's gone, and the players are now making.
Shows the fight, man.
Redgar, though, good to take two, and that should be enough. Whalers tries to pull it back, but hasn't got it in the tank. And Kadavra knows that weapon is more valuable carried through to the next than risked on a 1v4 that maybe I would give him good odds to win, but yeah, it's the sensible decision.
Maybe if he had Takas with him, I'm like 50-50. Well, GX. This is more of what we wanted to see. I think even just slowing things down a little bit, they know that there's going to be these aggressive plays, these risks taken. Well, even Hoodie couldn't win that one. It still puts Gentlemates back in a position where financially they probably won't be able to get a buy, and if they do, it's not going to be the best of them. Seems like just a few guns being purchased up. I also just think that you have to bear in mind the roles that Natank has been playing on pretty much every single other map this year. It's been, you're talking Phoenix, you're talking Raze, you're talking Sage. Like a lot of it is not about supportive utility. So I have to see if he's going to be able to sort of step back up. The overdrive, well, that can happen. It's one of those ults that I think you need to catch players off guard. That's exactly what we saw Takas attempting, but failing at the same time.
Yeah, in a round like this, I don't mind it being thrown through as the tip of the spear, but it has been deflected by GX, landing their own killing blow, leaving Kadavra and Natank as the only players with real weapons in their hands. They are walking towards Kata's site, but looks like he's not home. The rotation from mates again, expecting that to be in play on the other side of the map. Seems like GX are having a pretty good time when it comes to this attack, as far as getting themselves set up for post plants.
Yeah, an all-in gamble as well. I think still being methodical, of course, taking their time. I've been liking that a little bit more from GX. I think that the last map we didn't get to see much of their attack, but with their defense, it seemed like they were a bit lost. Here, though, they've been making sure that
I don't like stacking on the Cypher utility. Like the whole point of Cypher's utility is that you can leave one part of the map alone and stack on the other.
Players are exclusively holding on for exit kills. The tank watching for the mid push, the other two content to die to the spike or waiting for over aggression. And the tank can risk this weapon. Nice. Not a bad start, not a bad finish either. 2 quick kills and that'll be an upgrade available. You might have seen one of those other players run back to pick one up if they had a bit more time on the clock. 6-4. Attack side doing incredibly well. GX now 6 out of the last 7 rounds. An impressive recovery from the last map where they barely, and I mean by a fraction of a second, managed to find one.
Yeah. No, it's good to see. As said, I think we've seen this from GX throughout the season, where they've had their weaker maps, they've had their stronger maps, and unfortunately some of them they've just got bodied, and that was one of them. I think Gentlemates came in with a pretty fresh looking plan, and they definitely weren't ready for it. So far, yet to see much in terms of adaptations. A lot of the rounds we saw from Gentlemates were based off some individual brilliance. Kadavra popping off, Takas in that retake with an operator. Well, this was a risk.
Spike down.
Jumping through the corner of the smoke. Well, this was the one man you didn't want to face
Spike
off
is not picked up.
Redgar's tried to play around with the TP behind them, but at this stage, it's fairly comfortable for mates to just fall back.
They are watching their back, though, assuming him to be in the back side or towards the spawn. The elbow position maybe would catch them off guard. Had they have walked with their back out, had Redgar been in a position to punish them on the walk back through, but the problem is, mates just reset this into a very passive hold. Cypher utility covering market, Cam covering B main. They literally have one player holding the half of the map. And then Takas, he can rotate incredibly fast. He's got mid covered if they do walk through. Very few gaps for the mate side. And in a 5 versus 3, no need to worry if they decide to group and execute a site. You've got the numbers to fight back. Nate's a little shallow. There's a gap in the smoke. Exploited by Kadavra for the round.
Good job.
And Andaluthia flawless. What a way
And
to get
again,
back on
when
the
Giant X
It's
doesn't
almost
like
perfect with
absorb
the setup
Gentle
of the round.
Mate's
It's like a lot of it would have been
aggression,
off
they
individual
just humble.
skill and battles, and well, Kadabra 15 and 6. This has to be up there with some of the best debuts we've seen. Obviously, he played in the circuit before, but since we've become a partnership, since the... Well, I guess he's with the Ascension team technically, but even still.
And
This is
VCT
his
top
debut.
tier.
And with Gentlemates, this is his debut. And he's killing it. Looking like the signing of the season so far, although he's going to have to be one hell of a hero to top what happened yesterday.
Oh,
Nice flash count.
nice anti-flash.
Coming through by Fatinho just in time, blinding Taka, saving Purpo's life and giving the advantage over to GX. Hunter's Fury is there for the tank. Didn't find impact in the last
That's
round,
what's
but
sad about GX, is that they have a lot of good potential and
instant knife cancellation.
wow.
No thrash for you again. The blind Hunter's Fury. It's gonna be one of my least favorite things to see. And
Yeah.
now you see why. They thought maybe there was a player in the corner. There wasn't, and now, well, you've wasted the ultimate for no gain.
Hey, he hit Whalers for like... for a tiny bit of health, his own teammate.
I think I'll still settle with no gain. That might be a loss.
No, he actually plays better with less HP. You just don't know that. It's something only like close friends of the mates would know. After my Cloud stint, we became very good friends. Nonetheless,
Bears.
turn things back. Bears will... Actually, there you go! Whalers popping off, that little bit of HP lost, and he's powered up. It puts it into a 2 versus 4. And while Hoodie's getting pinged by everything on the planet, it's left all onto Redgar. They now know exactly where he is. He's being flanked as well. He's going to try and make it into the smoke, but even that will be given away. And Whalers is going to be there for the triple. That little bit of tickle damage just set him up to do so much in the round.
Couldn't agree with you more, Tom. That's the only, you know, that was the plan from the get-go. I actually think it was Whalers that called it. Ult me, ult me, ult me.
Here.
And then he's good to go. Incredible hold on the backside. Good punish on the Hoodie, and the return as well. For GX, they've still managed...
Holy shit.
Well, that's suboptimal.
That's some frustration right there.
He just looks at the headphones as they hit the floor and just go, I'm not going to say a word.
He's just thinking, I ain't paying for that. That's on you, bro. You're getting the new cable. 6-6. Yeah, GX. Look, I was just before I saw that going to say they can be happy enough with the first half. I guess they can't be. Doesn't look like they were too thrilled. For Mates moving on to the attack, now they get to set the pace. This is where things can get incredibly dangerous. Caddis lurks on the defensive side, even on round 1. We're out of this world. Don't know if he'll be the one lurking this time, but Whalers' control of the map has also been next to none. Flash ready for GX. They were looking to put the Dizzy through, but Cloud delays it a moment. Now it's on its way. That they know they're on the site. The stun is good. And GX take
That's a
everything.
flawless.
Andaluthia flawless. And, well, I guess Pips is going to be a little happier now.
All I'm going to say is if there's a technical pause and we're told that it's to do with like
Coach
player
headphones.
gear or something like that, I'm going to know who did it. That's what I'm saying. But no, Hoodie's been great. That's the thing. I was very critical of his Sentinel last season. And even on the last map, it didn't look good. I think they got caught out by a lot of lurks and silly things. Even on this exact map, he's looked great today, though. Individually especially, like decent lurks, good positioning, playing off the utility well. You can see that the practice has gone in for Hoodie. Well, they're going to play this round relatively safe with their investment. A lot of rifles, a single pistol onto Cloud, which is basically a rifle, because it's Cloud. Yet to see that bright spark of Purpo, yeah, though. That's something, especially if they can take this to a third map on Breeze, they're really going to need it. Like, the way they beat Fnatic on Breeze was him and Vitinho just fragging out aggressively on the defense.
Good Dizzy. Does he know for sure, but I don't think it ended up on Takas. At least they didn't seem to be aware.
Spike down.
Nonetheless, though,
B.
those pistols not able
Good
to deal with
anti-eco.
blows. And so Beaz and Whalers, with classics in hand, have to recover.
They
this.
don't even have the
Down
spike.
Middle players absolutely everywhere. Maybe an opportunity to isolate Redgar, but they are split. That first shot from Redgar, bigger weapon to work with, 80 HP.
Yeah.
And he'll stay that way. Andaluthia flawless, back-to-back for GX. They've got the lead by 2.
Good start of the half
The
for
Spanish Orcs,
GX.
they've got to give them their money.
Yeah, exactly. That's for you, Andaluthia.
Well, 8-6. Converting that pistol levels things up, at least in terms of those rounds, but waiting to see what sort of response. Because again, when we talk about Gentlemates, I've always enjoyed their attacks. That's where they've had their most creative ideas. I'm seeing Takas on that Neon. Beaz with the supportive role. I mean, I'm expecting big things. We'll wait and see what they've got. Of course, this is the bonus round, but it's a relatively good one. A rifle now purchased additionally for Cloud. No players lost in the last round. And, well, Purpo, he's going to get off with a bang, but immediately is traded out.
Spike dropped.
A little bit of HP dealt, HP damage dealt to mates.
I have the spike.
And a tank down low. I like the control they're going for here. After a mid-fight,
Take flight.
drone's going to be used up on A, giving away some presence. Perhaps we'll even see some utility out of Beaz. He already used his knife, but still those flashes to work with to push these players further back, and he did indeed use one. They're claiming elbow, they're using their knife, they're taking all of this space, forcing a paranoia out of their opponents, and look at where the spike is going. It's on its way around to B, which, well, that's the closest player to B, and that's not very close.
The thing is, Hoodie is going to hear the steps, or he should have done. So they should be able to get him for the retake, and they should know that that control has been lost. With Whalers so far forward, that's the main danger, but with the deep smoke as they've just thrown in, that should be something that they can be aware of. Utility is now in the way as well. So him getting past this isn't going to be easy. Not without giving the
Here's them.
There's even a cam there too. They can just pop that to see how many players are around. They might not need it. There's only 2 left. Redgar and Hoodie trapped, destroyed behind. They now know where one is, and that man is the last one alive. All eyes on B main. And Hoodie with a bulldog in hand has a tough decision. It looks like the save call is being made. I think I'd be inclined to agree with that one.
I'd say that like the credits he's going to earn from going down will give him enough for a rifle anyway. So
true.
I almost want to see him go for this, try and do some damage and just have a Vandal or something in the next round. I guess it's just extra cash that he can save, but keeping things costly may have had its own value. Instead, though, he's just going to end up holding onto the Bulldog. No extra players will be dropped. And actually, he's going to pick up a Vandal right at the end. So it ends up being null and void.
Yeah, and I think also the fact that if they didn't know where he was, maybe he goes for it. If the Cypher had been killed in the battles, Trap is no longer online. He can sneak through main and try to take a fight. But reality is, the second that he swings out of that choke point, there's 2, 3, or 4 players locking him down. So I don't mind it. I like playing safe, like playing the numbers. You never know when those credits could be used later on, further down the line. For Gentlemates, 7. Gap is now 1. They're hot on the heels of their opponents who've invested almost all their credits and invested into that operator yet again. Light shields on Purpo, no shields on Kadavra. He's being dropped immediately.
And they've actually rotated 3 players to defend mid.
Yeah, pushing mid with no smokes for Gentlemate is like a bad idea.
I assume there's going to be a pop flash. The sound of a player running away is going to be heard, but counter flashes are being thrown out. Hoodie also coming under pressure. He's missed one. He's going to go into the cage instead, but he should be dead from behind. The tank now can look for the players in spawn, but can't connect quick enough. Purpo's going to drop him, and look where the spike's been dropped. I don't think it gets much worse than that.
No, it really doesn't.
Where was the timing?
By an operator, that's just insult to injury. The back covered as well.
If Wayno and Beaz win against like the Gecko Rays, they could get the spike back and V2.
GXers fall back.
I'm just gonna save though.
Although, by the looks of things, I don't think Gentlemates are going for this.
Left.
30 seconds just called for it. Spike down, players presumably all over it. If you're a Mates fan, that's what you're gonna be thinking. Or a Mates player, more so. If you're a Mates fan, you can probably see there's not players all around it because you're here with us.
I think as well, though, it just looking at the economy. Like, you've got Kadavra low. He's someone you definitely want to have a gun in hand. So just making sure that those credits are sufficient for the next round. You're not exactly too far behind and gambling it here. I think, again, they're also the players that a lot of the time are doing the supportive work. So expecting the 2 versus 4 victory seems unlikely. For GX, though, again, it seems like Purple having the operator is a big part of the change in their defensive side. We saw it a lot. They were trying to bring it in on split. it definitely seems like something that time has been invested, and I can understand it because Purpo is one of those players that when he's in form, when he's running hot, that operator is a big piece of that puzzle. For now though, it's going to be a pause taken from existence. Maybe he spotted something that they can try and adapt to, but ultimately with a bit of a slower start to this second half and the third map looming, if GX are able to get 4 more, it's a good time to take one.
It is terrifying to look at this man in a pause. You can see he moves like a machine, I feel like. Looking through his notes, reading them off bit by bit. This is what we're gonna do, reading out the protocols. These players are already familiar with it. He's just jogging their memory, sharpening the blade before the battle. And on the side of GX, no doubt they're hearing about some of the mistakes they've made. It looks like they've got some ideas of their own. I'd love to see some defensive side aggression out of this squad, and they've got some good flashes to do it. Cloud early on A, getting up tight, getting in the faces of mates, especially with a slower look to this attacking side. From the map early, maybe we will get it. 3 players shifting towards A. You've got your Breach and your Omen there, and your Gecko. All your flashes, your Paranoia, your stuns. And then 2 players close to B main as well.
Yeah, well, look at where mates are. I think that's the more important thing. This is going to be a pacey
Yeah.
attempt. And Takas is getting wrecked so far in the second half. I think he's been dead within the first few seconds of almost every single round. This fast-paced setup hasn't been working, and a lot of it I want to talk about is more so that supportive utility, because a lot of the time, like take Miniboo for example, when he's going in, the supportive flashes, whoever's throwing them, whether it was Patatek or whether it was Woot, always on point to make sure he's taking a favorable fight. So far, it looks like Takas has just been taking awkward battles and trying to do it all on his own. At least initially, a split of players. 2 trying to fake things out over on the A site, the others almost just waiting a chance to gather up some orbs, bring something forward while they walk in the other direction. But GX have not moved at all. Only the players on A have fallen back a little bit. Everybody else is still just sitting there.
Little movement back and forth from the mate side. It looked like they were going to abandon A. They're actually given the space to be filled back in by Redgar, and now they re-aggress. The jump peek comes through. Shot not landed. Bayaz up close. Still with a flash. He can go straight through that smoke. That's exactly what he's going to do. Smoke for spawn. Peek is in.
1 for 1.
The pressure's being applied, and the spike's on its way. I thought this was a fake the whole time, and it would have worked as one. But instead, they're going to be going blow for blow with GX. Whalers coming around the corner. Cage blocks out the angle. Isolates a duel. 12 seconds. That's the spike on Whalers with 10 HP, and they're winning their fights. Spike's made it.
Holy shit.
Time, and Purpo's down. The chaos is thrived in by Gentlemates.
That's definitely not the round they talked about in that timeout.
Win every single duel. A nice shot from Whalers as well. Like, as he
And that's good for Gentlemates. It shows that even if like the plan doesn't go well, they can still like adapt and fight with the chaos, you know.
That was a mid-round call. The original idea, I'm 100% certain, was to go to B, but they didn't get the reactions they wanted on A. They knew that they were being read. Takas up in their face. Null command put through by Bayaz, and right in he goes. The flash not good enough.
Yeah,
Purple
maybe.
still land. Trade is good. And Bayaz down in an unrecoverable position. Hunter's Fury doesn't land either. A lot of blind Hunter's Furies going through. Usually you see it off the ping of the drone. Looks like they've still recovered nicely. Remember, Bayaz is about to die. There you go. But the rest of the squad still standing, gives an advantage. The spike also on the site. The smoker still online with Kadavra blocking off spawn. And that Dizzy, can they follow up on it? No, not with Whalers safe in the corner. An ambitious play to try to pull it back, but they weren't ready for all 3 of Gentlemates to be looking at that choke point.
I don't know about that TP though.
Position revealed, and he's going to get absolutely nothing. Natong takes him down immediately. And I don't mind this setup. I think this is, like, I agree, a lot of the Hunter's Furies have been a bit more risky, but that one was with Bayaz on the floor. So it's like, you know you're going to get aggressive, so you're doing that as a disruptive play to try and make things that little bit more awkward. But it definitely seems the case that Takas has been sold a few times. But Whalers, again, another high-impact round from him, keeping his teammates safe with that operator. And now equaling things up once again. And the buy, it's decent in ultimates for GX, but the weaponry's taking a hit.
Aggression out of Purpo. He has to back off now. That's a one and done. Not in kills, but in fights. You take the first one, you bail out of there. And I do actually agree. I'll rescind the point, having seen the replay. Baz was going through the smoke as the Hunter's Fury first pulse is coming through. So the idea, yeah, is to put the players who are in those corners, who are in those narrow choke points on the back foot. They have to retreat, and as they do, your teammate flashes and swings. It didn't work in that micro play, but hey, it's an idea. And sometimes you got to try them. Next time, maybe it will. Nonetheless, they won the round, equalized the scoreline, and double digits will be found in this round. The question is, for which team? Purpo's position unexpected. Shows up off the back of it, and he gets it off just in time. 2 for Purpo.
Takas has like no impact.
The door closed. Has to be broken wide open. It would have been a little bit of control for GX to play with. But they're comfortable still in their positions. 2 and 2.
And they're still at 9-9, like.
4v3. GX with the advantage, grouping up, looking like they want to try and play this one as a retake. And well, when you have yourself the Cypher setup, but more importantly that Thrash, can't really blame them. Hoodie attempting to try and find something with the spam, but they will make it across to the site. And in these post plants, that is where we've seen some of the best work from mates. That's not going to make it any easier though. One player already caught.
They have no time. Spike detained. Yeah.
He doesn't actually have time. There's not enough time to even plant at this point. He's going to try and hold it until the end, but that is as good as it gets. Catching the player with the spike so they can't actually plant. I don't think I've seen that one before.
That's a new one. That is a new one. It came down to the wire, a second in the difference, but a perfectly timed ultimate from Cloud. That is one way to win a round, and well, that's 2 maps back-to-back that they've won it off utility in a fairly close battle for a round.
That's a really cursed duelist today. But yeah, the second it's undone, he tries to plant, but it's too little too late. Here we go. Another investment. Takas is going to be on a stinger, but that's because he's throwing out the Neon ult, the overdrive, and already going to get stunned up. Of course, it doesn't have a timer. He's going to have to just get moving. He's trying to run through the utility. Balls to the wall. Tatonk there to follow it up, and well, he means the same thing. In fact, everybody does.
Holy shit.
Leaving just Whalers remaining. He'll
no ace though.
But the rest of his teammates already in the clouds. He's got to try and turn this one back, bring this into a ridiculous clutch, and it's not going to happen. A nice attempt.
11 rounds for GX. 2 to go and a 2-round lead. A nice little buffer to play with. And this doesn't come down to much about setup or anything like that. Unbelievable performance from Cloud. I will say it gets close. Whalers had me believing after that second shot.
He's been good. He's been good this game. I'm actually in the last map as well.
Yeah.
Statistically might not be up there, but has had some pretty high impact plays.
Not up there last map. This time, 15 and 10.
Yeah.
Pretty damn solid. Round 21. Kicking off with attack sides spread across the map, but aggression in B main is a consistent factor. Spike though. Oh, the spike's on A, and they've just used the From the Shadows to go to B to make that rotate. This has left A wide open. In fact, cut the map in half, and you still have all the players on one side. That wasn't the tool I was looking for, but we don't need to talk about that.
Zoom in on the middle of the map.
Yeah, look at that. Whoa, isn't that cool? There's no one there. All right. Well, Whalers in a bit of trouble. 2 HP. Spams are going to finish, I'm sure. He's stayed down. Well, we'll see if that has impact for later in the round, but now he can have a ratty little position and an extra set of eyes still looking out for those GX players. Late lurk as well for Bayaz.
They're being delayed. Paranoia will slow. All right, you got to wait for that one to fade before you can reposition. It leaves a bit more of an awkward spot for Kada, but he still manages to thrive in it. Looks to do even more from it.
Holy
Another
shit.
one coming up for Kada, but finally he'll be dealt with. Down to this.
And he wins it with 2 HP.
2 kills. Whalers will clutch that one out.
He should have been dead. He should have been dead before that retake was even a thought in the minds of GX. He was 25 health behind a cage, and a stray shot took him down to 2.
standing. One
Oh,
enemy
what
remaining.
a devastating way to lose this. The ratty little position from Whalers pulls it across the line. That would have been 12-9 for GX. They would have 3 chances to close out this map and move to Breeze. Instead, mates are again hot on their heels, and credits are starting to run dry on that defensive side. Not in this round.
Pakas die again.
There could be trouble. Purple making sure that
He's dead again. Holy shit.
Already the trade. Red card. It's a wild spray. The first one, but he couldn't quite transfer. It's already
That's insane.
put them back, but I guess the one saving grace is the guns that have dropped have now fallen into the hands of a teammate. It gives Cloud a rifle, which I dare say I think he would have got those kills. Leaves Hoodie. He's definitely been quieter in this second half. On the attack side, Lurk, he was utterly dominant. Now he's the one under pressure, but playing from outside the site.
My ult's not ready.
I will throw our production under the bus
Spike
for a second
planted.
and say, if it's possible, I would love to see a replay of Beaz getting both those kills. The first, he was full blind. The second, he recovered his vision, seeing a hail of bullets coming his way. That's made it doable for Gentlemates here, beyond doable, winnable, favorable with the flank from the tank too. He
And no
takes down
more
Cloud.
ultimate.
Gekko Util gone, Fatinho the next to fall, and it's left to Hoodie. It looks like he'll meet a similar fate, walking straight into the trap too, and he still hasn't broken it. Beaz's 3rd kill of the round. The first 2 he had no right to take, and that will equalize things 11-11. Look at this, look, oh yes, he was paranoid, but he caught a glimpse just before, and then he sees the traces.
Oh,
He gets
there's a
blinded
second flash.
again. Thank you very much, production, first of all, for getting me that. That's insane, and then he gets the final kill too. Nuts performance from Beaz. Between Whalers last round and Beaz here, I don't know how they're getting away with it.
That's a little bit of mates magic.
There.
They've got the magic 8 ball at the moment. That seems to be working out for them. It's the same fight. This time, though,
Pakas
Oppo,
dies
he just does it
again.
himself. He's like, you know what? Red guy, you take a sit down, have a little bit of a break from the last round, and I'll do this one myself. A very quick change of pace.
That's a showstopper.
Well, now it's going to be a pretty hefty job for the remaining 3 players. Whaler's first point of call is to try and get himself a rifle. He's having to use a lot of his utility just to get that back. Obviously switching over from the operator, but in this case it's not going to be worthwhile. Redguard playing the pixel angle, but it's more for contact. Get that info, try and fall back, then he has the showstopper from a teammate. The stun, the setup is gorgeous from GX.
He's gonna go for the ace.
Right into it. Redguard looking like he's trying to bait for the ace. He's trying to help his teammate out. Maybe goes a little bit further than he would have liked, but the flash there kind of still doesn't go down. I don't know how he does that, but it seems so consistent.
He got flashed.
There's so much fight in him, man. That's the tier 2 hunger coming up, 22-13. I mean, this guy was...
This was really nice, though.
It was. And what a beautiful setup. The showstopper bouncing back, the double kill to open from Purpo as well. A much better response than what we saw in the previous round. And on the back of that, they end up coming into round 24, still with a chance to buy themselves back into this series, to bring us to Breeze. They're up against 2 ults, but they're not big ones. And a Hunter's Fury that so far hasn't really done much, but don't read too much into that. They only need 1.
My ult's ready.
A lot of these rounds have been decided within the first 30-40 seconds. Hyper-aggressive, risky plays from either side that have either paved the way to a victory or been the cause for defeat. This round, though, starts off a little bit slower. Still spreading across the map. Watching for aggression. Interestingly, Paranoia thrown out just to try and deter. Instead, they've used the same on the other side. TP, those only being used just to gather up with teammates. Bolster this attack into the other side. They haven't, initially at least, broken that trip, but it hasn't stopped Tak as he's still trying to run through. Hoodie just sat on the other side. Angles being pre-fired.
Taka's dead again.
And the second as well.
Spike down B.
Oh, that should be it. With Beaz down, the tank and Cadaver, big clutch needed. Rolling Thunder even committed. Vitinho took the orb at the start of the round, and now the reward should be there, but the tank steps up. He gets one. A clutch needed, though. Hunter's Fury online, reveal thrown through. Nice shot to start this off. Still doesn't want to use the Hunter's Fury. They can push him down the second he does.
Honestly, if Takas shows up, it's a free win for freaking mate. But he has lost so many first kills. Like he dies every single round first. And they still manage to take it to 13-11. I hope we're gonna see like a Euro Jet on Breeze. We should see a Euro Jet on Breeze.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from
Anyway,
Lola,
see you there.
and Picasso.
And then
Ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Guys, since VIT, give me that. Guys, since August we have been in a decline. I have never seen nothing like that before. We have been here for hours, and I still see no answers. I need solutions right now. Whatever pops in your head, just say it.
I mean, to be relevant, we need to be viral. And what is the best place to be viral? TikTok.
Hey boogie oogie bam bam, let's go body body boom boom. Hey boogie oogie bam bam.
Who wants to see you dancing?
And we already did that.
Another idea, go, go, go!
What if we do?
We have to increase bundle sales. Let's try new ideas of promotion.
Buy the DX bundle. Buy the DX bundle, bro! Cómpralo, ¿me escuchas? Cómpralo!
That doesn't solve this problem, and we are running out of time. I didn't want to do it, but someone call Riot now.
Hello?
Hello, this is Giant X Valorant, and it's an emergency. Our stocks keep dropping and we don't know what.
Sorry, I think you have the wrong number. I'm working at the LEC playoffs right now. No, I can't help you. Sorry.
Hey, sorry, can we take the photo now?
Yeah.
And?
Nothing.
Guys, what if we start winning?
You're a genius! Come on, bro, let's go. Raise the salary of this young man. Let's work. Let's go, boys. Come on, we get it. Employee of the Month, Purpo. For his invaluable work and customer service, the company recognizes him as the most outstanding employee of the month. Thank you for your effort. Congratulations.
I mean, he's not just the employee of the month. Whatever salary they're paying him, double it, triple it, quadruple it, because Kukuka and Ash, the way the Giants played in their second half, they could not have found that success without purpose.
Yeah, exactly. The same way that maybe on Split, the operator was not having the effect that they were expecting or that they wanted from it. On that second half, everything was about Purpo and the effect and the impact that he was having in most of these rounds. It didn't matter if it was with the operator, if it was with the ultimate, with the Vandal. So many of the shots that he was hitting not only were ridiculous, but they were shutting down Gentamates time and time again.
And you were talking about how Purpo was this player who's going to be capable of actually going from a tough map on Split and then being able to completely flip that performance. You can see it on his ACS here. 348.
7 out of 12
is
out of those first kill in that second half.
It's wild.
Hot in there, that's all I'm gonna say. Bloody hell, the temperature is rising, the stocks are rising. I truly believe that Giant X, they could maybe get themselves out of a bad situation. But on the side of Gentlemates, Kukuka, you mentioned in the pre-show, they had certain win conditions. They had certain agents they like to play and implement to their game, and they moved away completely so far from this.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Yoru, right? And probably now that we're moving on to Breeze, we might see it again. I think that this was resilient from the side of Giants. You know, losing a 13-1 on your opening game after being back from such a long break is devastating, right? But they managed to bounce back. Now, the ball is on Gentamate's side, because we were talking about how their split one was everything about either winning 2-0 or getting 0-2. I believe that in kickoff they went to a third map against Vitality, but they usually do not get this far into a match. And we heard it yesterday also from players, especially when it's about that third map. Sometimes they don't even expect to get there.
I'm gonna be a party pooper here, because we have seen Giants go to a third map many times. In fact, 5 times, and Ash, they have lost all 5 times every single time we've gone to map 3. So it's not really looking good for them statistically, but records are made to be broken.
They are made to be broken. Also, neither of these teams have the best performance on Breeze, realistically. And Kukuka, you were talking about the fact that we can expect to see the Yoru. Previously, Gentlemates, they were running that Phoenix on Breeze as well.
Is he gonna come back?
And that's the big question. And I feel like we need a change, because you look at that Phoenix and you pair it with the Yoru, it just doesn't have that same impact to dash in like a Jet can.
Hear me out. So we had Netank on the Raze, now on the Sova. That wasn't brilliant, by the way, but you know, it got better the later the map was getting. But now, what is he going to be doing? Because do we expect the Phoenix to come back in combination with the Viper?
Well, I'm going to tell you what he's going to be doing, and it's going to be the KO.
I was expecting, you know, something a little bit different, but okay, listen, hear me out, I will take it. Giant X are starting on the attack, but actually it's more the defense that worries me. I know that they wanted to get extra aggressive, always having control over A and everything that they wanted to do there, and they became too easy to read.
Well, the thing is it's also a different composition that we're looking at now this time around. It's a little bit too vanilla for my taste, to be honest, on the side of Gentlemen. But then I also look towards the fact that Giant X, they're going to go with old reliable in their comp, the comp that they innovated at the beginning of this year that a lot of teams actually took part of.
I love that combo. This is the thing. I'm looking at Kadabra. He had a great performance on Cypher, a great performance on Omen, Mitch, and Tom. Let's see what he can bring on this Viper.
I'll tell you what, I'm coming in with zero doubts, Tom, after what I've seen in the last two maps, let alone his history as a player. For GX, they decided to take the double duelist instead of the KO. To me, I'm looking at those comms thinking defensive side, Redgar's got a target on his back. His setup's going to get hit by that knife quite a bit, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think that, again, this is sort of the more comfortable of the comps for GX. I think Purpo and Vitinho playing double duelist just makes the most sense. Also, the tank has basically gone, if I can't play Phoenix, I'll play budget Phoenix, where I'll have my pop flashes still and be able to almost have that old CS-esque old school style. So I think it can definitely work for him, still allow him to be aggressive while having utility that actually has value.
Yeah, value for a number of reasons. I think this man will be able to do a lot. I think on this map in particular, actually, his KO lineups. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Breaking trips, annoying Redgar on the defense. But for now, GX are on the attack, and they're making their way towards the A site. And the tank is the one with the challenge. The flash popped through, but he's just biding his time. His teammates on the way, and Takai's already securing Tube. That's one less worry for them, and these players can now focus their sights on the site itself.
Yeah, they do have to be careful because there is a Giga Lurk coming in from Redgar a little bit later on. And with Purple already managing to find one, he's looking to get further aggressive. Crossfire being held, it leaves the tank incredibly low, and that flank is coming back through the tube. This is all the way around. It's going to take a long time, and the plant is not necessarily in the best of positions. He needs to stay alive. He decides to get aggressive. And now Redgar, he has to wrap back around. He's been seen, he's been spotted, and it's just too little too late.
And even giving the orb over to Beaz as well, keeping it even. 1-0. Gentlemates pick up the pistol. And look, when we talk about this series in general, definitely feels like the court of public opinion was swinging to GX. Tom, I saw your predictions. I saw all of your predictions. I'm the only one for Gentlemates? What's that about?
Got a new player.
They got Kadabra as a new player.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't know Kadabra as well as I did. I'd be surprised if you did, actually.
Well, yeah, I also don't know Logan as well as you do.
That's true, yeah. On the receiving end,
so there you go. It
lurks a few times.
Did make a difference. I think they're both good players. Are you saying otherwise?
Saying I think Kadabra's better than most players out there. That's what I'm saying, and I'll stand by that.
Yeah, he has been good. He's been very good. Now I think expectations for GX are always higher than the results have suggested. And this map in particular, I'm hoping we can see some sort of old school Fiddy back on that duelist. Not a bad start either for Purpo. They're going for this sort of risky purchase of the Outlaw to try and pad the gap versus what is a full buy. So it definitely has mass risks about it, but I believe we saw the same thing yesterday, and it worked out wonderfully. So we'll see if the same can be here. They've now got two of them. Although, I'll be honest with you, no offense, Redgar, you're not the player I choose to have either of them.
I don't know if I can fully fault him for that. Nice wall bangs from the tank. Yeah, in a round where we often talk about damage, and a player like Purpo able to pick kills, get orbs, and have that Blade Storm online, not likely for the third round, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, they need to win.
Just to manage that economy on the other side. They found their first. Now they look to the site. Any more information sought by Gentlemates will come at the cost of their lives. Recon already used by Beaz. It'll be recharging as we speak, but the drone is there. It won't have a chance to be used, though, because he's pushed on immediately, and all of the kills go their way. One more player dropped. Something to report home about for GX, but with 3 alive, I think it's a decent second round for Mates.
Yeah, it leaves him in a position where, okay, we can see that he's already going to have to buy down into a Guardian, so it's definitely not ideal. And there were definitely moments where that could have worked out.
There's a tech pause, and Cadaver, I'll be the one to do it. I love you, brother. It's been a while. I've never seen him in person either. We were together during the online era, but he has come onto the stage. It's his third game, his third map, and he spilled water all over his mouse mat. You know, it is a rite of passage, Kata. Welcome to the club. It shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, the thing is, you do that at home, it's not so much of a problem.
Yeah.
You can run away, get yourself some tissues, try and clean things up, but
get those away.
He's no longer
Move
allowed
those away
cups.
from Kata.
He has been demoted to not allow drinks anymore because he cannot be trusted. Yeah, they're going to have to be held. Papa Bears will hold on to those for you from now on. He's going to have to. Can we get him a sippy cup? Can we get him a sippy cup down on the stage?
He's just getting rid of him. You've lost your water privileges, brother. That's there
you go, Gentlemates guys. You can now sell Gentlemate sippy cups, just in case, to make sure. You know the
you've seen
ones
those
that
you can't knock over.
Yeah, you can't knock them over.
Yeah. That's the play. That's the new play. What a start.
Mitch will be first in line.
Yeah, I'll need one.
Especially if it's got Cadaver branding on it, you'll be all over in a second.
Get me two. I will lose the first one.
You'll just forget to wash it. That'll be it. You'll be like,
no.
yeah, I'm just going to move on to the second one.
Oh, God.
I've seen your PC case. I know what you're
it's
like.
It's a little dusty. So that's, you got to think, I rebuilt that when I came out here, Tom. That's only a few months old.
You use it as a table. That's the more worrying thing for me.
The old one, the 22 kilogram when it's empty case?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone did tell me not to buy that, and I didn't listen, but I did live to regret it.
Cutting through.
Timer ticking down. Mouse mats are dry at long last, and GX ready to get back in the swing of things. In between every round. Kata's going to get better as the map warms up, as his mouse mat warms up too. Evaporates some of that liquid. Little fight going down, but it's a decoy that they're using all that utility on. Takas is still on the other end of the tube. A slow start for mates with the weaker weapons. No aggression coming out just yet. They're allowing GX to make those first steps and hoping the spams will catch them to start with.
Yeah, again, they're not playing a lot of these bonus rounds, I would say, traditionally. A lot of teams will just play with the weapons that they saved from the last round, or if somebody ecoed, they buy back up. But they have two players that are fully invested into this round, Beaz and the Tonk. So they're not in a position where they'll be able to buy comfortably next round, unless they were to save a couple of guns. So it definitely has a risk about it, and it bit them in the last map, where they ended up having some pretty weak economic positions. For the side GX, of course, a similar boat. They don't have anything to go back on just yet. Coutinho looking for the setup, but it's all just a ruse to try and keep players looking in that direction.
It has sent the decoy as well through the door. They're hearing the steps, and you can see the repositions just to avoid that fight. Eventually landing a shot on the decoy confirms it was all a ruse, but in the meantime, GX took advantage of that space and managed to find themselves a plant. We're on board with Takas, who's been in two ball round, but now is going for that bit more of an aggressive play. It is being watched, though. Hoodie all the while just staring at this angle. I don't know if he's seen him there. I don't think he has. But does Takas even clear it? He does, but doesn't land the shot. Okay, GX ahead by 2 with Whalers, Natank, and Cadaver contemplating a save.
Yeah, they have to. That's the thing. They put themselves in this position where you've taken a risk, you've bought up with players that won't be able to buy in the next round. So now, when it gets close, when it gets to a point where you go, okay, are we risking this? Absolutely not. Hold on to the weaponry. For GX, this is also just a great scenario, because they get to win their first round with every single player staying alive. Except maybe Redgar. But he's not going to see anyone.
Yeah, they're not taking contact on mid to Redgar, so he's good. All 5 surviving. A very clean round for GX, a money maker for sure. And a bit of presence sold. It started out with Coutinho being spotted by the drone inside a tube. He TP'd back and took a pretty nice timing on the walk up alongside the poison orb. Just to put that decoy out, forced mates back, and from that point they couldn't recover. I think they could have in another round where they're a bit more willing to take risks, but like you said, Tom, there was a lot of investment going into that round. It just makes sense for them to reset and play the next round now, coming into number 4. A lot of aggression. They are storming it down too. One is the decoy, but the other 2 players, well, now just one, we're keen to make all that noise. And Beaz, okay, I actually thought he had the short end of the stick with that fight, but he's come out of it unscathed.
He's going to use his drone. It looks like he still wants to fight this. Again, it's incredibly risky stuff. That might have been the greatest shock dart distraction I've ever seen in my life. Just shoot it straight into a wall. It's almost as good as some of the lineups we saw from KC last year. but that's going to be the killer to Hoodie.
You called me toxic the other day. Throwing KC under the bus, my goodness. The old one, not the new one. But GX 3v5, attack side gearing up for a B take. They're not going to leave this one on the back burner because they've got credits for the next. Still want to risk it. Now running in to Takas, who's teleported over to B. The gate crash was used earlier. Whaler's tagged up and only with a Bulldog, but he's got support. Flash is good. The tank needs to wait a while before getting involved, and when he eventually does, it's with great success. Purpo down, Redgar alone, and a 1 versus 3. No information on the other two players. Now just seeing where Viper is with the snake bite, but they haven't yet located Beyaz, and now, well, now he knows where all three are, but not much to do with that info from the grave. 3-1, a bounce back from mates, but even after winning one and losing, GX will still be able to buy up.
Yeah, the perks of the flawless of the last round, but it's still such a aggressive stance. I would expect, we did need a replay of that. I would expect something like that from a Yoru, or someone who can get out of there easily, but it just seems like Beyaz just almost hit them with some disrespect. And
nice! Let's go!
I'll let him finish. And GX just weren't ready for it. Like, a couple of players pushing. Cloud took so much damage almost immediately, and you can see they're trying to counter it. An immediate snake bite and shocked out. Bear in mind, you don't get 2 snake bites anymore, so that's all the snake bites gone.
It's a big investment. A bigger investment is that operator in the hands of Purpo. We've already seen what it can do in the last map, and here on Breeze, much more open space to capitalize on those long-ranged angles. Catch players out of position. Plenty of time left on the clock, and GX, they've got B locked down with the Cypher utility. Saw the cam used here by Redgar. He's going to be lurking out on mid late into the round. We've seen this a few times from him, even historically. Loves to play towards the elbow. Different flair to this one. Walt just now going up on A. Ult used. Here. Dimensional drift for Fatinho as he's clearing out a lot of this space. Here. Seeing that it's wide open. I'm back. Yes, they go for this. Oh no, I thought Redgar would wait until the end of the round. That could be a big mistake with a player still up so close.
Yeah, I think he was trying to just catch a timing on rotations. Almost managed it. Purpo now, up above. It means they don't have that flank through middle. Allow Gentlemates to get in that little bit quicker. Hoodie does do a little bit of damage through that smoke. Takas tagged low, but still in this 4-5v5 afterburn. Finally, Whalers is going to be there for the first kill. Trade immediate. Shot from the operator, catches another, and they start to pick them all apart. Bears, though, still standing, looking for a little bit more. Turns it back into a winnable position, but they need to get on that spike. They need to pull players away, and now Redgar's gone back. A little bit later, but he doesn't manage to land the shots. The time is going to be there as well. Again, another round just slips through the fingers of GX.
It's always by the narrowest of margins. Big play out of Beyaz, though, pushing through both of those fights on main to take the kills. You really can't account for a play like that. The shot by Fatinho was good, the retreat back as well, but from this point, this is where Beyaz got activated. Knew there was a player in the corner, spams it up, pre-fire running headshot, and even deals with the operator as well. Like you said, Redgar's lurk. The problem is that his teammates need to survive 2 more seconds. If they do, he can catch them off guard, but the timing, again, just slightly off. Bladestorm, hello, it's being spotted, it's being seen. 4 players here, Hunter's Fury activated. Redgar's already down, Hunter's Fury, it's not gonna land too much, and Takas might want to back off.
Let's use the flashes. They're doing this against a low buy as well, which, again, the Hunter's Fury aspect of
That
it,
is a
no
big
real
kill.
risk. You can get out of there for free, but the push-up from Kata, not so much. Not going to be able to escape that one, and that's actually a gun down on the ground, I believe, already being retrieved. So puts this into a 4 versus 4. They're going to have the information as well. Still further aggression, further pushes. Again, he's going to have to go back through all the utility. Luckily, again, we've seen aggression elsewhere from Takas. They are fighting this tooth and nail.
But the spike is down in the spawn now. They have to completely redirect this push. Even as Hoodie goes back to pick it up, he's so cautious of another player being around here. At least able to recover the rifle, and all 3 players left on GX are armed now. Bladestorm for Purpo, rifles for Fatinho and Hoodie. 3 versus 4. It's a great recovery on what was a poor start, but Purple's used the right click to no success. Beyaz his flank caught the spike, and the last man standing barely even has a weapon. A cleanup by Gentlemates, and what was looking like it could have been a nail-biter of a conclusion to this round. It's a bit more clean than I imagined.
Do you reckon that was a misclick?
I'm not sure.
Just a really audacious attempt at a long-range right click.
I would lean towards it being a misclick.
I kind of hope it is, because otherwise that's just... I don't think I've ever seen a Bladestorm used like that.
The pre-fire right click?
Yeah. 5-1. They're needed pause, I think, for GX. It's starting to look a little bit more like that first map where things just started to slip away from them. And also, you can just see the confidence of Gentleman. I will say in this round, I didn't really like it. Like, the push from Kadavra just seemed like a gamble. And also the tank down bottom mid. Like, it took the individual skill of the players to turn the round back. And it was a round where ultimately you look at the economy of GX and you don't need to do that. You don't need to take those risks. But that's just how this team is. A heart on the sleeve sort of org and a heart on the sleeve team. For now, though, there will be a buyback up. A good time to take a pause going into what will be a purchase. The attack side is again where you expect to see these more solid executions from GX, where the investment of time has been put in to get themselves into those post plants and even just how they play the post plants. We'll now get to see if they've got a plan for this one.
One away from Pit and Hunter's Fury. Could see those orbs challenged for early by GX. A lot of presence towards A main as well. They pick it up onto Hoodie.
My ult's not ready.
And already pit yourself out to that A site, grab the plant.
Flash.
Redgar on his way to mid. Just the cage actually thrown for now. Will be a slower start. Decoy destroyed inside of the tube. Been thrown out a few times. I like the position out of TACAS. Saw Durka find a lot of value from this same spot, although there was a wall in play to obscure him slightly. There goes the decoy, and they don't take the bait. TACAS spotted, though, has to gate crash out. And he lost the tank as well. His help on site, now out of the game. GX free to plant.
Spike planted.
Oh, the luck this time from Redgar. A different position. He's going to win the second fight as well. Big round from him. Cuts off the rotations at the legs and leaves. Just 2 remaining. Again, starting to question the finances. Beyaz has some extra cash. They could risk it if they wanted to, but in a 2 versus 5 with a post plant and a Hunter's Fury, I don't like your odds, lads.
Oh, Redgar doesn't want them to save these weapons.
Enemy remaining.
Able to take down TACAS. It's already so costly. They didn't risk those weapons for the round win. They might not be able to secure them nonetheless.
Here.
Time ticks. Cam spotted. And now a bit of danger for Beyaz. Although it doesn't look like Redgar's going for it. No, he's just going to let him carry it through. Have your one rifle, they say.
Level heads until we're home.
I guess, again, if you look at the finances, they'll already do a little bit of extra damage, but also they're going to buy anyway. Whereas, I think for GX, finally winning themselves a round, getting onto that board, you want to make sure that your own economy has a little bit of wiggle room in case things go wrong. They also have some nice combinations for this next one. Having that Hunter's Fury alongside the Dimensional Drift is always a great combination to get yourself an opener. The only worry I have with it is the fact that there's the Null Command and a Viper Spit. 2 things that could, in theory, deny.
Oh, that spam was close. Beyaz is lucky to make it out of there. Now the Dimensional Drift is going to hunt it down. Hunter's Fury activated. Redgar's down by the spam, but Purpo manages the trade and a tank down as well. He's recoverable, but only if they take down the players on the site. Who pushed up so close. Vitinho still with a flash in his back pocket, but he can't use it thanks to this ultimate in play. It'd have to be dry swings.
Oops.
And in the end, the tank goes down.
Not worth the risk. Instead, it's going to be the peek out, and well, both kills coming up for Vitinho. Big round from him, setting up the first and managing to do even more on the next. We now look towards Canada. Nobody currently watching that flank. It has to start getting into the back of their minds. Cloud is dead, maybe to the plant, but no, they're watching in that direction. And Purpo will be ready in the end. A 3rd round on the board A relatively clean one as well from GX with the ultimates used in combination in tandem. And now looking at the side of Gentlemates, it's again a little bit more shaky with the purchase. One that you might want to question whether or not you go for.
I'm surprised Bea's got the first, but the value found by the push up from Purpo can't be understated. A good round for Fitino as well. We saw his double in the replay. Confidence builder for that attacking side, and they are putting round after round on the board. That's 2 in a row. And a chance for a little bit more. A timeout called. It looks like it's a Gentlemates timeout. Not surprising. They won 5 of the first 6 rounds, but the last 2 have felt pretty favorable for GX. You know, obviously, like even looking at the first map, the round they won wasn't exactly the most repeatable. It wasn't one mates would be nervous about, but these last 2, it does feel like they found their footing on the attack.
Yeah, and I think as well, the big thing, it was mentioned on the desk as well, is a lot of the defensive side from GX revolves still around Fitino and Purpo. It's like their aggression, it's very almost telegraphed what they're going to be doing. And so them having a good performance is very important. It's also a little bit worrying how Cloud's just not in the server right now, considering that you think back to last map, he had so many high impact rounds. If he starts to wake up, there's still opportunities for GX. On the other side of things, I do think that a lot of what Gentlemates are attempting, even on players that don't have a get out of jail free card, was just hyper aggression, like getting up in the faces of their opponents. And once GX realized that, things become a lot easier. Saying that, Bayers has bought a hero operator for himself.
Yes.
See, I saw them like going for the buy, and I was like, that's a little bit risky. This was never on the cards. It is not something I expected, even for 1 second, and that might tell you why.
Not exactly a successful investment, let's say.
Spike planted.
Maybe it worked in scrims.
But it's just... I'm so confused. Like you have a Yoru who could get aggressive at TP, and it's Takas who's very good at that. That's baffling. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's actually been hitting the off DM. Maybe he saw some Bazi in the past. Bazi was always a Sova operator player.
Maybe he just said, "It's my credits, mate." Right?
Yeah, you know.
I saved it.
Did he say mate as well?
Probably, yeah.
These are my credits, mates.
Mates, exactly.
Last player standing.
Yeah, well, it's going as expected once that op is dropped. Rifle to be saved out by Whalers on the B site. Rest of the squad already down and out, and Spike soon to explode. GX with a 4th now, and another repeatable success, dealing with the operator right off rip. But I'm not sure we'll see that setup from mates again.
I think they literally can't afford it, so they can maybe if someone plays with nothing, they can drop him one.
Maybe in a future round. I'm not sure if you'll look at that.
Oh, you're saying that.
Let's do it again.
Takas has bought the glass cannon one. So he didn't want it last round when he could have been dropped it, but he wanted it this round where he doesn't have shields.
Makes sense.
We'll never know the reasons. I'm sure I don't want to. Either way, this time, a 4-man stack up outside of the A site. They are just going all in, straight off the back of this, but it is a slaughter. The fights have not been going their way. The operator wasn't really able to get into position either. The other 2 players were gone so fast. And even when they directly try and counter this A take, they get wrecked.
Well, GX were just very ready for it. So many players inside that choke point, 2 further back, not even going to be caught by any initial utility you throw through. The op shot doesn't land either.
Who's next?
They're waiting for a Hail Mary play. And the Gentlemate side might not have the opportunity to capitalize on the investments they've made. Maybe we'll even see them carry these through to the next. Think about a save already. Look at the rotation from the tank, making it to B. This is what's going to tell us. They now know the spike's been planted, and they shift more to the left side of the map. That is definitely telling you they're not looking to win this round. Instead, these weapons will be carried forward. They'll have a bit more of a scrappy buy for the next. And for a second, I was going to say Kata had the pit online, but of course he used it 2 rounds ago on B site, right at the very start of the round, and then had to retake A. So that's not there to work with either.
Yeah, again, it just seems like GX are becoming very, very ready for everything that's being attempted. And the only sort of...
Nice shot.
each page of the notes just says the word aggression on it. It's like there hasn't been any other sort of adaptations. Like, okay, we tried holding A main with an operator. Okay, that didn't work. What's the next plan? Different players going to be on A main with an operator, but now he has 3 friends, and we're just going to swing it. And it's like, well, but they're all waiting on the other side for us. Yes. Does that not sound risky? That's our middle name.
Oh, well, that replay makes it look a little bit more forgivable. The flash was good, it blinded a player, and they still managed to get a headshot on you as you walk through. It is the downside of it being a choke point.
Yeah, but
very predictable timing that when the flash pops, someone's going to swing.
Yeah, and if you've got decent crosshair placement, well, it's not the most surprising
Anyone here
thing in the world.
doesn't have decent crosshair placement. I think
they're in the wrong place. 5-5 after what was an impressive start from Gentlemates. Things have started to diminish. As said, I always have more faith in this team when it comes to the attack side. And Takas still having that operator. They've still been able to save weaponry over. It's not like this is a death sentence. No. For the side of GX, hey, they've been pressuring this A site again and again, and no matter how many players have been there, it's been successful.
Decoy leading the charge again. Snakebite and nade slow them down on the other side. There's no need to delay for rotations because there's plenty of players here as they're finding out. Those spams from Beaz have been perfect. Straight through the pyramids. And he's lit Purpo down to 4 health, almost the opening pick blind.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think now GX have realized how much of a stack they're walking into. They've seen nades, snake bites, probably a shock dart or 2.
Oh.
It's a whiff shot.
Dude, Takas really is not having a good series.
Vitinho's been doing that quite a bit, so denying the space that he's been taking. Definitely helped them out. Low HP for Purpo. Getting everything will be tough. I'm on now Redgar Hoodie with 20 seconds to try and get a plant. I don't know if anything's going to be possible. In fact, they're both holding snipers. This is not the weaponry you want when you need to encroach onto the site with just seconds left. This round already looks over. It would have to be a mistake. And while one kill goes their way, but Hoodie is so desperately low and doesn't know the Whalers is still there. Mates back on the board.
Even if he kills Whalers, time to plant means he has to stick it.
Yeah.
And he had a player of Kadavra very close by. There was no way to get out of that one alive. Rygar did manage to deal with Takas, pop the ult, but again, I think the problem is the second that GX start to get a leg up, they've already lost so many players on the other side. Oh, didn't even see how close that was the first time.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Vitinho definitely got red in that round, but I also just think we saw what happens when they use their utility. Like, they have to stack up in the same place, but they use their utility to slow down rather than their faces. And weirdly, that was it was more successful. But even still, GX are not deterred. Still, they have 4 players stacked up outside of A. 1 lurking around the elbow. A very aggressive spot by Takas. See, this is one that if Redgar went back, he'd actually have a free kill. But well, why would he do that?
Yeah. Usually you see him sit around the boxes for quite a while, but he's quickly on the move, hastening those flanks. Taking control of mid, but that's an area that has been conceded. It's not somewhere that they're exposed to on the site. So we'll have trouble to find value from this position. Perhaps he can catch one off guard. There's the head revealing itself to him. The shots are landing. Eventually they will, but the punish, just enough time for Cadaver to react. And he corrects on the Cloud while the rest of the squad comes through for every other kill. It's Hoodie. Viper's Pit there to work with, but he can't even activate it. A wall bang from Takas to close the round and a half, 7-5.
Yeah, I think it took them a little bit longer than they would have liked to recalibrate, but in those last few rounds, we definitely saw like GX sort of just try the same thing again and again without the same success. I will say it worried me a little bit just how much space that Redgar was able to get, like basically walking all the way around the elbow and still managing to get up mid without anybody noticing, but I guess the job is done. Mates now moving on to their attack side, and we have to see what's there for GX on the defense, because, as I said, the desk was talking about it. Kakuka was saying, like, this composition almost forces them to be aggressive because you've got that double duelist. So we kind of hope they've got some decent setups here.
You would have to hope so. Certainly seems the idea is to get aggressive with them, in the pistol round at least. Push down mid, Vitinho in a predictable spot for a Yoru. Though he hasn't put his gate crash out yet. Initial contact further back from Redguard, just spotting his camera. You'll have two players top mid swinging on the back of contact for Fadinho, but nobody's going his way. Gentlemates are still spread. Look at where the spike is. Even as they make this presence towards the site, it's not a push. Not a full commitment, at least. Although that might change as they see how wide open the site truly is.
Oh, spam shots. Not too far away. Whalers' lurk has been seen, something they'll have to consider. As this now becomes a full retake. Kadabra those caught, well, pretty much every single player. Of course, not knowing
that flank from Whalers is like...
Needs to get a move on a bit. The rest of the team about to come under some serious pressure. He's reliant on this being slowed down. Takas does a decent job of it. 2 kills, those Sheriffs working out, and it's now left onto Cloud. An incredibly quiet game for him so far. He almost steps up when needed, but the tank is there to finish it off.
Tight margin yet again, but a pistol under Gentlemate's belt. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I can see it actually there. It's 2 pistols now on this map. Those injections of rounds basically making the only difference between these two teams. Let's come to rifles. Could even say that GX looked better in that previous half. They got their 4-round streak. They had a lot of success on A. It was easy to break through.
But such an adorable team.
Those high fives looked anything but gentle. Time to jump. Don't know if that matched your power though, Tom. Still stinging from that. It's 2 days ago.
Don't know what you mean.
A little push out of GX, but there's a trap waiting.
Cam
waiting and a trap waiting. So that info is definitely there. I think they only saw 2. Maybe there was an extra set of feet alongside Burbo, but that'll be the most information to work with. Luckily, Whalers only has a pistol, so even as he goes down, it's not the end of the world. Nothing given over to his opponents. And the B site under threat yet again. With Redgar forced back by utility. He has an angle to do some damage, but just not the weaponry for it.
Yeah, and the rest of the team, well, all the information was there.
Planted.
Again, Kadabra's going to try and catch a timing, maybe earn an orb or 2 in one way or another. Probably not the way that he wanted. As Hoodie will drop one more. He only had a pistol. Now any more weaponry dropped is much more damning. This would be something that has to be rebought, and well, it doesn't look like there's going to be anything. It's left all onto Hoodie. Steps will be heard. And the shot will be connected. That's going to be the sniper dropped. Remaining 2 players, not really that much of a benefit of hunting this one down, but I guess the extra orb is wanted by a tank. He's had a fantastic game. 15 and 7 on the KO is something that you kind of think, sorry, 16 and 7 on the KO. Maybe that over the Phoenix was the play.
Do you reckon? I don't know. I'm not sold just yet, Tom. But altogether, decent damage for GX. Another round that they can be pretty happy in. And I'm much more enthused by what I've seen, certainly on
That was solid buy for Gentlemate.
If they had a pistol behind them, because I'm sure at home you've seen a 9-5 scoreline, and we're harping on that the 5 team, going, they've done nothing, it's over, blah, blah. But they have been able to fight back in the rifle rounds. They haven't got a pistol under their
And those small shield can be
both pistols in the follow-up. That's 4 rounds. The gap
can
is
be
4
farmed
rounds.
by the Bulldog too.
Whether fickle or not, it does
So
sit with
it's-
mates. And now on the attack, they've got
It's a
themselves
very
pretty
solid
decent
bonus
third
for
round.
Gentlemate.
Rifles
They have
across the
a
board with Bayaz being the only
very likely chance to win
We'll
it.
see the Bulldog do some work.
Yeah, the setup here is having Fadinho for that rotation, but his TP's only just coming along. The full pressure will be onto Cloud. He's had 1 kill in the first half, 2 in this second, and that's not going to be changing just yet. A very quiet performance for someone so individually talented. He's definitely being missed at the moment, but it's an even trade for now. Hoodie under pressure, and he'll fall. Vitinho, he made that rotation in the end. This one's for free. Nobody guarding the drone. He won't get an easier kill than that, but he needs some support now.
3v3 post
I
plant.
think he's regretting droning from on top of the box now.
Or Whalers could be
It's going to be a
flanked.
free way back through for GX potentially, but still a 3v3. Players spread across Redgar's flank. Well, late rotation more so, catching the flank of Whalers. Big kill and scalp to take as they look towards the site. Kadabra's 46 HP, and now the last man standing. stuck inside of main. 3 players on their way. Plenty of time still to defuse that if they can just deal with him. And the wallbang is enough on low HP. A 6th round found for GX. Not a bad bonus for mates, but did look like they could get a little bit more done.
Yeah, I think just being caught by a couple
Good
of
round
drones,
for
again,
Giants.
Like being in the drone there, a massive risk when you don't have that backside control. And then also, I think just the flank not being expected, that late rotation from Redgar will be what costs them as a round. Now you look at the ultimates. Both teams with that dimensional drift on the Yoru.
What?
And a null command as well. Definitely stuff to play with.
Can see the stress on Pipson's face.
Every game counts for them. Yeah. It's them and Koi that don't really have opportunities to make any mistakes. It's a brutal split too. Some teams can almost consider themselves qualified and others can almost consider themselves out. But GX, it's still an almost. But losing to Gentlemates, it wouldn't set them up to be in a strong position. Takas is going to be leading the way. Always seems to bring value for the squad in these sort of positions. So much information to be had. The pop flash is perfect from the tank. He's still continuing his reign of terror, but eventually is put down. And while Takas actually teleported to the other side of the map, he's now coming in on a bit of a flank.
Yeah, it took me a good 15 seconds to realize where he teleported to. I thought he'd gone to a different map. He's around middle, playing it slow. The tank dropped the rest of the squad, rotating. They've seen that perhaps the B site will be open. That ult, as he comes out of it, he makes noise. It's a clear cue to Takas.
Oh, that timing.
By making the rotation, ult used. He has to strike now, and Vitinho is the one to deal the damage. Dropping Takas leaves the spike in limbo. It's in the spawn right now with no direction on where to go. Cadaver looked like he had an opening, but he's dropped by Redgar. And with that, I'm leaning towards the save call. It doesn't look like they are. 15 seconds though, there's no time. They're tucked in down below. Uncouth saving position.
And that's the thing, this just looks like a round that was, well, very well played by Vitinho, but slightly overplayed by Gentlemates. They got themselves into the site, got the initial kill, had the tank on the deck, basically taking away everyone's utility. And because of that TP away that didn't really spot anyone rotating, they made the assumption that everyone was already gone. And that quick thinking from Vitinho to go back over to the other side of the map is ultimately what won them the round. And finding a high impact kill that meant that, okay, well, we don't have the space we thought we had. And so we got 30 seconds to try and take a risk and make a play.
Yeah, Redgar being able to use the neural theft as well, it really forced the issue for Takas.
Excuse me?
Huh.
It's the Marshall buy.
A lot of long-range angles. But they're up against an operator and Purpo if they take that fight on mid.
That'll be real team synergy. You have to shoot 2 at the same time while he shoots 1. And if you get the shots, you win.
Watching here.
Or just him in the face.
For now, at least, they're fairly spread out. A buddy system in play. I actually really like this round, but it hasn't started well with the tank drop.
No.
The idea of having a rifle with a Marshall, you do damage like that to Cloud, it's going to be easy to follow through with that scope later on. One man less for Gentlemates to work with.
Taken out.
Sure, the cam is destroyed, but there doesn't seem to be a clear way in just yet. The numbers are being thinned out bit by bit with these individual duels.
Well, that's the thing. We've had the call of Purpo in mid, now Purpo on A. I wonder if he'll finish it off with B. Oh, he's already spotted a player back towards middle. And again, this time is ticking, but they're just not giving anything. GX are waiting for them to make a move. They're not doing the same sort of pushes we saw from the side of Gentlemates. They are forcing them into a spot where they have to execute. And okay, sure, you can save those 2 rifles, but even Purpo now is starting to doubt if anybody's actually still here. No real need for a rotation, just getting into a passive position, and now has that info. But they got 15 seconds to try and get onto this site, get the plant. That's a nice shot from Beaz, but they still haven't managed to isolate the player at the back of the site, and a rotating Vitinho just isn't missing a shot. 6 seconds to try and do anything for Cadaver. It is not going to be the case. And just as you said, in those buy rounds, that's where Giant X seemed to start the comeback.
Yeah, and here they're playing very clinically. Their first 2 kills, operators across the map, repositioning for Purpo, keeping them on the back foot. And from there, okay, the last fights, they go their way, sure, but the reason they do is because the timer is so low. These players have to up the pace, run through the site, and it just leads to those problems. I think the discipline on display from GX is not what mates expected to run against, because they were sat waiting for a mistake to be made, and last stage maybe it would be that. That was a mistake off rip.
That was the counter, where we even saw GX do exactly the same thing, where you have that shock dart, you have that snake bite. He's gonna get caught in a drone again, Bayaz! Oh, he's gonna be so upset. Oh, that nice assist, brilliant assist from Hoodie there, putting a snake bite onto a guy already at a drone. But look at the rotation. It doesn't even matter. Bayaz was just trying to sell a fake, and although the information is there, Redguard now has everything to do. A kill is minimum. He needs to try and get something here, and they're just walking up. He's now realized how close they actually are. So much information being had by the utility, but he needs to get something, not expecting anybody that close, and the tank will go down, putting this into an advantage, and he's surviving. No one countering him out just yet, and they're gonna go peeking. He's expecting the angle, even hits the headshot as well.
The fact that the rest of GX is rotated in to cover him, he's just a turret. Only one direction he has to worry about. Tak has a close, and he'll be caught, as will the rest of Gentlemates. A quick conclusion to the round, and GX have closed the gap. It was a 4-round gap on the back of Pistols and the follow-up. Now they're neck and neck.
Yeah, the defensive side has actually looked very, very good for them. Even after the sort of initial blip, like it a good read coming out, but not expecting Vitinho. And that's the thing, Vitinho has been on fire. But we talk about this guy taking a back seat for Purpo to come in on that duelist role. Right now, he's making a case why he should be the primary. The guy is 21 and 10 on that Yoru, been running the show across the map. They haven't been able to deal with him. It's basically been him versus Natong on the other side, 19 and 11. Both players putting up fantastic performances, but that round was more on Redguard. The fact he survives such an absurd amount of time, but also predicts where they'll peek it from. So, okay, if I've cleared this angle, they have to be here. I've got a teammate now covering here. It's just good reactive plays from the IGL. Someone, again, who in the last split received an unbelievable amount of criticism because of his spatial awareness, because of being caught in the back, caught off with weird TPs, like, you name it. That was a great round from him.
Redguard's looking at this game saying, Bayaz, don't worry, I know how you feel, bro. These things happen to the best of us, because they happen to Redguard. Yeah, Bayaz has had a tough time. A couple of times caught off in the last few rounds in that drone, just in unideal positions. And it's strange not to see the cover there.
Yeah.
I think that's a large element of why mates are calling this timeout, because those are issues you
I would
can't
say
allow to have.
in this round, it's fine. The round before, though,
where he's
insane.
like on a box,
yeah, like
knowing there's a Yoru backside. That's
This
kinda
round is
crazy.
like he was selling a fake, so if he had support, then it's
wouldn't
just a
be a fake.
2-2 split. It's not a fake anymore. So, like, I get it in this round. It's unlucky because what Vitinho did, if there was other players there, was dumb.
And typically,
but he got the timing spot on, got the play spot on as well. And now we're back to the Marshals again.
Don't mess with gun here.
They've been a little bit cursed so far, especially when coming up against Vitinho, because my man is not missing.
22 and 10 now, something around that margin. Not a bad performance from him at all. Especially, like, this is the Vitinho duelist I expected to see when we first got to see him grace our stage. You heard from so many of the Spanish talent how impressive he would be.
Well, think about when they have got to big events, he has been nuts.
Absolutely.
Like, Lock-in, he had some crazy performances.
Yeah. It just feels like seasonal play week to week. We didn't get that value out of him. Big battle coming up. Purpo's the one to win it. And with that, shuts down any idea for mates to go pushing up on mid.
But that's the thing. I think this dynamic as a setup is really nice for them. You have the absurd aggressiveness of Vitinho, and then the passive operator play from Purpo. Because Purpo's not been missing these easy sitters, but put him up close, maybe it goes a little bit wrong. Vitinho, though, put him up close, and he'll pop your face. He's been doing it all game. And Andalucia flawless for the Spaniard, as he'll take his third kill of the round, move himself even further up that board. And right now, well, I don't even think that Gentlemates need to consider how to beat GX. They need to figure out how to beat Vitinho.
I wasn't really sold after that first map. You know, the reality is, I wasn't sold on GX. Understandably, 13-1, they got dominated. The thing you'll always say about Gentlemates is when they get time to prepare, when they come in prepared, you're screwed. And on Split, yes, there were a few individual duels that just weren't hitting, but for the most part, it was that they were on the back foot from the second barriers went up. Mates had control of the map. They pushed and pulled it. They caught players with their back turned. It was a masterclass of how to play Split. The wrong time for it with the upcoming changes, but for GX, once they go to Sunset, look much more comfortable. You don't see that same element like they're playing in a different tier all of a sudden. And now coming into Breeze, when it comes to rifle rounds, they've been the more impressive squad. In this series, their character arc has been impressive. And all that's left to do is to close it out now here on Breeze. 10-9, 3 rounds needed. Leg shot, possibly through the wall. Whalers down to 5.
Can he get out though? Like, where does he go from here? He's actually going to go forward into Whalers. Ends up being the right call. Whalers is so low on HP that facing this would be a risk. The rest of the team, again, though, are just going to start pushing in the other direction. The tongue, this is a bold spot. Not to be confused. The bold spot. He's not going to shoot. Not going to give his position away. The spike has gone in the other direction, though. They're leaving this man here.
Left.
Look at where Hoodie is. He may even just accidentally step on his head millimeters apart without even realizing. And actually, Cat is going to be the one to get his kill. It means that this position still hasn't been revealed. The push-up from the tank is going to go even further. They're trying to find Rega. They're trying to find the man on the back of the site.
Oh, that's a good connection. Oh, the second burst didn't hit, and the push through from the tank. He will get a second chance at Cloud.
Finio?
Fury still active.
Oh my god!
What is that double? They were ready for him, waiting, but now there's a chance still for GX. Purple, operator in hand, with a Blade Storm to use. It could help to get through that pit, and the Blade Storm is the first to find a kill, and the tank down. Both players left in the pit. Whalers on 5 HP. And
Why do you push your own pit?
5 health. All that's left for Mates in this round, or GX will hit 11. Whalers catches the first, but needs to stop the defuse, and Vitinho's off it.
Oh my fucking god, mate.
Fire, and GX may win this map because of him.
Oh my god. Your offense is terrified. Fiddy's on fire. This dude is on another level. Like, the man literally walked in. He didn't even know the second player was there. That was pure instinct, pure reactions. And this was a round that looked done. He's chasing his man down, sees the second, snaps, and then kills the other through the door. This is the man that was promised. This is the representative of Spain. And even Redgar's lost. Even Redgar's lost of what his teammate is doing. 11-9. I believe, was that 28 kills now for Vitinho?
Yep.
To say he's been the difference maker would be understatement of the year.
That's a once-in-a-lifetime performance for him. Be hard to match this going forward. Oh, the flash causes a bit of a problem. Purpo, Hoodie, Vitinho, all
And that's
Gentlemates,
open A
flurry
site.
of frags have taken the A site and left Cloud and Redgar all alone, locked out more or less. And well, look, credits aren't really a problem for this squad, so I'll see them still going for it. Although Redgar's going walkabouts, and the problem for him is Cadaver's seen him. The latest lurk of all time for this attacking side. Cloud should not have gotten away with that, but it's okay. A few shaky shots from the tank. Cadaver will close Redgar, leaving just the one man. And a 10th round on the board for Mates. Gap down to 1. It's late stages, and it's still to play for.
Yeah, we've seen this from GX quite a few times, having leads. I'm thinking about, like, that's the one thing I'm happy about. We haven't seen them play Lotus. Both their Lotus games, 16-14 wins where they've been in the lead and let it slip. But to have 6 round streak and then just a round like this, just an explosive round from Gentlemates. I feel like they almost just let go of trying to counter, trying to come up with ideas, and just played off that individual skill that we know they have. And they're looking to do it again, picking up that pace straight through in towards this B site, on to pressure Redgar. They know exactly where he is. Hunter's Fury to try and eliminate him. Purpo already there in support, but it's only going to be the one. Make that a second.
Nice stuff. He's still going too. Dash still online, looking for another victim. Flash used on backside. Problem here.
He sees too. Fuck us, man. Whoa, that shooting.
As the last man standing, here comes Vitinho looking for him. Looking for a position to lock him out of this round. Now surrounded. And in fact, it's a ruse. The gate crash out of there. That's going to run the clock way down.
Smelt the blood in the water. Turns out it was just Ribena. Time wasted, and that's all that was really the goal.
Out of charges.
Beaz, to walk into this crossfire, the contact is the deepest player in, and while Purpo's not missing a beat, we've hyped up his teammate throughout the game, but this was his round.
Damn.
That's the thing. This whole plan from the side of Gentlemates was, okay, they've relied on the B-site defense that was there from Redgar. They've relied on his utility. Let's remove that immediately. And just for a second, they forget that Purpo exists. And just look at how aggressive they were to get back in and try and help their teammates.
Next.
That one's gonna haunt dreams.
No, without a doubt. Few missed bullets. This late on into the game, 12-10, 2 in a row for Mates. A team that started this series by 13 winning their opponents. And I'd almost give them a 13-0. They're not welcome to the club, but my goodness, they earned it.
Yeah, they're 5-1 up in this one as well. 9-5 up. But everything's slipping away.
What?
Big play from him to get an opener, but they've still got to deal with Redgar again. He's just irritating to play, and he's done well. Finds a second kill in a spot where it looked like he should have got nothing. Kada is back-to-back. A Romeo and Juliet story that also will probably end in death. Spoilers. There's also a flank coming in from Hoodie as well. The thing is, there's double trips. They're making sure that there's no gap for him to play around. In fact, even a camera. The setup is there to make sure they have all the information as they now try and fight this 3v3.
It's Kata's position. It's so beautiful, the timing. He's been reading his opponents all series long, and this could be hit. Vitinho down, and he retreats, buying that little bit more time, holding on to dear life in this series, and they will buy themselves at least one more round. 12-11, we're going the distance on Breeze, the final map in the series. This could be where it slips away for GX yet again, or where Mates find themselves losing the race just seconds from the finish line.
A lot of this round came down to Cadaver.
He was blind too.
For a new player to come in after a decent amount of time in the tier 2. Also one of the few players that's actually coming in for Split 2. He's had one hell of a performance, but if you're a Gentlemates fan, you might have to ask him just for a little bit more. Again, it seems like the lean is towards this B-side, where they've had more success over the last couple of rounds, but plenty of players for them to deal with, and it's all a ruse. Again, just trying to sell these fakes, but just look at the position of Purpo. He's waiting for them to come back. And that's Takas gone. He has to watch from the sidelines.
It's also the early warning flare up in the air. GX know it's an A play that they're angling for. That was a clear B fake. Now they're moving towards this site with 4 players, locking off all this control that Mates would want to slip their way through. Whalers would want to go through the doors. Late play out of Beaz as well. This guy's still on B with 55 seconds left, and because of that, look at the rotation underway. The spike is starting to move outside of A main. They're going to leave Whalers behind to lurk in tube to get that impact as 4 players rotate, and all they need to do, and it might seem like a simple task, is deal with Redgar. He's been good so far, but all his util gone with that knife, and now trapped on the backside. They know that he's here. It's also the position that he has played from so many times. Flank is caught on Whalers. Redgar still up close, now being pushed on, and good for the first. The tank down, info in their hands, and look at GX. The whole squad is here to play and to save the day. Oh no, Kada and Beaz, 2 quick kills. Kada on another. All of a sudden it's looking doable.
Damn.
Like that, the lights are out on Mate's chances.
Honestly, Gentleman can fucking be mad about losing that fucking best of 3. 13-11, 13-11, like... It's crazy, man.
29 and 13 on that Yoru. To say we missed his duelist would be an understatement, but what a statement coming back.
They dropped so many fucking rounds, like.
The defensive sides thrive, but this has to be one of
Holy
the most
fucking
impressive
shit, man.
performances individually we've seen from anyone on that team all season long. For Gentlemates, it's got to be better. Losing 2 maps, 13-11. You're going to look at the round difference and it's going to have gone up in a loss, which is insanity. But it wasn't their day in the end. A few close clutches, a few misplaced shots, and that's all it took to be the difference in this one. But for the side of GX, they've gone from a split 1 with 1 win to the first win already on the board in split 2. Let's see if they can keep that going.
You can tell how much it means to this squad, being able to hold on, seeing individual performances like that from Fidinho. We've seen it on the international stage, but he's brought it home and brought home the win alongside it. For GX, we said their chances are low, and this has to be a near perfect stage. And as far as those last 2 maps go, that's a good sign for what they've got to bring to the table. And one of the best debuts from a rookie in the form of Cadaver on that stage, and they're able to deal with that as well. A gorgeous display from the boys in blue. And now we just have to see what else the season holds.
But that's the thing. You look at the end of the last split, they managed to get themselves onto the board. Well, they've carried that going. They've started this split with a
Even the Giants player are not happy of winning. Like, when you look at them actually.
But that was the best start they could have had.
Well, I'm going to hope that our audio engineers have been hard at work behind the scenes, working on the microphone I see down on the stage, because I think we're going to be having some words with Pipson. And listen, he had some words to say during that match, maybe.
I don't think I can repeat them.
Maybe his rousing speech did a lot for this squad, because that is an impressive return and reverse sweep. Let's hear from the man himself down on the stage with Yinsu.
Well, Mitch and Tom, we don't have to guess anymore because we have a head coach of Giant X, Pipson, here with me. First of all, Pipson, congratulations. I feel like last split, you guys looked good. It looked like you could always get that win, but map 3 was always an issue. 5 out of 5 times that you guys didn't manage to win a map 3, but you finally did. So how happy do you feel about that right now?
I'm actually really happy that we managed to win, but the quality of the game was so shaky, so we still have to work a lot on a lot of aspects, especially closing out the rounds when we have a big advantage or a crucial information and we know where the enemy is gonna go, but we are not processing it during the game. And yeah, but I'm happy.
We see you quite animated on the coach cams. I mean, a lot of the coaches are pretty animated. You've seen them as well. So what is it that you're saying to your players during these, attack pauses, and how to kind of get them more into more of a disciplined fashion again?
I mean, most of the time I'm saying my thoughts about like what do I think is gonna work. Like for example on Breeze, when I took the pause, I just said just go every round. I feel that the area is super weak, and we just went 7 rounds in a row or 8 rounds in a row, and we managed to win the rounds. And this is one of the most stuff I'm saying. And sometimes, like for example on Split, I started to scream just because we have like I even said sorry to them that like I'm sorry, but I will scream on you right now. And like it's just because we exactly know, for example, where they're going. Like Purpo is locking A, saying A is completely clear, Cypher activated cages, it's fake, here B, and then I hear, oh, let's double push below B. We are just pushing below B and saying, oh, 4 people, and I'm like, yes, it's obvious. And like we're just sometimes not thinking, and it makes our life a bit harder.
It's like the helplessness, right? Because you're the coach, you can't exactly go in there and change things on the spot. But in terms of changing things, that split comp, we don't see Killjoy very often. So what was the actual idea behind bringing in Killjoy?
I mean, the main idea is that it can gives you a little bit more of information, and even if they are breaking something, like for example an alarm bot, you still can have a turret, which apparently on this map can spot 2 angles still. So you can put it on A and it will spot upper and lower, you can put it on B, it will spot below B and heaven and the stuff like that, so you can kinda lock the lurker like that. Plus, we thought that if you are playing with a double duelist composition, on attack it is really nice to have extra Molotov, because you're gonna play as pretty straightforward rounds, right? So when you're gonna execute, and it's a little bit more useful than Cypher, that you can have like somewhere like a Molotov rafters on A or on B, or Molotov in front of City, so people cannot just run out through the smoke. So that was the main idea why it is Killjoy and not Cypher.
I think it's a little bit of a shame that it was an off day. You know, first time you debut a comp, it happens. Lastly, I know that you said it wasn't exactly the match that you wanted to see, but you have to be pretty pleased with Fidinho, right? On that Breeze, he was going crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Fidinho, like, played an insane game on Breeze. I don't know, some rounds that he won is unbelievable, like the 2v5 when we won. It's some unbelievable situations. He's hitting insane shots and he's in a good shape, which is really, really good.
Well, I'm glad to see you guys start the season with a win. Hopefully you can get a few more under your belt as well. Thank you very much, Pibson, for joining me. That was Giant X, but we have two more teams to take the stage. As you guys can see behind me, it's going to be Vitality versus Team Liquid right after this break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
Welcome back, everybody, once again to VCT EMEA. We just saw Giant X in action, and we're now joined by Redgar from Giant X, and I got Ash here with me as well.
Hello.
First of all, Redgar, congratulations on that win. This is a great start to your season, considering how last split went. So, are you happy?
Yeah, of course I'm happy when I'm winning, but how we won, I'm not fully happy. I think you saw how the Pipson was also happy, you know, in terms how we won. I think we could play better, but at least it's the first win for us. I hope not last, and we will try to win more.
I believe, Ash. I think I'm on the other side of the scale of like a win is a win. Doesn't matter how you want it. It's a win.
It's where you need to start, right? And I know Iansu was asking Pipson in that interview about what he says in those tactical pauses. But I'm also wondering what is being said to kind of bring back emotionally the team in those situations when you are down that 1-13 on the first map instead of more the tactical side.
I think when it was 1-13, it was a good thing that everyone was on the same page in terms we maybe not gonna win it, but let's try at least to win a lot of rounds, so they're gonna maybe get pressured, so they're gonna waste energy, but we'll just try, you know. If it works, it works. If it's not, it's okay.
You already broke your map 3 curse. I think that's a good thing, Redgar. It's a good thing.
Because we lost first, I guess. Or maybe because we're Team V.
Yeah?
First time. We first time won coin flip.
Do you believe in that kind of stuff?
Of course.
Oh, I do too, to be fair, I do too. But Redgar, of course, as you know, we have a second match coming up, and this will matter to you guys as well in terms of where you finish in the standings. And of course, it's your old team, Team Liquid, taking on Team Vitality with your old teammate Safe on the side. So I thought, who better to come and maybe help us judge how these teams are going to do than you? So what we're going to do is, as you can see behind us, we have the EMEA exchange. And as you know, if we take a look at the standings, there's a lot of opportunities for teams to move up and move down through the standings. In fact, after today, Giant X have moved up. You guys are one above Gentlemates as well, and you just need to move 3 more slots and you'll be making playoffs.
Yeah, we need to do it.
Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you. But the question is, can the teams that are competing today do it? Let's start just talking about Team Liquid a little bit, because, you know, we've heard down the grapevine some rumors here and there. Some of the players on Team Liquid might be taking on more responsibilities, and I believe Nats, who you're very familiar with, is already a secondary caller, and I know that he helped you a lot as well when you were teammates together. So if he were to kind of step in a bigger role in that sense, how do you think he's going to do?
First of all, when he was second caller with me, we had a pretty similar vision in terms of the things, like how we're calling, or sometimes I want to call some rounds and he's like already saying, guys, we need to do this. I was like, yeah, I like it. Sometimes it's good when you're on the same page, but right now, for example, I have Cloud and we have different vision, and it's good to have different opinions. But I think Nats in the future will be probably like one of the best IGLs, I think.
Really?
Yeah, he just needs the time, you know? Right now, he's performed like as a, you know, like player. But in the future, I think like after 2-3 years when he become more experienced and the game will go forward, he'll be really good IGL.
He has potential. So with that in mind, and also after what you heard from Redgar, Ash, I want you to both tell me if you think Liquid have the potential to move up in the tables, move down in the tables, or stay the same. Knowing that maybe we have...
After today's game or in general?
Yeah, just in general, but maybe let's take today's game in mind.
I'm going with the neutral. This time around. I think it will take time to get used to a system where we might see Nats taking on more of that responsibility, and especially when there's a big difference in the fact that he's not usually playing with the pack. He's not usually playing with the team. He's going to be more on that lurking role, and that can make it a bit more difficult to try and sync up on the other side of the map, because that's a lot more awareness that he's going to obviously have to have as well.
I think I will use also, but I will use like the up. I think this today game is gonna be a little bit spicy, right? And I think we're gonna see really nice, interesting stuff, because I think they have kind of pretty similar Vito, and we also played versus both these teams, and they are both really strong. So I think it's gonna be a really good game.
Oh, well, I'm kind of with Ash a little bit. I definitely don't think they're gonna move down, but I think like I'm halfway between these two. So we'll see what happens after today. But as you said, lots of interesting things coming in. And there's a new head coach on the side of Team Vitality as well. So let's take a look and see what Gorilla had to say earlier. It's time to see what's been going on with Team Vitality. We have a new face here. Well, not really new, because Gorilla, you've been here for a while, but congratulations on the head coach position.
Thank you.
How are things? How different are your responsibilities now, I guess?
A lot different, really. I'm a lot more like hands-on involved in the team now, more like person-to-person management kind of thing. my role before was like very analytical, did a lot of the antis, a lot of the micro stuff, but now it's like shifted more towards interpersonal stuff and the macro of the round.
Do you think it's fair to say that, as with Team Vitality this year, there was a bit of an identity issue where people weren't quite sure what you wanted to kind of bring in terms of playstyle, in terms of who you guys were? If so, what is the identity right now of Team Vitality?
So I guess it's kind of fair. I think we had a vision of what we wanted to achieve. It's just we couldn't achieve it every single time. Like, it wasn't very consistent. The first thing that I did is we took some pretty big risks in terms of the way we wanted to define our identity now. Like, we had, what, 4 weeks of prac, maybe a bit less. And we basically shifted everything. Like, nothing is really the same from last split. From in terms of playstyle, comps we run, who plays what, like everything's pretty much different in one way or another. So.
And is this a you thing? Is this exactly what you wanted to implement?
Yeah, I mean, my main thing is I want to utilize my players the best. Like, you know, see where it fits them, you know, how they fit around. And Runner's been playing exceptionally well in prac recently. So, you know, and basically suiting his skill set the best. And all the other people on the team as well, because everyone was a bit off roll and that every now and again. So basically sticking with comfort and taking some big risks with the stuff with them.
Well, you say comfort. You got 3 duelists on your team. So are you running triple duelists?
Maybe. All I'm saying is Trex has been playing raids and ranked quite a bit.
Oh my goodness, that will be like a return of his role for sure.
Yeah.
I have to ask you though, because as you know, when it comes to being a head coach, when it comes to a team like Team Vitality as well, the fans have very high expectations. They want results and they want it fast. So how do you prepare to kind of, you know, make them happy and deliver the results this split?
I mean, as I said, basically you're starting from a clean slate. With basically everything we've done in and outside of the team, and basically just doing our best. We've improved every aspect of our gameplay, like especially like the fundamentals, our communication, our macro is all like, you know, taking a big buff, and hopefully that reflects in the server, as well as in comms taking less of a risk, but in, you know, you'll find out in I don't know how long this will play before the game, but you'll probably find out relatively soon.
Okay, last question. I want a number from you. From the scale of 1 to 10, how excited should we be about the changes?
I don't know, like 7, 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 8. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Take an 8.
Well, thank you very much, Gorilla, for joining me, and I can't wait to get the 8 out of 10 of excitement from Team Vitality. Well, Vitality, they promised us new stuff. They promised us an identity. They promised a comfort picks and all this. So after hearing what Gorilla had to say, Ash, where are we feeling in terms of their stocks? Are they going up?
You know what? I'll invest. I'll invest this time around. I think we saw a lot of innovation out of Vitality during the last split as well. They were the first to actually put I believe it was the Astra on the Breeze there for Trex too. So I think if they can continue forward and they fulfill the promise that Gorilla made, I have faith that they'll move up in the standings.
What do you think, Redgar?
Like I said, we played versus both teams, and I really saw, like what he said in the interview, we saw it in the game when we play versus them. But is it enough to be enough time to play like this on official? It's already a different question. So I think maybe like the first games, it's gonna be like this.
Okay.
But after, we will see. Like if they start winning, like it's gonna be insane. But they have a really strong teams in the beginning, so it can be 50-50 for me.
Okay, so he said we should be 8 out of 10 excited about what they're doing, but you said you crack against them. So do you think the 8 is fair?
I think 7.5.
Okay, 0.5, we knocked 0.5 off of that. But this is the thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I asked him in that interview. I mean, with this roster, they want to prioritize comfort picks. They want to prioritize everybody being more happy, not having to play off-role. But as you know, Redgar, there's a few of them that their roles do overlap. You know, there's a couple of them, maybe they want to play Duelist, maybe they want to play Sentinel, and so on and so forth. So do you think there is a world where all of them can play the roles that they're comfortable on?
I think yes. I think like I remember when Trex play a lot of not only Duelist. I remember when he play on like Sova, like Leo play style. You know, they kind of similar. If he gonna play Sova, he's gonna be like Leo, 100%. And I think I saw like on different roles in matchmaking at least like the kicks. So I think he also can flex. So I think I can put them on the comfortable role.
Oh, is that the solve though, Ash? Do you agree with Gorilla?
Honestly, I think it potentially could be, because I think, especially looking into the long term for the remainder of this split, we have a lot of changes coming in the next couple of weeks, and leaning into that double duelist meta is something that we could potentially be looking towards. I feel like that could do very well with Vitality, and the fact that even though it hasn't been a lot of time for them to actually prepare going into it, I feel like that is enough. They could take advantage of the fact that it is changing for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, they had a more time than the teams that ended up
Yes.
going to Shanghai, and we've seen already. Go on, Redgar.
Yeah, let's remember about the duelist, like what Eng did with Casey, like the Tomazi, right?
Oh, yes.
He was duelist, but right now what he's playing, like Cypher, and he's playing really good on this role.
Remember what ended with Gambit. There we go.
Yeah, also was a lot of duelists in our team.
Yeah.
3 duelists also.
And it worked perfectly.
Yes.
Yeah. Any opportunity to bring up Gambit, I got you guys. I got you. You know me, number one fangirl. But going back to Team Liquid real quick, because I think you said they're going up, right? What, you were a stagnant, or were you investing? I can't remember.
I was a stagnant.
Okay, but can I convince you to change your mind, Ash, by just talking about Kiko? Because let's not forget, you know, we've had, I believe, a record was broken by VIT yesterday, but it was Kiko's record that he broke. And I feel like Kiko is somebody that's really underrated. We haven't really been giving him the kudos he deserves.
I think that's a really fair shout, because I think that so often when you talk about Liquid, you're especially looking at Nats having a lot of impact on those flanks and those lurks, but Kiko is such an explosive player, and he's so consistent with it as well, and he's always, I feel like, consistently able to step up for his team.
What do you think, Redgar?
I would say that the Kiko has a really good potential in terms of how he's doing. He's like Derki, but I think like much aggressive, you know? Like he's trying to go for more risks. It's like reminds me when I saw the Derki like the first 2 years. He likes to kill free, go and die, you know? Like, that's what he likes to do. I think the Kiko has sometimes kind of the same things, and it's really important to move the players in the right direction so they're gonna shine in the future.
Have you changed your mind after hearing that? Are we gonna go up for Team Liquid?
I'm still neutral.
Oh, we can't change our mind. We can't change our mind.
Maybe after this match.
Yeah, I feel like this is the tell, right? Because they're so close to each other in the table. Whoever wins this match is probably gonna be able to go to playoffs instead of the other, maybe. So this is gonna be a very, very important game. So with that in mind, without further ado, it's time to bring out 2 more teams onto the stage here. It is Team Vitality and Team Liquid coming for their first match of Stage 2. It is always nice to see a new face on the stage, and one that catches Coach EMEA, of all people, off guard as well. But this is, we were talking about a very, very important match. Every single game, this split will matter. It will count towards whether these teams will make playoffs and also champions as well down the road. But let's take a look even at the map vetoes before we get into this, because it feels like there are a lot of options, Ash, here.
There are a lot of options on the table, and to see Lotus coming out as our first pick here for Team Liquid, definitely picking into a weakness on the side of Vitality. A team where they have also they've swapped their compositions both times that they actually played here on Lotus, so that could also be a bit of a wrench in things.
Do you like this map pool, Redgar, for these teams?
Yeah, I like how the Team Liquid play Lotus, right? And the Vitality has really insane Icebox, and I think they can surprise them. Maybe they not expect that they're gonna pick Icebox, because like the Liquid showed really insane comp the last time, right? And as in the last map, I remember I also played versus them the last map, right? It was from 8-4 to 11-13, right? So let's see how it's gonna be, but I think it's probably gonna be the 3 maps here.
I also feel like if we go to a set, I fancy Liquid here. I can see them maybe taking it at 2-1. So Vitality for me might have to 2-0 if they want to win.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to be made because when you're thinking about Enzo here specifically on the Team Liquid, I've got my eyes over on that Lotus in Ascent like you were talking about there, Yinsu, because I know Mitch is going to love this, but Enzo on the Odin has been actually ridiculous on both those maps, taking advantage of those positions where he can wallbang.
Yeah, and I also do wonder if it is true, if Nat is taking on some more responsibilities, how Enzo is going to be unleashed maybe when it comes to his gameplay. And let's just take a look at the agent select here. And my goodness, we have moved away from some of the usual stuff we see. Redgar, what do you make of this?
Yoru is really good on Lotus. Like, it's really good that you can have a fast rotation and you can surprise the opponents. For example, if Neon gonna rush, for example, A, and you hit with a Curator, you find out the kill, you can instantly go to C, and if they go back to C, you can punish them. So it's really hard to play versus it if you didn't play versus that before.
And I just realized it's Yumpy on the Yoru. Sliggy is gonna be wilding in chat because, as you know, he's wanted to play the Yoru for so long. He's finally going to play. I'm so happy.
I'm stoked for him because we saw him unleashed on the Chamber on Icebox. Now think about him with another opportunity to play who he wants. But looking over towards the side of Team Vitality now, they're going back to what is nearly the first composition that they ran on Lotus the first time we saw them. And the only change will be that they're actually leaning into that Cypher instead of the Killjoy. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with this. Realistically, I feel like it leans a lot more into the meta.
Yeah, and Safe Duelist, he's back.
Yeah, DJ is back. I remember when he played on Neon, right? On Lotus. He said it was not that good, but right now, after this buff, they still play like on old patch, right? But I think they're playing it for the future. It's gonna be really interesting to see how much news we're gonna have.
Yeah, they're definitely ahead of it. I don't know about 8 out of 10. I am 10 out of 10 excited for this. Thank you very much, Redgar, for joining us. And it's time to bring your casters for this match. Guys, have fun with this one. Over to you, Pansy and Steel.
Thank you, Sue, and the desk. Redgar nailing it out there as well. Some lovely points brought up, but the parity between these two is astounding, right? We're seeing Yampy unleashed. Let go on the Yoru. He's allowed to have his fun. Now, on the other side, you've got Safe on the Neon. A lot of aspects coming through here that we were, I guess, theory crafting, wondering about. I guess Gorilla kind of alluding to it a little bit, saying, hey, we're going to let them play in the roles we want them in and that they're more comfortable in. What do you make of it?
I just look at the Liquid double duelist. Yumpy is off of the breach. There goes like all the teamwork, and it's going to be a really like sloppy, just messy fight, and it's going to be awesome because something wild is going to happen one way or another.
Well, we already have Yampy with the Sheriff and he's dead. Well, it's fine.
Wait. I mean, hey, it's messy. It's fun.
Yes. For now, though, Vitality going to take the first couple of real steps towards that site. Response is there, but caution being aired by Liquid, sitting a little safer, making sure they keep CT and Waterfall safe. Is the plant's going to come in? A little bit of a glance towards CT. But, okay, not bad from Kiko. That's going to be safe gone. That's a nice little bit of damage on the way back through. Paranoia being toyed with. Smoke in first, and there's the Paranoia. Kick's gonna be forced off the angle, Nats takes the space. Liquid's on a clear house, and it looks like Vitality really trying to hold from the site itself, and it's all down to Trex. And he's done well on the first, he's gonna need some more. 23 HP is not enough for it. Liquid playing it back through after losing Yampy so early. They were ready for this.
It's not something you're gonna hear me say often, but that was clean by Liquid.
Hold the phone.
Should I get a seat for you?
Please,
like,
please.
Maybe a seat belt as well to strap yourself in for this?
Totally, because it feels like it started on a completely different level, and then this retake, though, was really well crafted.
Yeah, we saw that combination with the seized and the nade there from the Raze onto the spike planner. Got it down to the 4-on-4, and then we saw, I'm pulling up my Paranoia. Wait a minute, I'm going to smoke first, then we're going to Paranoia, we're going to move in together, and it's not like they're just like swinging one to the left, one to the right. They're moving it together, taking the kills, and they're just making sure that every kill is a trade. They're all set up together. They're not just like taking all these individual duels, which we're used to seeing from Liquid.
Yeah, this is, hey, maybe a good sign. Big info early as well. 3 noted there. Safe being well and does have a Sheriff for himself. The only other investment would be that Ghost with Runner. Let's see if Liquid can keep clean so far. I think that is going to be kind of the theme of this map, because I think a lot of us, after that first part of the split, were looking for maybe some better results from both of these sides. So hoping we see a little bit of a glimpse of that here. Just going on orb duty for now.
I don't like what I just saw there. Nats has the deep trip setup. They have that info, that space. He pops his camera anyways, and both the camera and the tripwire go down, and they're still just over a minute when that happens. So now they're just like split across the map. Not ideal. Yampi though, loves this position as Breach, and now he gets to do it as Yoru. Why not?
Yeah, even better. Gets out of danger for free. Good pick there, falls away. And he still holds the space. He knows they haven't pushed further in towards the site, so he can keep the players where they sit. You've still got the 2 on towards A, 2 towards C. Would it be nice to still have Nats with that utility there? Perhaps, but still. Mystics on the site. Going to send the Paranoia, maybe to deny a quick approach. And he's got to be careful to not get chipped down here. Goes back in for a bit more, spots a bit more. And now Nats left on duty. Comfy for 2. And now Trex, the last man alive. Got to be careful when it's Trex. Got to show this man a level of respect. Still a danger. But the spike where it is and the time being what it is, it's looking like this is going to be a second for Liquid. And it is. Lovely work from Liquid there. 4 standing. Josh, you're putting a tick in the box, surely.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. Obviously going into the first gun round for Vitality, the bonus for Liquid. This is going to be really interesting to see kind of like what Liquid decides to do here, since they still have that Outlaw. They have a Spectre. They do have a couple Bulldogs. What is Enzo going to purchase? And kind of like, what is the pace that Vitality is going to do with, you know, the Neon? Traditionally, it means like go pretty quick.
Pacey,
but
yeah.
maybe we see something kind of a little bit slow, let the round develop a little bit, find out what the setup is here from Liquid before we get to see anything.
I want to see what these 3 are up to.
Where are you?
Enzo, same early start. And Kiko being played in off the back of the TP. At least gets the first couple of glances. Doesn't quite check deep enough and gets cleared safe. Very quick to pull that trigger. And that's Kiko gone. The other side by now, Nats even taking some space here. Again, this is the bonus, so I don't mind them trying something a little bit more creative. Take a risk. Oh! That's going to sting a little. Runner is left alive on 20 HP.
But that's 2 down, 3 players alive for Liquid, and they are all split 1-1-1. They need to figure out a way to group and do something together. Otherwise, Mystic has to go huge.
Yeah, feast or famine sort of position. No way out from there. Runner's going to take him down. It could have been any of them. But the site's now available. As you highlighted earlier, they were across the map, right? 1 towards B, 1 towards A, and it was Mystic on C. So Vitality for now kind of weathering the storm, navigating very well in those choppy waters where there could have been danger. They made their way through relatively unscathed. Yeah, Runner got a little bit of damage done, safe, yeah. But still, Enzo and Yampi, this is going to be tough for them to find some impact from.
This is like the most optimal position that Vitality could be in right now. Because they're looking to keep everyone alive in the last, at the end here, Trex peeking out. It's not really necessary, like they've got the round in the back secured. All they have to do is not give up more weapons. A flawless round would have been perfect for these guys, but they're not gonna get that. Trex going down, it's not the end of the world, but like Vitality going into that round, getting the 5-on-2, clean round. If they're able to close that out with 5 alive, that's perfect for them. I loved what Team Liquid tried there at the start of the round. What they did was Mystic he did like a jump peek, but he was like teleporting in the middle of his peek. He's gonna get the info, Kiko's gonna be able to peek behind it. Unfortunately, like I would love to see his replay POV to see like what he saw, what he didn't see, because Kiko, it seemed like wasn't ready for that peek.
Yeah, it's not to be that close by. Felt like it was a little bit out of like that, yeah. And again, from Safe's perspective, you see how it actually looked quite comfortable for him, and in the end didn't seem like he was challenged too far. But as it stands, a really good protocol list for Vitality, going through the motions there. We saw the Liquid trying to be a little bit tricky in how they're approaching it, trying to play them in on those weaker weapons, which I don't mind the idea of at all in a bonus. But now we get into the real thick of things. Now we look at what we've got. Kicks, very early ult to bring into play here potentially, and that could be a massive repellent forward. Let's see what the game plan is though.
I wonder when Vitality is gonna realize that Team Liquid doesn't really have the amount of abilities to really shut down that A pressure early, and a lot of their focus has been towards C so far at the start of the rounds here. Yampi going aggressive again at the mound. Teleporter is set up.
That's a shoulder. He can hold this for a while. Stick around. Okay, this is getting a little bit more dangerous for Yampi here. Time to kind of get himself at least to get out of jail free card, which he's got there. Also a little bit of utility on the clear through. And Vitality just testing the waters.
Time burnt from the clock as well. That's going to be really helpful for Team Liquid here. Vitality, full abilities though. They basically use nothing to get that space.
Looks like a late clear towards 8. Almost contact so far. Cleared through over by Rubble without any sort of threat. A little bit of a feint towards B, but there's the TP. Yep. Gonna have to call for some support here. Smoke's gonna go in, make it rather undesirable to try and filter through towards A, but the pivots towards B. The last two players that were left waiting was the likes of Safe, waiting to try and take this space away, and they've done that perfectly. So this is a beautiful play from Vitality, navigating the map just to perfection. Certainly for Liquid, really kind of behind the tempo on it. Vitality still have utility. Safe still sitting pretty Trex with his. We've got Mosh there to buy a little bit more time. Liquid looking to maybe address the back line. Trying to break him back through by the door. There's the late Thrash coming in as well. Gonna have to be dealt with, and I think it's a minimum got one. Yeah, there's the Dizzy on top. It's got both. You're absolutely right. Enzo looking dead to rights and Safe looking deadly as ever. There's a reason this guy strikes fear into people's hearts. A dangerous man given the role to play. And that's just has to save here. Josh, that round seemed very well controlled by Vitality. They had a plan in mind and it worked really quite perfectly.
It was looking really good because they were really good with dealing with that aggression from Yampi at C early on, and then they went up, moved early into the B lobby area. Once they had that, they walk out A. There's no ops on the board for Team Liquid because they basically like collapse on that round 3. So that Vitality know that, hey, the Omen TP comes, they see 3, oh, it's gonna be an A hit. Nope, they go through the door and they meet up with, I think it was Runner and Safe over at the front of B. They converge on the site, and right there I'm thinking, oh well, Liquid's gonna be like really ready to converge on it. But no, I mean that Thrash follow-up was great.
Yeah, lovely investment of the ult there. Straight back to business and a gear shift almost, a pace change, very direct approach towards A thus far. Clearing through Rubble in an instant. We are going to have a check here. Runner going to be noted. Yampi looking to try and assert a little bit of presence, but still keep them very much in check. And this buy is far from ideal. Mystic trying to hold this down with just that Sheriff. Trying to stall out with the paranoia and just get out of dodge. But already sight is under Vitality's banner. Plant's going to come in. A little bit of a late lurk too. Runner still lingering around towards B, so now the threat to the backline's in play. Vitality trying to dig their heels in. Yampi is going to take away Safe. But the damage is being done. Look at Enzo down low. Yampi's lost his life. It's going from bad to worse, really. Struggling here for Liquid. Left the walking wounded, and now good to their grave. Just Nats left alive in a 1v4. The guy's good, but this is a lot to ask. All right. First found quickly. Not going to get the second. Sender. Safe pair of hands in the end.
This is going to be an interesting half to see kind of how this develops from here. Vitality have realized, hey, A is like completely free for us right now. The only combo that Team Liquid has is a Seize plus Nade combo. And do they really want to invest that at the start of the round? If it's like, if Vitality don't go there, that's the only pieces that they have for the retake in the late rounds. So right now, Vitality might be able to just keep going A and abuse that. And Team Liquid needs to have a response for that.
This is, and this may be the timeout, right? This might be why, trying to theorize some options. Because Vitality have course corrected in the blink of an eye. The first 2 rounds, you're kind of thinking, okay, Liquid look quite good here. They're kind of doing what we wanted to see. A couple of those, you know, very refined plays, some nice creativity coming out as well. But it's all but stopped once the rifles came into play, and Vitality have got the real beat on this game. I'm a little bit worried seeing it this early on, especially seeing how confident Safe's looking, but that's no surprise in a role like this.
I really think that the strength in Team Liquid's comp right now is on their attack side. And right now, they have the ultimate, the Dimensional Drift for Yampi, but they have nothing to really combo with it. You know, Cypher doesn't really have anything. Omen ulti doesn't do anything either. Normally, you'd have like a Breach that would be able to stun on top of it, and then you could combo something else, like Sova ultis, or or like you could do like an Omen Paranoia, I guess, and then come out of like the Dimensional Drift and go for a kill. But
feels hopeful at that point.
That's
really
the only thing that you really have to rely on there. So it looks like Team Liquid's really limited in their synergies and have to rely on their individual skill.
And that's hard going pound for pound against a team like Vitality that, yes, had underperformed to some degree, if you want to put it that way, to their expectations, but still, as a 5, a lot of firepower there. So I see a little bit of a realization of that here in front of us, and aggression being shown throughout this map. Yampi with a chance. He's going to take it with both hands. Good start there, and gets out of danger. Now, this isn't a solo mission. There was another player with him towards B, but you can see over towards Rubble. We've got presence too. Sender going to see that quite quickly. So Vitality seeing a totally different look from Liquid now.
Yeah, Liquid stealing that space over at A, getting 2 players pushed up by Rubble is a definite pace change that we haven't really seen them explore that part of the map yet. I think Vitality was caught off by that aggression and choose to come C.
That's a brutal position. I don't know if he can even get out of here. He's still trying to make a damn good go of it. Not many people like Nats can even stay alive in this sort of position. He does do very well, buys some good time, but he does fall in the end. Leaving just 3 standing though for Vitality. Still have Trex with that ult.
I know exactly where you are.
Speaking of ults, it's going to be invested too. So information aplenty. Yampi going to go for the ult here. Leia, Trex's ult from the other side. So this is getting all rather dicey. Kick's going to try and slip ahead a little bit here, but Yampi trying to deal with this. Nothing to complement or supplement with it. It's just him on his own pretty much in the back lines, cornering them in, forcing them to the back wall runner. What more can one man do? Not enough. Trex on that reposition, trying to find value himself, and it's just overwhelmed. Liquid playing the retakes very well.
2 for 2 on the C retakes here. So I think Team Liquid's going to start shifting their focus away from C. They're doing a lot of aggression towards Mound. They're winning the retakes there. I wonder if Vitality is going to start deciding, hey, let's just go A quick again, or maybe they even try to use B, and Team Liquid is going to look to probably reinforce that area. Nat's doing a really good job there with those tripwires not taken care of. There's nothing to take them out, really. There were low trips for the feet.
It's always scary when you see Nats in those positions, because everyone else, it just feels like they should be dead to rights, but he'll still get you some value somehow. There's always something to be had there. But 3 for 3, an answer back after the timeout. So Liquid going to be feeling a little bit better about that, and we were questioning that early investment, and this is part of it. I guess Kiko going to take all that space away. A quick TP from Sender. If anything, hurting them around the map. Can't find tangible value with the ult. Vitality trying to deal with Nats' utility as best they can.
I'm out of here.
You know, I respect the read, but that was a huge investment. They got nothing off of it. They only leave Kiko here, and here comes the retake from Vitality.
Main re-peeking that. Still a minute to play with. Still a lot of utility as well. Vitality doing really well at being reserved in their utility investments, even when they're taken over towards Mound or, on these early attempts. Very frugal in their investment. It's working well for them. With 50 seconds now, though, they will have to start really committing towards this. 3 players here from Liquid as well. Have Kiko on towards site, Enzo, and Mystic. And a quick pivot. Yeah, looking like they want to go back towards B here. Dizzy's going to go through. Going to leave at least 1 player back to try and catch any of the rotations. And Yampi just caught in no man's land, really, trying to do a bit of damage as best he could, but he was quickly found and dispatched of.
It's going to be a tough retake, but Nats in the backlines with the door opening. Thrash again for the attackers if they want to use it. Last time it got 2 in heaven.
Oh, how's he outdone the one way there? But you're right, there is still this ult. And that's going to be in the back of my mind, and it should be in the forefront of theirs. Safe Season's going to invest his. He can feel that pressure starting him out here. Enzo's taking him down. It's a 3v3. Time is ticking though, and Kicks still trying to find some sort of angle to play with. Mystic's taking away Trex. Kicks and Sender have to shut this down. Sender coming back through in a 1v2. Oh God, what the hell just happened to Enzo there? Halfway achieved. He should have the defuse this time.
Damn.
Somehow make it around those hurdles, but God, that was down to the wire, Josh.
That was really close, and I guess he's like playing that in his head. What if I just went for the kill on the player defending the diffuser instead of the diffuser? Would I have won the round? That's a question that's going to be bugging him, but oh man.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh!
Bullets
Yeah, that's what it was.
health.
I was wondering what that little delay was. Cool, okay, so if we're looking at kind of the checklist here, we've had Liquid able to deal with that C take. They've had a really good retake there. First time they've shown that diligence towards B as well, and that aggression towards the A Rubble side. They're starting to really figure out this game, it feels like. Get a little bit of stability. Vitality still with a purchase though, Josh.
They're really leaning into this double duelist aggressiveness now. Ooh. They realized, hey, we can't let Vitality walk around and fake us out. We got to take the duels to them. We got the duelists.
This is audacious though. And it looks like Vitality have some awareness Will they consider the second? Kiko is here. He's heard so much and he gets cleared. That's heartbreaking. Both players going down so quickly. Vitality are grinning about that one. You're thinking, we're reading, you know what we're up to. Nice try, guys. Go again next round, but they've got the start they wanted. And once again, we're in a very similar predicament where we've seen these kind of individual players spread across the map. Incredibly difficult to hold.
How's the old phrase go? GG no re?
That's the one. That's the one. That's a classic.
That it is.
That's,
Yeah,
you're
it
rolling
takes
back
us
for years.
really back, yeah.
Okay, and with 40 seconds, still Smoke's here to play in. Yeah, a little bit of help could come from Mystic, but it's on Nats. We say he always finds value. Nah, he's been marked this time. That's a problem. Stunned up. God, there's so much coming his way. A whole team worth of utility, and he's still standing. He's still alive, and he's still fragging. How is that man going? Put to bed at last. Finally forced to bend the knee, but it's Enzo. Gonna make a go of this. Plant's gonna come in. He's spotted out Trex.
Look, if he had an Odin, I'd believe, but right now with the Bulldog, or that's a Vandal,
That's
actually.
a Vandal.
But that's a Vandal.
And that's two low players. Did he? Oh my God, there's no way. There's no way you look to your left. There's no way you look to your left. There is no way you look to your left. Unfortunate in a way, but a good reposition from Kicks there. And it got dangerous. It got a little bit too close for comfort. After a freebie start, 2 big picks at the beginning, you couldn't have had a better beginning for Vitality.
Yeah, I got tight at the end there, but I do respect the fact that Liquid is trying to like play into their comp a little bit more.
Yeah.
They have to take these types of gambles. Obviously, like if it looks bad because they lost both players, you're like, oh, what are these guys doing? They must be like, you know, trolling or something. But realistically, it came down to Yompi and Kiko uncharacteristically. Well, I mean, I guess if you look at the last season, not uncharacteristically, but you know, those are pretty easy duels to hit.
Yeah. And looking like we have a little bit of a brawl here. Safe that stun. Could be worth his weight in gold. Oh my God. And yeah, Vitality just absolutely muller them, don't they? Nats. Last one. And he's been spotted. Yeah, I think he knows this is kind of wraps here, isn't it? Christ, look at that. What are you meant to do? Still able to slip in. Not going to get anything. Well handled. And Lucia flawless. For Vitality, again, 5 standing, starting to get these ults really coming through. Trex not too far away from his again, starting to build into this matchup.
You know, it's still a tight race, 4-5. There's 3 more rounds in this half alone. Team Liquid still has a chance to be able to close out here with like a decent footing in the half after, you know, that incredible retake on Pistol Round and then the round 2. The off finally out for Yompi. This is round 10, the first time we get to see an op. And Vitality has been walking around the map a lot. This could work into Yompi's favor. At least he's going to get the deep line on C here, even if not being able to get a kill.
No, I like what it does. It frees up the additional player if you want to cheat one early over towards A potentially, or have that freedom to not feel so obligated to stick around late. Let's see. As it stands, Vitality making no subtleties nor secrets. Wonder if it's that quick pivot towards B potentially. Now though, testing over towards Tree. Mystic on the other side. As long as he hold on to this paranoia here. Yeah, a little check there. Not going to see anyone committed through the door, so that's relatively telling, but Kiko's just fallen. And it's just mopping them up. This is it looks so simple for Vitality. Getting dry fights like this, kind of pausing, holding in this position. You can see that Liquid wanted that information, and what do they do with it now?
The hat's going to come out for Team Vitality. They're going to get all the information about how split Team Liquid is here, and they're going to get instantly just run down. Kicks might even invest a Thrash here.
Yeah, he could if he fancies it. Could remove any threat from Mystic, and he's just been swept aside anyway. This round is just full force from Vitality. That little pause just around kind of by Tree, just in between that and Rubble. Just beautiful. And for these two, they don't want to go for anything. You want to keep those rifles, get that operator kept in hand.
I think this is kind of like where Team Liquid's misplaying the situations a little bit, though. They have that deep line towards C. Yompi's like, hey, I've got this. This is clear. They have to go towards A. So all Team Liquid needs to do is say, okay, we're waiting for them to come A. When they come A, we're going to flash. We're going to use, you know, C's, nade, whatever, and converge on them. But instead, one by one, they peek out and lose these individual isolated duels. There's no trade potential. There's no ability synergy. There's no smokes or anything to isolate angles. But Yompi one step closer to saving that op.
I'm a little scared for him because they are hunting this. I mean, Vitality has money. They may as well. And he's just lost his support. Nice shot, but Yompi needs to hit more of those and it's gone. Safe's claimed it. That's the operator out of play at least. It feels like probably for this half. A bit worried seeing that. There's not much more that they can really bring into this round. They could be sat around, what, like 3K pretty much on average. Couple of ults here and there, but nothing they can bank on. Maybe Yampies could get them some value here, but again, there's those fights that just fell so perfectly for Vitality. And I think it's easy sometimes to forget individually, pound for pound, how good Vitality are. They're a team that kind of, I don't want to say went under the radar, they certainly didn't. They did do well enough, but they didn't do as well as some expected or wanted, because you see the potential. But you can't forget how good these players can be. I mean, Safe in himself is arguably still probably one of the better duelists there are out there, right? So it's like a quick reminder, you can't be taking these sort of fights.
Well, I think both teams kind of miss expectations. And when you're talking about missing expectations, that means that you're supposed to do better. People expect you to do better, and you're underperforming to what you're supposed to do or what people believe that you're capable of. So right now, like, we're talking about these teams, we're talking about how they should have been higher up than what they delivered.
I mean, Trex was, you know, that upcoming player, that name that people were a little bit worried about. Like, does he hit that form? Does he hit the ground running? How does this guy look in this roster? And again, it's maybe starting to see glimpses of that. Maybe in the hands of Gorilla, they're starting to find a bit more of that potential, really bringing that to the forefront. For now, it was Enzo with a Bulldog and the rest kind of trying to buy what they could safely. And as it stands, it's a very clear approach towards C, very clean on entry. Yampi has an angle, but that's a very hard shot to hit. There was a second to do so, and he has to relinquish any sort of viable angle. Safe already happy to get proactive. Paranoia posted as well, and Kicks, he was tempted to go a little further, but no, going to bring back the ult, and they take all the space off the back of that as well. So, quite telling here, Trex is going to hear a whole lot of steps. You're going to consider it, right? Apparently not, and you can't forget about Trex. Just didn't consider it, hoping that no one was there, and, well, their hopes fall short.
The really sucky thing about this for Team Liquid is that Yampi still has his ultimate, but they didn't budget for an op. They don't have an op. They'd have had the op for one round this entire half. He had the C line, and his teammates one by one peeked A. And now they're going to use rifles here because he has his dimensional drift. They have no ultimates to like follow up with it. This might be it. Vitality running away with this half 8-4. 4 ultimates for them.
They've got quite a, yeah, you're right. Trex got his, Safe has his. Still got the hat as well for Runner if he wants it. TP for Sender.
And the attack side op.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Bring it out. You got the money, you got the rounds. A little bit of a cushion here. See how they play into this. 3 players still present towards A. Yeah, they'll no runner, but you can already see the Vitality are exploring that B option. Prowler gonna go through, trying to set up maybe some safety for Safe to try and take the space now. They disrespect the smoke, they do. Yeah, straight on in. Ult now pop, Shorty waiting, but it doesn't matter. Safe just melting them in their place. Mystic and Kiko are dead in the blink of an eye. And now with the plant down times on their side with 5 still here. I've got to say, Vitality looking good now. They've kicked into gear. And Yampi still with no real opportunity to enjoy what this ult could have brought. The plan falling by the wayside a little. May as well go for it. Gonna get a whole lot of info. What are you gonna do, Nats? Good luck. Okay, that's one. This ain't bad. Hat on top. Flash getting ready. Enzo's fallen. A little unfortunate. Nat's gonna take another hard fought for step. But a 1v3 with 52 HP is looking almost impossible. And the positions are difficult. The time's ticking. And Vitality finding stability at the end here, Josh. They started to really come into their own there.
Yeah, it was 2 gun rounds in that half for Team Liquid, so don't let that score kind of like sway you otherwise. This is completely one-sided for Vitality. In complete control of the game, the pacing, the tempo. They're choosing the right sites, the fakes are working flawlessly.
Good job,
and
boys.
beyond
Let's
all
go.
of that, whenever Team Liquid does make a decision, that is a good decision. Vitality is putting them down. They're winning those duels. The duels that, you know, Team Liquid should be able to convert at least a kill or 2, make it in their favor a little bit, get that advantage, but Vitality is completely saying no.
Well, fingers crossed, Liquid find a little bit more of what they need on this half, right? You look at this composition, far more favorable on the attacking side. We're gonna have to see if that then translates, right? You'd hope. But we all know that Safe will still find value, even on a Neon on the defending side. He'll just get aggressive with it, and we're seeing a 3-man walk. Yampi has found timing on this. Will they consider it? Will they look their way? Nats trying to draw their attention. That's a nice little bit of a mini crossfire set into motion there. Still alive and kicking, though, is Safe. And Yampi doesn't fancy that duel, doesn't need it.
4 versus 3 for Team Liquid. They could be picking up their 2nd pistol round in this map. They play the cards right.
Yeah, runner. Gonna see them all. He's seen everything there. That should call for the cavalry, but what does Yappy do again? Still looking to try and slip the net here a little bit. Beautiful!
Respect.
Stunning and brave work from him. Almost brazen to try and play that ahead, but look what he's done. He's managed to isolate those two. They now have to try and clear this meticulously. They know he's taken the TP out, so they can quickly clear back through CT.
Planted.
But again, a 4v2. You've got to be thinking this is going to be waving the Team Liquid banner. Safe and Kicks. No util really here for either. Kicks does just get Dizzy back up, so can clear that close pillar. Enzo happy to kind of give his life on this one, and he doesn't. He gets to keep it. Takes away save, leaving just Kicks, and that's nice from Enzo. Good work there from Liquid. Josh, they felt pretty well prepared that round.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job of taking that initial fight together. But I think like one thing that we're really like seeing from Team Liquid right now is the fact that they're disengaging from those fights after they have that advantage. That's something that's not really like what we've seen from them before. We would traditionally see them, oh, they got a kill? Okay, I'm going for more. Yeah. It's like you have the round one, and then they keep going for more kills. Here, they're saying, hey, I'm happy with this advantage. I'm gonna bugger off now.
Yeah, see ya. Sweet. Good to see a bit of discipline there. Hey, it's first round. We're not going to get too invested, but a couple of good looks, right? It's like whether or not that keeps up. You'd imagine they get past this. There is one Sheriff in the hands of Kicks. Beyond that, a Frenzy. Safe.
To be fair, I did say the same thing about Team Liquid last split, where I'm like, oh my god, these guys look like a completely different team.
They fixed all the
completely
issues.
changed. And then like the next match, it's like, oh, okay, never mind.
Hey, look, you fell into what happens to every Liquid fan, that heartache.
Just
Mitch,
a little tease.
Honestly,
Fake
Mitch is in pieces backstage. He's having a hard time, is he? But for now, have to see what the Frenzy and Sheriff can achieve here. If you're a Liquid fan, you're wanting this to be kept as clean as Vitality were pretty much able to kind of do once they got into the swing of things. Just gonna be Trex.
And Team Liquid picked the right site here.
Yep.
If they continue on.
Stack on A. Don't mind it. Might as well try something, and that's all you're going to get. So this should be a plant in. Going to see if there's any sort of chaos to be created for Vitality to try and maybe take a weapon or two away, but looking very cozy. If you're Liquid.
Interesting, like plant position, considering they're going to play off-site at Mound, but it's going to pay out in their favor.
Yeah.
Vitality coming on the flank here. It's not going to be.
Here we go. And hello. Ooh, Nats. Careful. Oh god, why does this feel like a flashback? That's a little bit of an issue here. Kiko's gonna have to respect this one and fall away. Suddenly this gets a little bit more threatening, and it feels like it shouldn't. A Bulldog with Mystic is huge, because Enzo's only got that Ghost. Kiko's got to land shots here, gonna try and get that preemptive reload in as best he can, but Sender already on the site. Mystic with one and he needs more. He has to be the backbone to this, and he's trying the best he can, and Kicks is running out of time. And you can see Kiko's running out of danger, but how close that got from what it was.
The opposite of clean right now.
Yeah, literally. Oh.
Of course it has to happen, like, literally the round after I say,
Yes.
oh, look
how clean they're playing, wow. Oof. Okay, well, the bonus is going to be an Outlaw, and my, is that some Buckies we've got coming out?
We're rolling it back to 2020 right now.
Yeah. Were you a Bucky abuser as well?
I was the Bucky abuser. I would play off my Killjoy turret, you know, get that pixel crack, the right-click action.
Foul. Disgraceful behavior.
We abused that and the Stinger.
Of course you did. Of course.
First strike trophy, all attributed to that, basically.
Yep. Right, let's see what it can achieve in 2024. Away we go, Kiko. Gonna take a whole lot of space, to be fair. I think Kicks might have just realized that. He's like, hold on, now I'm pretty sure I just heard some tippy-tappies on the other side, but safe, so clean with it. Dips in, dips away. And Yampy not gonna go without a fight, though. Does he get challenged? Quick little flash trying to temper the timing. No plant here yet for Liquid. And he's been cleared, bloody hell. Sender gonna be doing the dirty. What a trade, this is getting pretty messy, to be honest. A 2v3 is not impossible when Nats is doing that! And a 1v1, it's very possible!
Holy shit,
Out of
man.
nowhere! They make it count. Didn't expect Nats to be the one on the Outlaw popping off, but apparently he's pretty solid on that.
There you go. I like how he was lining up the shot. Like he wasn't shooting like, oh man, like fights are happening, I gotta shoot. He was making sure his crosser was on that before he committed to the shooting right here. That was perfect, getting that second, I guess the third kill on onto runner there, yeah. Big round one from Team Liquid there.
Okay. Okay. I'm waiting for the penny to drop though. I've seen Liquid lose too many times, and the scoreline's getting close, and they've got a good purchase here, but they're walking into a
Holy
snap.
fucking shit.
Okay. Okay. Well, they found Sender for free, and you can see the damage they got on Safe as well. So losing a lot of potential threat in this stack that was over towards this side. And Liquid just kind of slowing the roll here, just going to pause for a second, which I think is the right idea.
They also do have the hat on Nats, and he is moving over here. Safe going down as well means 5 versus 3 for Liquid.
Exactly where you are.
That confirmed info is going to let these guys know exactly where they need to go.
Camera taken out.
Liquid, no, they still have a 5 versus 2 on C here. They're just going to commit into this. Vitality have to hold with a Gecko and a Cypher with pistols.
Tricky.
Camera taken out.
Okay. I mean, they're making it uncomfy. Good timing on the Dizzy there. Ridiculously good timing to catch him on the way in, but can't convert it into a kill, and no, runner's fallen. So already going to force them further away. The Stinger going to find it a little bit difficult at that sort of range, and Liquid and Lucia flawless. 5 standing, didn't get, you know, any feathers out of place, kept cool. We're tied up all even. But the first buy is coming in. We've got a couple of ults in place. Safe has his. I don't know how I'm feeling yet. I'm still nervous. I'm too nervous to commit.
It's one of those games where you kind of have to get everything on the bingo card, right? So we're seeing like the flawless, we're seeing the pistol round winner, we're seeing the bonus convergence, we're seeing the clutches. So, you know, you just have to, what have we not seen? That's what we're gonna see now.
God only knows. Okay, let's look at what Vitality are up to here. So we're gonna make a quick stand over towards Rubble. That's 3 players. And this ult gets used early. Yampi was sitting on the defending side for far too long, and you could tell it was just killing him inside. This time, going to invest it, and a very direct approach towards C. There's already 5 players here from Vitality, looking highly equipped to handle whatever's being thrown their way. The plant will go down. No denial of that here. Does Enzo get to keep himself alive? He does. So again, 4 still here. Enzo's ult could be actually highly valuable. Crash going to come in. There's the ult on the other side. They're going to have to get away from this site here. They are in so much danger, and Vitality just crunched them. Enzo, Mystic Fall. Yampi makes a wild play, but it doesn't matter. Vitality wanting compliments themselves for these retakes on C, and that was fantastic.
There was so much happening at the same time there. It was so hard to keep track of what was going on. What I could see was stuns up on Liquid players at the front of the site, the Thrash going to detain them, Kiko getting caught by a tripwire and spammed before anything even happened. And then, oh man, scans.
Yeah, finding so much information, trying to play on the site there just felt near on impossible, didn't it? Ratty setups coming out.
Yeah, it is. We've seen some Cypher. We saw Nats trying to do this as well, just playing on the site with his cages. But when you get util dumped, it's hard to get any value.
You're right. Vitality kind of conditioning this as well. This side of the map has been firmly under their control early round. Find that camera, not quite catching it yet. There we go, dealt with.
And you use a satchel on the trapwires as well, because that was something that got Kiko killed last round, and that's something that Vitality couldn't really deal with when they were sending Neon in. They have nothing to break those low trips.
Let's see what they do with this. Here. Again, Safe is everywhere on this map. Early round, over towards A, showing presence. TP.
The fake TP pulls them all back to spawn.
Yeah, you can see Kix having to respect that and having to respond, and Sender. Paranoia an all-time high. But that Prowler is important. That's found a lot of information. What do they do with this here? It could be a TP out for Yampi at the very least, but still, long way off to run. Renzo, gave him a glance, but Sender kept his cool, and he sees nothing behind it.
Here.
Now, let's see how this little setup works out. Runner waiting patiently. You can see Kiko trying to carefully approach, and he gets caught. Oh, he gets past the first hurdle and gets caught by the second. Fatal in the end. The high Dizzy, and it looks like Vitality very aware. 10 seconds now on the board. Runners in the building. Safe is on site, and Enzo has nothing to do here. It's time to back away if he wants to try and keep that rifle if he can. Clean, short. Couldn't get all three. Vitality stabilizing, Josh. They found a rhythm that's working for them now.
I think Vitality is staying a step ahead of Liquid there. Liquid had the right idea. They went back to A, they re-cleared it because they lost that space early on. They confirmed information. Okay, Neon's here, they're stunning. Fade's here, Omen's here. Okay, let's go and re-clear this, make sure that everything's clear. They use their Omen TP as a fake that pulls Vitality away from A. They use Euro to move all the way up. They're gonna open a door, fake
guys. Don't move, don't overcompensate. That's the comp they're playing right now, and they think we don't have a read.
Yep. Exactly that. Basically, Vitality knows, hey, we don't need to move. Everything you're doing right now is to make us move. We're going to hold our ground, and you're going to come back into our actual setup if we don't overcomplicate things. Yeah.
Well, you saw it with Yampi's presence. You saw it with Enzo, right? Split over towards that A site. Yampi did lose out to Sender in the end, but it's good that they're not, as I said, instantly pulling players away, instantly rotating over. They're putting a lot of faith in the likes of Runner to be able to hold it down on his own, but he's doing incredibly well, finding value after value. Quick rotations coming in, they're never out of place, so actually glad we kind of caught the cons of that as well, because it kind of it solidifies what we're seeing a little here, and it's absolutely on the money. Now the problem becomes though that Vitality finding success at this point, they've got the ult starting to really hit here. You're 2 away from Trex's. You've already got Safes online, who's having a fantastic performance, 21-12, back in a role that we know he's incredibly solid at, and it's looking like he's going to really keep kicking into gear.
Well, we just have to keep in mind that Vitality, yeah, it's 10-8, but they're in full control. Both pistols gone, then they lost also a bonus and another eco on top of that in the second half. That's 6 rounds off the bat of the 8 rounds that Team Liquid has. Vitality is crushing it when it comes to gun rounds.
A little bit of a different start here. Vitality not going for that aggressive rubble control, which you've been seeing them lean towards early. Kind of putting 3 players to it and then rotating off. A little bit of a different beginning, maybe expecting a different approach coming out from Liquid as well after that timeout. As it stands, just kind of posting Nats over towards that side of the map. Showing a lot of bodies towards C so far. See if they can maybe get some of these traps dealt with, but nothing as it stands.
But Nats' positioning towards A makes me think that it's going to be maybe like fake C, go B, Nats late lurks through the blue door, because hitting C here with 4 with Nats on that part of the map doesn't really make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't, but I also look at Safe's positioning. He can cut them off right at the knees. Wondering how far he explores this, because they haven't really shown commitment towards C yet. They're still yet to fully show presence. And it feels almost readable when you're seeing just Yampi trying to pull these fakes and trying to pull these players. Safe's going to hear that. He knows it. It's another good read. But will they expect the earlier presence from Nats? No. He slipped ahead early. Sender, though, going to at least levy this out.
This B play safe?
There it is, beautiful. Catching the back line, outdoing Yampi, and now they're crushed. Liquid have to play forward. Sender doing really well, getting out of danger. Going to play in his teammate Trex. Beautiful crossfires set up on the fly. He does get cleared, but with 10 seconds, Liquid are running low on time. And these shots are coming through real on the money. I thought that was safe for a second, but it was.
Liquid sucked, man.
Vitality have the read here, and they are reading it perfectly.
Still, it's just under so much control at the moment. It's so difficult to deal with if you're Team Liquid, because I feel like they're at this point where they're overcomplicating or overthinking things. If they boiled things down and kept things simple,
I feel like Vitality is kinda like G2 in a way. Like they're very solid and shit.
Play together. We have this A space. Oh, he's lurked up. Let's go back to A now. But I feel like getting a little bit more sloppy would be better for them with their double duelist comp.
Yeah, bank on them a little more, play them in a little more. For now.
Time to jump.
What does Liquid attempt? So a similar setup for Nats over towards A, but he's not the one soloing out by Rubble. Liquid showing this C presence. Runner, so calm under pressure. The amount they're throwing at him, but he's just not budging.
Still up. The nade did not connect with the trip.
He can put stock behind that as well. Knows he's got a little bit of safety to lean into, and again, safe. Doesn't want to go over exploring. Keep in mind he did that last round, and now obviously Liquid will be aware of that. So he's going to have to play it a little bit different. Maybe temper the timing a touch.
Wait, the fact that I did not scan anybody, and all 5 players from Team Liquid are gearing up towards C, and there's only 1 tripwire there, means we're going to see another huge retake round.
Yeah. Do they get anything for this ult? Gotta be careful. Yeah, that's gonna be, that's definitely a body found. And Kiko's still sticking around on this. I thought he might back away, but they're doubling down. Yampi's going in on this one, now gonna be seized. That's a problem. Slowed down for a second, but he'll be fine in this. a moment's time. Does he even get out of here?
Missed Mosh.
They are trying to fight on the CT side, but Safe, again, slicing right through them. Vitality turning the screws. Safe just gets the perfect position on them. They couldn't try and get that pressure towards CT fast enough. Safe can't be slowed down. It doesn't matter what you throw at this guy. He will find his kills. He will mark his man. And they've got their 12th here. Liquid being held as they were on 8. And Vitality thriving now.
That was crazy that Vitality is able to come through and actually just get that connection from Waterfall as well. Team Liquid, it looked like they wanted to extend through spawn, but they got stalled out a little too long. And instead of instantly bailing right after they get this kill, once they got like seized and stopped, they should have instantly turned around and dealt with Waterfall or reset somehow with the rest of the team. And Vitality is so good on these retakes right now.
Boys, nice save.
Now I'm not a lip reader, but I think I
call that one.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah.
There.
One off.
I'm out of
From a
here.
good start, especially on Liquid's map choice too. Liquid going back to it, but this time they put bodies behind it. Safe. He can stick on this one. Yeah, he knows there's multiple targets. The paranoia didn't go his way, so he might have a new lease at life. Gonna catch a couple of strays towards him, but
he's still going.
Yeah, he doesn't back down at all, and it's Kiko's nade to catch him in the end.
He was thinking himself 4 chances.
On the other side, Sender has been quite good. I've got to give him credit. He's not been the highlight here, but he has been steadfast in holding this site, always finding his value.
Who's next?
Yep, he does have ult. Going to be a clearing out by Tree. Sees there's nothing there. Trex looking to play into this. That's stunning timing again. Vitality finding ways to slip the net constantly. Nat's doing the best he can, but it's a 1v2 now for Runner. Are they going to extend play? Put us up to 9.
Spike planted.
Does Runner stop all that fun? Words of Runner playing incredibly well throughout the scrims. Heard it earlier from Gorilla, the new coach coming in. There's the info. And there's the fight. Yampy, good enough. Keeps it safe, extends play a little further. 9 to 12 now.
I don't mind that from Vitality. They realize, hey, we have map point right now. Let's get a little bit aggressive on these guys.
Yeah.
We've got some money in the bank. We're chilling. We can go and definitely take these aggressive fights. I thought here Safe probably wanted to back off, but going through the cage here for Trex was definitely like the play of, hey, we have the confidence to go for these now.
Nice inside shot, Elias.
Okay, Enzo's got his ult. We've got one off from the TP for Mystic, but not the ones I'm really writing home about. Yampy, looking for a quick fight. Does a fair bit of damage towards Sender, but they both kind of walk away a little bit more bruised. The split here, 3-2 split across the map.
I like this a little bit more, though. They're using Yampy to help Nats get into this position, because Yampy could just teleport back if he needs to.
Portal closed.
Looks like the rest of the team is looking to group up somehow. Looks like they're inching up for the B split.
But I kind of like this because it feels like a double fake, right? Because they've conditioned them to think it's only going to be Yampy, maybe Nats at most, kind of playing towards A. Now they're putting the later part of the Liquid split behind it too. And they should have sight. Sender has to respect this. I don't think he can stick around any further. No, so they should have sight control. Now we get to see what the retake looks like for Vitality over towards A. Yampy still with a flash to play in. You can already see the slip up as well there. That's getting much closer by. Vitality, first man forward, gonna be safe played it off the back of the Prowler, gonna get a 1-for-1 trade out. Follow-ups there. Liquid locking it down for now. Sender, last man standing on 6 HP. Looking like this one's wraps, and it is. Liquid much better. Putting bodies behind what was the initial fake, putting players behind it further, and then even almost a double fake, toying with that expectation very nicely.
It almost looked like they were thinking about, hey, do we want to do this B split? No. We have A, just come A, keep it simple. Let's do this. And I do like what they did in the post plant there too. They had that high-low setup. Mystic was teleported on top of the tall wall. Yampy was positioning himself. At first, I'm like, why are you like positioned the first angle they're gonna really peek? But then I realized, oh wait, no, they have basically 3 people facing the same angle here.
Okay, they've done enough. They've done enough to put Vitality in a position where they want to hit a pause. Now, if you're a new coach as well, you're coming in with some changes in roles, you want to keep a tight grip on it. You don't want players to maybe lose a little bit of that control here. So just going to pump the brakes at this point. couple of big ults to, well, at least one big ult. You've still got Nightfall 1 off as well for Trek, so that's near enough buy. Some pieces in the Vitality puzzle could be invested. I'm wondering if there is maybe a plan in mind of how they want to approach this. They've got 2 rounds to play with now.
Sometimes loosening up the grip is not a bad thing to do, but in this situation, Vitality need to maintain the control.
Let's see what they go for. And again, for Liquid, it's not like they found a complete answer. They found a really good couple of steps here. Get themselves up towards 10. That's 2 in a row. Got themselves a comfortable purchase at the very least. Looking to see Yampy's buy. Yeah, he's all good. Beyond that, still a Guardian coming out here for kick. So there are some pieces missing for their side.
They're budgeting their money for buy round this and next round for Vitality here.
Okay, Yampy. First seen, and there is intention behind this. Safe was prowling. They cleared it. The Prowler following up too.
A lot of confirmed info close on A, but if the reaction is B here, they're going to run straight into Vitality's rotations.
There was 2 players by that kind of mini door, right? This is... What is it? Are Liquid trying to catch the rotations here?
They're trying to like some sort of double fake this round. It has to be. The spike position outside C, they're going to connect somehow. Maybe the waterfall push like they did with Yampy on pistol round.
Oh, that's the first time they've seen that. Yampy, beautiful shot. Can't get the follow-up, but he does incredibly well just to find Sender, if I'm honest, it felt like. But there's no follow behind it, so Liquid taking the time here isn't really selling much.
And invest this in this round right now. Mystic ultimate as a info gathering tool. Pull the rotations perhaps. Another fake TP to pull out the rotations so that Runner's here. He hears this.
This could be the death of them. Oh, and it might just
Oh
be
my god.
Even keeping cool, buying some more time. He should be dead, and he is, but he's done so much damage. A 2v3. Vitality man to the good here. A TP taken. Oh, Mystic. He thinks better of commitment towards it. And he's been punished. Mystic gone down, Spike's now loose. It's all in Enzo's hands.
It's over now.
Actually managing to keep his life, but with time ticking, he's got 10 seconds. 3 targets is 3 too many.
Holy shit, man. TL suck.
Liquid held on 10, and a good first glimpse here of Vitality.
Yeah, looking really good there. Closing out all of those retakes were so good. I mean, considering the scoreline, that was well in Vitality's control the whole way through.
Yeah, picking up the win here on Liquid's map. Let's see if this can go the distance.
Yeah, I'm talking. I'm in the practice range as of right now.
Yeah, you're in the practice range? What you doing there, bro?
Currently using my Araxis Vandal.
Ah, it's the Araxis this game.
Admin, can you hear me?
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah. No, he said sadly he can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy.
That was a fantastic start for the side of Team Vitality. They are on the board already in this best of three. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Ash. There was a lot to unpack in that Asian select, so I feel like we need to have a discussion about this because who would have thought that we were going to see the return of Yumpy on Duelist and Safe on Duelist on the same day?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but maybe we were expecting it for week 2, right? With all of the changes. But it has been a very, very long time since we saw this too, because in fact, the last time that they played Duelist, it was together, and they were still in Team Liquid, well, for the side of Safe, but it was a very long time ago.
Yeah, this is the thing. They ran the double Duelist on Split back then, and Ash, right after that, Safe left Team Liquid, and neither of them have touched a single Duelist in VCT until now.
It's pretty insane to see such a big swap heading into week 1 of the second split, but at least is focusing specifically on Safe in this instance. I think it makes a lot of sense for him. We saw the impact that he was able to have for Team Liquid for Team Vitality on the Cypher, on the Viper, on those more lurky style agents, the Sentinels. And it seems like he wanted to take a little bit more control for the team, control the pace a little bit more, instead of having to rely on his teammates for it.
We were seeing it also on the replays. He was extremely vocal. He was given a lot of the calls of what to do, how to react to what the other team was doing. And do not forget, to me, the situations are different, right? Because Safe is an experienced duelist. We have seen him playing on the duelist before. And it also fits his vibe and who he is as a character. He is a main character, you know? If you know him personally, if you see him when he's on stage, it fits him.
Yeah, and I think for Yumpy too, I know for the Yoru, he's been begging for the longest time to play. I'm so happy we finally got to see it. But he isn't also a very experienced duelist as well. He's only ever played for Team Liquid, and Ash, albeit back in the days when he first started playing that duelist, we had questions, but we also, I felt like, were given some answers over time.
Yeah, we've seen him develop a lot as a player over time, and I think specifically looking at the Yoru that we just saw on Lotus as well, I think it opens a lot more possibilities there for Team Liquid in the team compositions that they're looking to run, especially when you're looking at the fact that the Neon is going to be coming into play later on in the meta. It allows more of that disruption potential that we saw him actually having success with here on Lotus as well.
Can I be honest?
I'm
just gonna be blunt. I've been following Yumpy for a very long time, right? Because I've always been working in this region. And to me, one of the reasons why I personally wouldn't put him on a duelist before is because I considered him to be too smart to just be playing on a jet or a race. And it's not because I think that the duelists are dumb. It's just because I feel like he can develop himself and have much more impact on something else. But with the new duelists that are coming in for next week, and specifically with Yoru, things change, because I do think that there is many more levels and many more layers to this kind of duelist. So if this is a Yumpy that we're getting this season, I think I'm a fan.
So is this the right move for both of these teams? Do you guys think that this is something that they should stick with? They should double down with after seeing what happened on Lotus?
I think this is a really great opportunity for both of these teams to actually try and get ahead of the meta with the changes that are coming in the upcoming patches, with the Neon changes coming out, the ISO changes coming out. More specifically, that Neon and the synergy that we see, that's potential between the Yoru and the Neon there. We saw Koi testing a little bit of that out on their own Lotus map just earlier this week. So I think it'll be really cool to see how they continue to develop. And like Kuko was saying, there's so many opportunities that you can innovate with that Yoru.
Yeah, and with that, as we heard a little bit before as well, maybe Enzo moving a little bit away from that, having all of that IGLing duty, and I felt like he did get unleashed a bit. We saw him try some new things, really go for it. There's some aggression. There was that Fade ultimate play that he tried to play off as well, which I don't think he would have ddone before.
Oh yeah, I think that he is probably feeling different for this split. I think that he has acknowledged the responsibility that he now has to have, and I honestly also he's rocking a new look.
I love it.
Him, yeah.
It's very Miles Teller. It's giving Top Gun. I love it. I love it. But yeah, what did you make of Enzo's performance?
I think it was really nice to see him have that opportunity to play a little bit more loose in that last series as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that continues forward here for Team Liquid, depending on how much they do look to continue to maybe change up those compositions as well.
And also thinking about the compositions and about the patches that are coming into play next week. These two teams are very different. We know that Vitality has a lot of potential duelists, right? Funny enough, we ended up with Save and duelists, but you know, it makes sense. Everybody is being very flexible, and that's what 2024 is all about. But if we take a look at Liquid and we think about who would we put if we had to run that double duelist, this is what makes the most sense.
Yeah, it does indeed. So let's take a look at the agent select for Icebox, because with, like you said, with the changes coming in and Liquid already running Reyna here as well, I like it. I would not be mad for the first time in a very long time to see them stick with the Reyna.
Maybe starting next week. I'll
I'm happy this week as well.
I'll be happy, but again, this, just like the two teams that we saw earlier today, are the teams that have stayed home, that have made the changes, that have had the time to bring in something new. When I was looking at the map VIT, I was actually surprised that it was not Team Liquid, but Vitality picking onto this Icebox. It's a map also that we saw a lot in Shanghai, that we have seen how different initiators can make a very, very big difference in how you play and interpret the map and how you adapt on the fly.
I'm really interested to see if Yumpy will even be leaning maybe into that Yoru as opposed to the chamber that we saw. But I also know, Kukuga, that you love seeing him on the chamber. I mean, who doesn't? It's so explosive. It'll be interesting to see how that does carry forward. But then for the side of Team Vitality, I think you're looking at their comp and it's been pretty standard. I would really like to see some changes actually there.
I don't like the raise. I don't like the raise. Get rid of it.
It's not looking too, especially with the nerfs to the satchels, that horizontal movement and everything like that. It just makes it that much more difficult to dive in on a map like Icebox, where you're really looking to be able to take a lot of space on those entries.
And also, again, remember, these two teams, middle of the board, anything can happen for them too. It's so important for them, knowing what opponent you are facing, how you're looking at each other also on that table, how important it is to get this win. Not only to send the message to all the other teams that are also watching and expecting you to lose, but, you know, to start getting those wins on the board, because these are the tough ones.
Yeah, this could also be the difference maker as well at the end of this split. They might be looking back on this and thinking, had we just gotten a few more rounds or just a map win, maybe it would have made a difference to playoffs. I mean, Liquid have already experienced that miracle run. They were never supposed to make playoffs on split 1, and they managed
They
to
will do it again. They will do it
they
again.
managed to do it. This is what I mean. Like, this kind of feels like an LCQ in a way for teams, and we know Giant X and Team Liquid always do well at LCQ. And Emil flexing out there. Damn, I didn't realize he
What's
could.
with all those candles? Is it like a ritual?
Are we sure
I
that's
think we're
not
manifesting.
Eric? Are we sure?
I haven't seen Eric in a while.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select here. We're not going to get any Rayners, but we will get Safe still playing that duelist, and it's not going to be Raze.
It's not. We're also going to be seeing a change in the composition on Icebox there for Vitality as well, with the Sova coming in instead of the KO that they had previously favored. So maybe just looking for a little bit more of that information heading into this map.
We've seen a lot of the double spotter, as I was saying, when we were in Shanghai, and how the impact that it can have can be gorgeous. Also, Liquid managed to get those both of the pistols in the previous map. They didn't manage to close it. One of the reasons was Safe and the way that he was so well set up. If Kicks and Trex can keep up with that performance, this should be an easy walk in the park for Safe.
Oh, I don't know if it's going to be easy. I don't know. We will see, because Kiko could also come alive here. But one thing I wanted to just quickly point out, what Redgar said was that he thinks that Trex is Trex is Sova is just like Leo's. Would you guys agree?
Ooh, I mean, I can kind of understand where maybe Redgar is coming from in that situation, because you're looking at Trex being such an aggressive player as well, which Leo also pulled off.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get here. Even more changes coming in for Icebox. Over to you, Pansy and Steel.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I kind of want your thoughts on this thing, because we're talking about some of these changes. Yes, with the roles, certain players kind of going back to roles that work for them, but let's kind of just then talk about the compositions we have coming out here, because it caught your eye a little bit, not necessarily the most positive light either. There could be some issues here.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at like Vitality's old comp with the Raze, I think that's actually not that bad, especially compared to Team Liquid's current comp of you have the Sova solo initiator, you have no flashes, no one has set the jet up really, no way to push back B really. The Sage is going to run up, try to put up a wall and plant and die on attack. Defense, you need to be aggressive with that wall, or you save it for the retake, and it's so limiting in the options that you have. It's so old meta.
Let's see if that comes to maybe bite them a little here. For now, Vitality on that attacking side, and Kiko with Liquid on the defense, and Kiko just trying to shoulder this. He's seen enough. Okay. Using himself as maybe the first turret. There is one behind him. Safe clearing through. Maybe a little bit cautious in case someone slipped up towards Nest, but no. Kiko on a slightly deeper line. Turret's going to be cleared. And they're quite close by the time they burst towards site. Again, the Dizzy goes up. Smoke goes in, and they take at least over towards Dice. They've kind of sliced the site in half. Certainly not comfortable yet, but safe. Okay, 1-for-1 trade out. Kiko going to lose his life in the into kicks, and that follow-up towards Enzo might be the nail in the coffin in this round. We'll see what Mystic and maybe Nats can do, but very hard to dissuade some of this back line. You've still got Trex with that shock dart back there, kind of sitting in a more passive position, and Vitality looking full control here, Josh.
This version of Team Liquid trying to play their lives a little bit more. They look so uncomfortable. Nats in a 1 versus 4. This is something that he's used to, though, at least.
That is very true. Nats has had his moments. But even this is difficult. Look at the post plant here. The stall run up in the first couple of seconds. And there's some more time being bought. And there's his death. It is just layer upon layer here. Clean work from Vitality. And I'm going to be honest as well, excited to see Safe back on that jet. Some of his best work historically looked so good in that, just an absolute monster. But yeah, the composition is going to cause us a couple of worries, I think, going forward here. I want to see if there's a plan in mind. Again, this hasn't been a bad map historically for Liquid. They have had some decent wins here.
Guys,
They've had some
let's settle
decent
down,
results
calm
here.
down, let's go again.
Okay.
Calm down, let's go again.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, when you look at a team like if you look at Kiko last season here, last split, he's not afraid. It's a stack. It's a gamble stack. They're on Nico. Is it going to pay off?
Oh, wow.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Kiko's just got 2 out of nowhere. This is ridiculous. Center is now just baffled by what's going on, but they're clearing up house. This is just deathmatch, and there's death all over, and somehow it's Enzo and Yampi to come out on top. Runner left in a 1v2. The Vandal has been collected. This is just madness. If Runner gets even a second to work, how's this occurred then? How's this happened?
got the spike.
How's he got
Vandal.
How's he got that? Surely. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. That was a weird round, Josh. Do you like that one?
Yeah.
Damn.
It completely cut me off from talking, so
He
I'm sure
could.
everyone loved that one. Yeah, I mean, good gamble sack from Team Liquid there. Kiko getting
Nice shot.
2-kill opening at the start of the round. That's basically what I was expecting him to do on pistol round, but again, it just comes back to like...
Right now. Okay, not backwards, it's forwards. Not backwards.
I mean, it's good, at least.
Look at...
Pendulum? Metronome. Don't know, not sure, but...
You want to see Kiko taking these fights, and when he's backing up because he's trying to play value his life a little too much, I think that's when you're taking him out of his element.
Okay, early Aldrone to force him off the angle and highlight that Outlaw's in play. Just before we got into this, while we had that lovely replay, he was toying with the idea of an operator as well, opted for the armor, the Outlaw instead, looks like. As it stands, Vitality paving the way towards this B site. Looking at what they're coming in with. Vandal for safe. Rex on the Phantom. So got a fair bit to play with. Certainly not without threat. And a pause. Just going to post up. I think, who is that? Yeah, just send it.
This box is definitely not the place you want to be behind if a random spam comes out from this Outlaw.
Ridiculously, do they check? Do they consider this kind of like... It is gonna be, it feels like a fake, right? They're going to leave these players kind of safe over towards that B area. Show some presence. Yeah. Try and draw the additional body away. Maybe pull a third would be ideal. Obviously, we see how many are here. But do they fall for this? Because
30 seconds left.
Team Liquid's playing the retake anyways. Like, getting into the site doesn't make sense at this point in the round. If Vitality go A, it's a retake no matter what for Team Liquid. They might as well just wait here.
Quite like this, though, just so last minute. And that will cause movement. They have to respond to that. That's a Vandal shown in a round like this. They have to respond to the death. And suddenly, they're all over the site. Yampi got one, but Kick's got the trade and the plant's now in. Kiku's got to be careful. He is on his own. If he goes down, it's a tragedy. If he gets one, it's not too bad, but he's taken space and cleared thus far. Got to look at the post plant now. What do they have here?
No wall.
But they've got Kicks as well. That's huge for them. Kicks on 5 HP. Creeping closer.
This is a big winning position for Vitality here.
First tap doesn't even invest it. That reveal was perfect. They got so much info off that as well. Kicks can invest this happily. Keep control, keep an eye on. Spots out the player, and Trek's even playing it off the back of it. This is beautiful. That was really well done there, Josh. That was a very well-rounded round. And yeah, Nats can do damage, but the round will be Vitality's. Well handled. I like that late fake that they pulled off there, putting Safe with so much value behind him.
Yeah, that was basically, they had 2 weapons that they purchased up in that round. Safe, use it to get into A site, get that opening pick, and that caused this rotation here. Liquid abandoning the site, and Vitality basically saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
And just stealing that round away from Team Liquid there. And this is another limitation of Team Liquid's comp, is that the only way of getting active info is the Sova. It's the dart on that 40-second cooldown or the drone. Once both are out, you have to use your body, or you have to pray that your Killjoy is able to get info, but the Killjoy is usually tethered around middle.
Again, big information off this. Trex is just leaving him lined in chalk at this point, and Safe working off the back. The Aldrone might slow him down a touch here, but they might just burst off the back with their own. Yeah, okay, Kiko's going to play ahead of the wall, try and do some damage maybe in that in-between time, but they've got the first pick and they can back away. There's still above a minute.
Garage angle has held.
Oh, big shot from Nats. Lovely adjustment. after trying to test the turret, which managed to keep their life, but Sender loses his. That's a bit of a gut punch right back in for Vitality.
Turret still controlling middle for Team Liquid and Nats with the entire B line. The rest of its team can just chill on A for a little bit. Dart sees nothing. Vitality's inching up.
Yeah, Trex says his kick still has his kit. And look how close they're getting. They are so close to this. They could either... Yeah, okay, it's just a contact walk-up. They take out Yampy. Mystic gets to kind of slip around a little bit, but how is he meant to do any more than that? Still great to find one.
left.
But they've got site control. Nat was still going to be a little bit later. He is over here now. Enzo and Nat's trying to navigate this incredible threat. Kick still has Dizzy, still has Mosh, so time to be bought there. Trex still has some utility, as does Runner. This makes it very, very tough. Nat's in the meantime trying to move up a little, clear some space. Mosh on top of it, more safety found. Nat's going down, leaving just Enzo alive in a 1v3. And Vitality are giving him no room, no chance to play in here. He knows it as well. This one looking like a done deal, and I think it is. Time to bow out of this, keep the rifle, but Vitality just kind of showing some of their options here. That walk up again, yeah, it's dangerous, but they've worked it so well.
I think it's telling us these last two rounds that Vitality really understands the map and the economy situation. Those A walk-ups only work when you're not facing off against an op. You don't have an op on round 3, you don't have an op this round. We're gonna walk up. Safe gets to do it with the Sova Dart on a fake, and here they do it as a team as soon as Liquid starts rotating off, because they realize we can do this, and we have more numbers than you do. And Liquid's actually moving away from the site there. They're not expecting that situation at all, but here comes the op out for Kiko. He's gonna get that up on that A line, and it's gonna prevent Vitality from being able to do that. It's gonna be all on taking B control.
And obviously they can see the money coming out, and I wonder if they're going to consider this too. This might be something in the forefront of their minds. Turret looking like it might be handled in middle too. It is. But their players checking behind us. There's two players present in mid. Nats is already backed away, peeled away from this. A late wall towards middle to deny any lurk, or at least to keep a player, turning attention towards it. Sender's taken sight. Yampy has to try and navigate around himself to try and not get caught by the util, but a great trade out here. Enzo doubling down, that's perfect. Liquid controlling this time. Sender, what have you got for us now? Sender and Runner in a 2v4. This would be near on unforgivable to lose, but these two players are very, very talented. Still a little bit of utility on Runner, but they need some kills. It's not enough just to bank on the util anymore. Time's starting to tick here, and you can see that Liquid are getting closer. First opportunity, not going to be the shot that they wanted. Pressure now mounted. Yampy's the one to find Sender, leaving just Runner alive. Good shot on the first, and now he's going to be worried about the defuse itself. Overwhelmed in the end, as Liquid find their second, keeping 3 standing.
A little unfortunate for Vitality there. I don't think they had the wrong idea there, but I mean, if Team Liquid's gonna be able to win rounds like that, where Kiko's on the other side of the map with the op, they lose all that information at middle, and they're still able to win that retake so handedly, that's good news for them, especially off the back of kind of like that weird Lotus half game entirely. 10 rounds with both pistols.
Placing swarm grenade. Keep it cool. That's how you
Thrash
survive.
still online for kicks. He's had that for a few rounds now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Much earlier investment of util. Very aware now of that operator out. What a stark contrast.
Enzo getting scanned in the site there, and Kiko, I don't know if he was confirmed here or not.
I don't think they were confirmed, but he's got a little gap. Yeah, there it is. Very heads-up work, though, and as said, a big difference how much Vitality are investing this utility just to make sure he's pushed off that angle, pushed further away.
But look how they just walk up once they realize where he is.
I mean, you're right. At this point, though, do they commit to this? Nats is invested as well here. I'm looking at this play. They're already off. They're running the hell away. Enzo's just going to be clearing this out. There's no one here. This is quite telling. There's not been a single tag coming out. Now, Yampy's seen enough. He should be calling for reinforcements. He does have his ult if he needs it to maybe lean in towards, but 45 seconds. That lurk has to be huge from Runner as well.
Swarm grenade out. Initiated.
That's a time buyer.
Here.
Gotta respect this. And Kiko's now got that line of sight here. Got an angle to play with potentially.
30 seconds left.
Runner not getting involved just yet either. Playing very calm, very late towards mid.
I think they have to use the Thrash here, give the space for Runner to get the flank off.
Here it is, Runner gonna lean straight in. Perfect work between the two. The plan's in motion until then. They've got site control though. Enzo can only do so much damage. A quick pickup of the operator, praying that he finds someone.
Here.
The turret will give away the game eventually. Mystic waiting for some help on this. But his position's been seen. And that barrel's not subtle, but safe on the bailout. Gonna keep Runner so safe in this situation. And Enzo can't do anything. Navigated in those last couple of seconds. Vitality, oh, that's rough for Enzo. I've got to give credit though. Vitality looks so composed in such a pressure situation.
I really like how Vitality kind of layered their entire approach, the entire round, going towards A, using the dart, then the drone. They use the Gecko Flash as well. Find out, hey, Kiko's over here. He's backed up to screens. They get all the way close up. Wait, we just pulled everyone here, and Runner's up tube. Let's go back to B now. Runner's calling them back. Then they wait for the Viper wall. They wait for the Thrash. Runner comes in for the flank. Everything looks so clinical from Vitality there that they're not making any mistakes the entire way through the round.
Beautifully done. And enough's been seen into the 7th round that Liquid decide, okay, we need to make sure this doesn't run away, because again, map 1 went into Vitality's favor. Coach is going to be checking in here. There's maybe seeing some tendencies with Vitality that they could work on, or just simply some answers, because Liquid feel it's starting to slip away a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko hasn't been able to get any value. He's gonna have Bladestorm for this round, but you know, he's 3 and 5, and it's not really a fault of him, you know, not being able to hit his shots. We saw that in round 2 when Liquid won their first round off the back of 2 Sheriff shots that Kiko gets. But every round has been Vitality avoiding his op or finding out where it is and pushing him off the line with initiator ability after initiator ability. And if Kiko's not able to get any op shots off, it's going to be Vitality running away with this half. So Team Liquid needs to figure out a plan to get him a little bit more involved. And that might involve a little bit more work down middle. And instead of going for the extremities, instead of going for like the aggressive lines, bait Vitality walk up a little bit more into his face, and then he's able to pick them off when they're kind of like, oh, he's on the other side of the map.
Okay, let's see if that's something they maybe look towards. I've got to see what he can do in this. Again, the Blade Storm coming out. He's got such an opportunity. Good shot in the end towards kicks.
Down A.
Well done to find him. That actually could really cause a problem with that later clear towards the site if they do go for this. Safe the one picking up the operator. Doesn't catch Mystic, but he does spot Kiko.
Damn.
Quick as lightning takes him away.
They also know Sova and Sage are both there, so Vitality has more information.
See Nats and Yampi very aware of middle. I think they caught at least a glimpse of one crossing. Not sure how much they saw, but enough that you see the Yampi is quickly turning his eye back towards that B walk-up.
Viper is the only one unaccounted for Team Liquid. Vitality have the information.
Whoops.
3 players and a couple of ultimates off the back of this. Bladestorm popped for safe. He's going to be entering with this.
Yeah, but Yampi's position is so good off the back of that alarm bot.
Spike down B.
And he actually gets to keep himself standing not much longer. Safe. So sharp. And another spotted.
You should run. 30 seconds left.
He's got another victim to claim. The lockdown going to come out late. Going to force Liquid to respect it. But Nat's going to play a little ahead. He tries to dip away. Runner looking for the trade, but he's got a little bit of safety to try and get that plant. That's what he wants here. Safe! He's still popping off. Show me this guy on replay right now. In a 1v2, why do I feel it's so possible with him? 11 HP, operator and the knives. He's got the time on his side. And both players trying to close in. Another safe on.
Holy shit.
This guy is so damn good. That's why you want him in these sort of roles. That's where he's been missed, and that's the level of impact someone like him can have.
He's been missed, but he didn't miss that entire round. I think he hit every single shot that he sent. Maybe like one knife, but every shot he shot connected. That is an X-Factor play right there, keeping the team alive.
Hello, 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 hello.
How could you not have him on anything other than a duelist? You know what I mean? You see that, you think you gotta just leave him in these sort of roles. He's getting pumped up too now as well. Confidence aplenty. Liquid gonna be suffering off the back of that too. feeling the pinch in the pockets with their money down a little low. Sheriffs and odds and ends.
I don't even think Liquid did anything wrong there. Safe just like, he did it all by himself too.
It's one of those rounds that occasionally you'll get players like this will give you, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it happens. We've seen it in a couple of different teams. They'll have that duelist and, hey, once again, they'll probably get you a round or two. And he's still hunting. Chomping at the bit here, once again involved. And he just by a second missed out on that. But they're not going to be committing towards his A-hit, seeing enough of the stack there. They're willing to walk away.
Bot coming back.
Where do they go now? 45 seconds. They've got to make a choice.
Shrek still has his Hunter's Fury. It makes me think that they want to still go A here. Off the back of a dart. Wingman go for the plant. Runner listening for the rotations. He hears this. He's in a position that he can get a kill here. Disrupt Team Liquid.
Yeah, okay. But this is going to be a late hit. Safe's cleared, Yampy. Okay. It's looking like it's pretty... I don't want to say safe, because Mystics managed to slip through a little bit here. Does get found in the end. And Vitality, even with the seconds being quite late in the day, they're fine. Cool and composed. And that scoreline's starting to get a little scary. It's starting to really be torn away from Liquid. Got to see something now. This is the round that I want to see it in.
Yeah, and Kiko's going to be able to get this op back up, and I wonder if this is what Vitality were waiting for. I think this is a great idea. If they go A and they combo all their abilities with the initiators, they use the dart, then they use the dizzy, then they use the drone, then they use the Soul Vaulty, they could really disrupt Kiko's ability to position himself well here, as it looks like he's positioning himself towards A again.
I mean, you also have Runner on the op as well now, rather than safe.
Standing ahead.
A little bit of a switch up in this.
I respect the Killjoy up, okay?
Yeah, you're a fan of it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Treg's got a tag. Looking to connect further on that target. Does at least clear path, but Zender gonna fully commit towards that lurk in middle this time. Haven't seen that yet. Dear God, he wins it all. He's basically opened them up a complete and utter safe path towards that B site if they want to take it.
He's got his ultimate to confirm this round as well if he needs it.
Okay, Rez gonna come in. Got a good idea of what's going on, and there's the ult. You were mentioning it, it's coming in. Not getting close by though. Be careful. Plant is in. Couldn't
Not a
stop
lot of
it.
places to play from this ultimate. I don't like the positioning of it. He's gonna get spammed out possibly.
Do they let it drop? Do they let it go? What do they want to do with this? Do they try and play through it? Do they have anything off the back? They've got a dizzy with kicks. Wonder if they're going to try and maybe make a play happen through it, but for now they seem somewhat steadfast in their approach here. Kick's going to find Kiko, and now it's all going... Oh, it's all gone Pete Tong, hasn't it? Trek's going to find Enzo, and well, what's Nats and Mystic meant to do? Nats back from the dead, but not able to find much of an impact. Kicks may get caught, but that's about it, really. It's time ticking. Vitality completely outdoing Liquid in this one. Yeah, Nats knows it. Gonna do a little bit of exit damage, sure, but doesn't make any difference to that scoreboard. Still gonna go straight forward towards 7 for Vitality, and Liquid held on 2.
Hey, it'll help with the individual scoreboard a little bit. That might help confidence.
Yeah, sure.
But again, another thing that Vitality is just doing so well, they understand exactly how Liquid's moving around the map. Hey, as soon as we show ourselves on A, Liquid, they're peeking middle. They're trying to like sneak up a little bit and cut off a rotation so we can't go back to the other site. And two different rounds here. One round it's Runner, this round it's Sender. Just being able to open that rotation back up, deal with Team Liquid in middle, be the thorn in their sides, and it completely collapses Team Liquid's entire setup. They have no response to this.
I'm a little worried. They're starting to lose steam here. Need something from the bag of tricks.
It's so hard going into the second half as well. If you're Team Liquid and you're going attack, and Safe is having this kind of game, as soon as he gets an op up, how are you going to find out where that is without face checking him?
Which is the last thing you want to be doing, you're right. Yeah, he's 10 to 5, but keep in mind that was an ace in there as well. We've got them around. Like, this guy has been having impact and a half, and he's confident. All right, Liquid. Any solutions? Any ideas? Now's the time to bring them out, because as it stands, you're not getting what you want. You are not having the impact you want here.
Hey, you remember round 2? Can we do that again?
Please? Just, yeah, sure. Do something weird.
It comes down to the limitations of the composition as well, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard to go aggressive, but it's so hard to play passive at the same time.
Doesn't thrive in either sort of shifts. Kicks this time, maybe aware that they might go for something weird, but does check, clear close. Brings back the ult, so he can pick that one up, but he sends the rest of Vitality further forward. So, giving them the pathing, but this is the first time we're seeing them clear a little bit deeper. At least Kiko doing this without his ult, but it looks like Runner seems... Oh my god, he's hitting! Yeah, Safe also got Nats on the other side, so they've had, you know, a win either side of this map. Yampi, the next challenger. Safe. Forced to be revealed, but the rest of Vitality waiting. They're so prepared for this. Liquid not having anything. They're getting nothing. And the A site's completely open, Josh.
Yeah, this is tough. I do wonder why Kiko has the Guardian there instead of one of the teammates' Vandals. If he's gonna go for this aggressive push, this sounds to me like this is a plan from the start of the round. Set that guy up. Give him the weapon. If he has a Vandal, maybe he gets a second bullet off. Maybe he's able to get that kill on that opening. Give one of the B anchors the Guardian. Yeah. They're just gonna sit at Snowman sniping anyways.
Sounds far too logical.
Enemy remaining.
My bad.
Yep.
She's still gunning for you.
There's the ult. No, Mystic.
Let the Thrash bite him, then you can all swarm together. 5 people with the knives. Get the Andalusia flawless.
Cruelty. You just want cruelty, do you? Is
Why
that
not?
It?
It's not cruelty, it's fun, it's entertaining, okay?
Says a lot about you, you know? It's not cruelty, it's fun. But no, I mean, Vitality could just seem like they can't stop winning. Runner here just kind of fading away after that. But you're right, man. Maybe set up a little bit more with some success there, you know, given that Vandal.
One-tap team. My bad, my bad.
Yeah, they wanted to go for see?
You're a terrible person. You've encouraged them.
No,
I can't believe you're influencing them to be
I have not
toxic.
influenced them at all. This is them. This is every Valorant player out there.
Make a Reddit thread about him.
Man, Liquid really suck.
Once again.
This is every
Josh.
Valorant player.
They fucking suck.
Get the detain, swarm with the knife, count to like 8, and then go for it.
All right, fair enough. I mean, they are up 8-2, and it looks like the train ain't stopping right now. And you can see the purchase, weary, weathered for Liquid. Vitality taking their time. They still have the ult here with Natch. You can see him kind of considering when to invest. Aldrone not going to find anything. But they have no idea. These kind of fakes, these you know, late plays up middle. It's hard to believe in anything you hear. Trex is going to commit this. That does give a little bit of a gap for Kiko, but he is going to be spotted. So forced to drift away.
I don't think they can beat anybody in their group actually. Like, they are fucking Fnatic, Keko. They are losing to Vitality, and they are fucking BBL, who almost beat Fnatic yesterday.
Get a little bit trickier now. And Safe. Okay, apparently not. Apparently I've lied to you, and I'm so sorry. I shouldn't lie to you. Oh, stop it, Safe!
Oh my freaking god.
How the hell is he getting away with daylight robbery like that? Apparently it doesn't get any more difficult. Another Andalusia flawless.
Why not?
That's back-to-back Neron. Yeah, looking a little dejected now. Team Liquid left on 2. Here comes the highlight reel.
It's just so tough. It's just, what do you do when like someone's just doing this, just dancing around the site?
Nice! Sit the...
True. But like you have to keep in mind, like he's doing this in like a really impressive play and a huge X Factor play. But everything Vitality did that to set him up into that situation, like the fake with the Sova on the other side of the map and everything. They walk up, they know that the op's not there. Like everything about what they're doing makes sense.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm glad we get Safe Cam. He deserves it. MVP Cam. Back on board. The Observer's like, screw it, we're just going to commit to it now. Mystic did try and use that wall to maybe temper some of this, but again, the guy is hitting today. Safe takes away Mystic, the wall's down, and now the floodgates open. And it feels like Liquid can only just respond. Everything is being set in motion by Vitality. There is no determining this back. It's just whatever Vitality wants, they get. Now, there are players here from Liquid on this side of the map. It won't be easy, say that. Safe makes it look all too easy. And there he goes again. Oh my word, he just can't stop landing these shots. Even when Yampi takes down one, it's instantly traded. Yeah, Nats gets played in, denies the easy plant, but there's still this man. Does do good damage. Nats there making this nearly feasible, but it's all on Kiko in a 1v2. Plant gonna come in with plenty of time here.
Spike planted.
Kiko now gets to step a little further forward. Trex has a good amount of utility too. Still got the darts, still got the shock darts too. How does Kiko want to play this?
Nats is telling him, Thanos is dead. Don't worry, you can go for it now.
I've got us surround. First steps taken, but the time's starting to tick here. Runner right, Trex left. You can already see it. Dart being held. Kiko forced forward.
Nice shot.
Great shot on the first. Runner just has to keep his cool here. Yeah, toying with him now. Didn't even get it halfway. Yeah, perfectly done. Runner, composed, cool, calm, and collected, and Vitality making it to double digits in a very, very diligent manner. I've got to say that's one of the best halves I've seen from them in a long time.
It's been looking really good. I mean, even their Lotus looked really good.
Yeah, it did.
8-4 without pistol. Everything they're doing right now, the calls are flawless. The reads, everything that they're doing, like they're doing it in like steps. They're not getting ahead of themselves. On top of all of like this, in terms of the macro, they're also nailing the micro.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit for Liquid, don't get me wrong, because when you're watching someone who's playing so perfectly, it feels like there is no answers.
Yeah.
But when they've come in with this comp, they're looking in this sort of way, it feels like they didn't give themselves maybe the keys to succeed, even leading into this matchup. Now this half is going to be very difficult.
Well, you can see as well, it's not just the comp, it's that they're falling back. Oh,
okay, it's
aggressive.
Fine. I thought they were going to actually push further.
Here's the mid lurk though. Team Liquid slipped the gap, got past that turret, but the spike alone.
Enzo's in trouble. If Enzo dies, it's all but done. Enzo lives.
Revealing area.
Just about making away, but
he's got the spike and he's getting converged on.
Enzo?
Okay, plot armor?
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently, Enzo just makes it to 2 fights that it felt like he should never have been able to live through. Could give them a third. Yampi trying to defend. Oh, clean from
He's
center.
speaking while
Back to a 3v3.
being
Let's
picked,
kind of take
like...
stock of what we've got here. Plant is in. Drex's position could be huge, and it's starting to come into effect. Kiko gets cleared. Suddenly things get a little bit scarier.
Not like this, Liquid.
Mystic. Forced off the first, and now there's a couple of issues here. Enzo's kept back, he's waiting. Trying to find the timing to strike, and he get okay!
Oh, Mystic.
They looked surprised themselves.
Yeah, right?
They looked surprised themselves, but they've done what they need to. First step in the second half. That's all they need.
That's 3 out of 4 pistols too.
Yeah.
I personally don't believe in that shit. Liquid is trash.
Right now, it looks like they're falling back upon like their old
Like
habits.
next week they are playing BBL, which is supposed to be the weakest team in their group, but with what they've shown yesterday against Fnatic, and with the new freaking duelists coming in, because this week we're on 8.10 for EMEA,
Liquid style that we saw last split.
but next week we will be on the 8.11 with ISO and shit. ISO, Neon, Reina and stuff.
They're already sitting on 10. Yampi clean with that. Nice. Oh, perfect follow-up too. No threats, at least on that side. Yep. Mopping up in middle.
So,
Does do a little bit of
with what they've shown, like mechanically, BBL seems to be prime for fucking destroying Liquid.
Sender getting no play this round, and Trex was already chunked down very early. So looking like 4.
Because mechanically, I don't see anybody being strong on Liquid, honestly.
MP just right back into small.
Like there are a few rounds here and there, but
Shields is all Trex can really do at this moment. 4 HP.
I think Liquid is gonna crush. I don't think they made playoff barely last stage on stage 1. I don't think they are making playoff this stage.
Good from Liquid. We kind of wanted to see a little bit more of a fight in them here.
I think they're trash.
Whoa, there you go. That's a little bit more than shield damage.
Jeez. There we go. Gives it up in the end, but hey, did well considering. 4 HP and that was it. So they take down 2, but they keep the vast majority of what they came in with. So we have the Bulldog still in play, the Phantom still there, and the Outlaw. So we know the Vitality's purchase coming in here won't be perfect unless they can see
Tomorrow I'll
weaponry. So
update my
that
pick'ems,
Outlaw
but
could
I
be
already
quite
have
viable,
like
but we'll have to see what they end up rounding this up to. 'Cause Liquid
an
can't really
idea.
relent. They can't really give up too much when it comes to rounds. So even in the bonuses, they still have to have quite a bit of value to it.
Ooh, I'm gonna
Outlaw
pick.
will switch to Yampi here. And 2 players for Team Vitality don't have full shields. Aggressive opening from Kiko. Takes out that turret. That's going to open up middle a little bit for Team Liquid, and Vitality has to respect that a little bit.
I mean, I'm watching Kick, so kind of... I was wondering if he was going to explore that further, maybe, but they're all converging towards middle. Re-clearing this space a touch. No one's really there behind it. They're sitting much deeper, but you can see where the actual progress is being made is over towards B. Opting to eye up where Sender is. That's getting really deep. They're actually getting very, very deep before really showing that presence. Sender could be overwhelmed here. Forced off the angle, and he's outnumbered drastically. Somehow he's still alive. I don't quite know how, but he is. And Runner's the one to back him up. Takes out Nats, but the trade's in play. Now with the plant down, it's a 4v4. Look for the lurks. Kiko. There's 2 players around him, but somehow he's still got a bit of freedom.
They know about him, though.
Yeah, it feels like
They're looking for him.
But he's still got the shot. Nicely handled by Kiko. Takes out safe. Kicks too late to really come through and clear this in a time-efficient manner. Oh,
man.
Kiko, beautiful. Maybe starting to see him heat up a little bit here. That's what you'd want. Okay, Liquid, looking lively. Trying to hunt down these final players, or player, in the form of Trex. Get that gun away. Make it cost.
Gone.
Look at that
At
shot,
this point,
man.
you're now down to the bigger guns. Stability found. Liquid, much better there. That looked way better, and Kiko's starting to hit a couple of those shots.
We're starting to see the game plan behind Liquid's attack here as well. Using middle, they don't really have the options with the single initiator Sova to go on the extremities that much. They have to leverage middle. They have that Sage Wall as well to help reinforce certain angles, using it there to block off kind of like snowman area this round, using it on pistol round to be able to flank A through kitchen. So that's something that we're probably going to come to expect to see. Maybe there's a little bit of like jabbing towards the extremities early on, but a lot of usage towards middle from Liquid, I would imagine.
Go, quick collection there. Got a couple of sheriffs out. The Liquid seem very conscious of that fact.
Here. Here.
Shouldn't be too many surprises. As long as Liquid doesn't leave it too late. Walk in blind.
1 dart is all they have for information this round. No flashes on this composition. They do have heal.
Okay. I do get scared when you put it in context like that. There it is. There's that one bit of kit cleared out. They know there's at least someone backside. How much they know? We'll find out. We're going to go up and quickly taken down. Nats is the one to find safe, but they don't know about Sender just yet. He had a chance. Not going to get it, though. Runner and Trex now. Last 2 alive, and a plant going to come in.
Planted. Last player standing.
Very diligent from Liquid here, considering limited in utility. Keeping this robust. Keeping it flawless here. And the Andalusia flawless coming through for them. So Liquid, some very good steps here. 6-10 now. Much better scoreline.
These are the rounds, the way, the fashion that Liquid wants to win these rounds as well. Clean, clinical, step by step.
One enemy.
Obviously a little bit easier against an eco round. It's going to be way bigger of a task as soon as an op is out in the hands of safe, but it's not going to be yet. I think he has the economy for it, so he's choosing not to use an op on this round.
Scanning ahead.
Kind of watching how this works. Already very deep exploration over towards B. They've cleared this incredibly far. Now I wonder if they further this up. Yeah, they are. They're absolutely exploring deep here.
They don't even need to necessarily. They could just sit here and wait because all of Team Liquid is contained here. Liquid needs to commit to the site. There's a full Killjoy setup. What are you going? What do you do?
I don't...
You played yourself.
Yeah, a little bit. If he had the keys to the castle, it felt like. And now left with 4, this gives so much advantage over towards Liquid to kind of determine such an advantageous approach. Sender's going to have to get 2 if he wants to bring this back to heal. Yeah,
Oh
so
my
gets
god.
that timing, a little uncomfortable. All players here. Enzo even going to find kicks, and Yampy closing in now. Vitality have no idea, and it's Nats to strike. Trex goes down, the trade comes out, but Yampy still breathing, still alive. You know, add insult to injury, and Runner is cleared. Liquid, all right, game back on here. This is 7-10. We've actually got a game on our hands. They've kept 4 standing. The ults are going to be cycling. Josh, they're back in this.
They are. It's very close. There's another buy round for Team Vitality, though, and the thing that scares me still, though, is that Team Vitality has been making such good reads all throughout the series so far, and even in this last round, they had a good understanding, a good read. I wonder where that kind of like communication breakdown happened, where they thought that they had to keep going forward, split off, go up middle, back to A, just got caught out of position. Because if Safe sits in like one of those corners by the boxes under the boat, like he would just dominates Team Liquid if Team Liquid does anything but go A. So they played themselves a little bit, and the Vitality, with this lead and with how they've been playing, all they have to do is just keep business as usual, and they can close this out super easily.
It's probably why there is that pause. Looks like Safe leading a lot of those discussions too. Maybe going through the options here of how he sees this half playing out. Again, such a vocal member of the team and having high levels of impact. It'd be a miss to not mention Nats quietly having a decent game himself, of course, but beyond that, kind of hoping to see a little bit more from Kiko as well, see if he can continue to heat up. He's starting to look a little bit warmer as the game goes on, but now coming out of the pause, does Liquid kind of approach this in a more of a traditional sense, or do they go off the script a little bit after the back of that timeout, keep things up in the air for Vitality? The option's theirs. We dive back through Kiko straight away, right up middle. Almost had a challenge there from Safe. Still does in some ways, and even one on the other side from Runner.
Job done. A dash and an updraft for a turret.
And that turret's deadly.
Poison's off.
Do a whole lot.
Well, it keeps Vitality honest. They reinforce middle with that alarm bot so that they could get out of there after they re-cleared it. Let this fight.
No chance.
God, Enzo. You're a lucky boy. That felt like Safe had that every day of the week, but he absolutely does not. And now the sight's under their banner. Vitality going to be trying to work this one back in. Mosh, I don't think denying much here. No, Mystic's still just fine, going to get up above it all. Actually gets to keep his life. They get into the post plant. Man to the good. Still some utility, but Kiko continuing to strike here. Takes down Kicks, going to look for a little bit more. Vitality on the ropes in this round. Sender and Trex, the last 2 standing, and they might be backing away already. Whatever happened to Liquid in this half, it is working. They are back in business, and Vitality are going to be kicking themselves here.
We're starting to see that game plan develop for Team Liquid. Taking out that Killjoy turret at middle, pulling the rotation, walking up A. Now they have a res off the back of it as well. Which means that they can continue going for these fights, whether it's at belt, whether it's at bottom middle. They know that Vitality is going to start fighting middle a little bit more to defend that turret, or they put the turret somewhere else and they use players to defend Boiler, which means it's a really good duel for Team Liquid to take. Get that res off if they need it.
Turret out.
And we get to see why they picked this map with this comp.
You're right. Got to see what Vitality have. I mean, it's felt one-sided, right? That first half felt fabulous.
Right here.
Liquid are doing it back to him even better. 2 rifles, Trex and Safe. 2 sheriffs, Kicks and Runner. And Sender doing what he can with just that classic. So that Dizzy ready off the back of some committed contact. Now Drone going to come in. Does reveal position. Safe having to respect that somewhat, but he doesn't want to relinquish control completely.
Team Liquid backs off. Leaves Kiko in an aggressive position here.
So on the other side of the map, it is a far more favorable side. Yeah, Sender's got so much trouble his way. Just that classic. What are you meant to do?
Don't
with this?
fight this. You have 2 teammates with Vandals. Or rifles, at least.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's going to be the plant now for Liquid, who managed to kind of slip through well, avoid all the threats, avoid the rifles. Trex had one of them, and he's gone. So already, you couldn't ask for more. Kiko is on a very late position that could find some incredible value, but they're not losing on the site.
Last player standing.
Safe, the remaining threat going down means it's looking like 9, and it is. 5 alive, tick in the box, all looking great for Liquid here. Closing that gap. This felt like an impossible half. And somehow we are right knocking on the door now.
And that's the second Andalusia flawless for Team Liquid in this half alone. So we're seeing kind of like a revival, but again, like I look back to Lotus and I'm like, oh yeah, look how good they're looking, and then like the next round type of thing. I thought that a few times this game so far. Oh, but next round we're gonna see something different from Liquid, and they're gonna drop the ball. But
good job.
They've been doing great.
Here we go. Save operator out. Is this the saving grace of Vitality, or is Liquid just destined to close this game back up to an even affair? Liquid, that patient beginning, we've seen it the last couple of rounds, probably see it again. It's leaving it all down to Kicks on the other side. Yeah, he's got a little bit of utility from Runner to bank on as well, but that's about all she wrote. See the Sender trying to drift back over, but the important part is the Runner's trying to take space towards the middle here. Timing's going to be curious. Does he catch the information? Does he even hear the steps?
I don't think he wants to go for it because he knows even if he gets a kill, the res is right there anyways. It's not worth it.
Safe. Did he see? He's seen him. He's absolutely seen one of them. That's Nats. Spotted. The spike, however, is still in the hands of Mystic. So they can keep Safe present here a little bit longer. And that's just a feint. They're just trying to sell him this lie. This is a fake through and through, but they haven't pulled all the players here. You've still got Sender. You've still got Kicks near enough by with that. Oh, Runner's found Nats. Hold on. Is it going to start to go wrong now? Liquid needs to really hunker down here. No plant in sight just yet. 25 seconds, and Kiko getting proactive. Looking above and takes the shot as well. Good trade out from Safe to find Mystic, but still, the plant looking so viable here. 15 seconds. Still no plant to be found. They're being stalled out here. Liquid finally going to go back for it in the hands of Yampy. Has to get this one down. Gets stalled on the way back out, but he finds safety. Oh, the lockdown. Gonna get that in. They're starting to step towards the site, but they have to respect this. Yampy's gonna put his life on the line. I mean, maybe wants to keep some space for them, keep that time ticking, but now the lockdown's been cleared. But it tees up Kiko to find 2. The shock dart as well out of nowhere, leaving just Trex with a mountain to climb. A few steps to be taken. Liquid, they are back in the game. 10-10, we are tied up all even.
Man, I'm afraid to comment on anything right now because I feel like if I say anything, I might like jinx what's coming up, but like what we see there is Kiko's doing kind of like, oh man, he's jumping top screens. We saw that from Safe. Is he about to get a 3K? Well, he did get one.
Yeah, in the end.
In the end, it was 3K. It was a little bit different.
They're getting pumped up, and I don't blame them. 10-10. I wouldn't have blamed you at the half if you thought this was a different game, if we were, maybe in a replay of a previous season, because there's no way this was going to come back to this scenario. They're clutching at straws here. Safe was on an absolute heater. But somehow, Liquid dig deep. But is it all a fake comeback? Is it real? Here. You got to think 11, surely. Surely. But I feel like, I wonder if my curse is stronger. I'm not sure. We'll see. Near enough bite, and Liquid pausing. They've been good with this tempo as well. Not too pacey, not too aggressive, but there's a lot of players here. Someone's got to deal with that. Sender's, screwed, has to try and retake the angle. What have I done? I can't believe I've done this. It's only 2, it's fine.
Okay. They still have res as well.
You're absolutely right. Res still in play. There we go. Back up on your feet, Nats. No sweat. Right? Right? 35 seconds. You're not going to make a scramble rotation, are you? Into Runner, who's got the Guardian. And does that turret spot them?
He's going to get a great position here as well. Once that turret takes contact, the orb goes up.
Oh,
Blocks it, a line of sight.
Okay. But you can already see the temptation, right? You can already see that Trex was considering rotate. Yeah, they definitely are now. They've heard enough. 14 seconds. They got to make a slapdash go of it. Do they know about runner? They do now. Nats has gone down 7 seconds. They need the plant to be done. They need it in and they get it. Liquid just about holding on to the scenes here. And Mystic and Yampy in unison, somehow keeping this on track. It's all down to Sender in a 1v2. 2 HP in a dream at this point. I don't know if he's got it in him. Mystic sitting pretty, Yampy in a good position as well. Has to reload, has to defuse. So much for one man, but they give him a 1v1. What are you doing? Sender, don't do it. Sender's done it to him. What a horrific moment for heartbreak. Same, I feel you on that one. That's not the round you thought they'd be getting, but in those final moments of the Red Bull clutch, Sender with 2 HP. Reminds Vitality they can win a round on this half.
I didn't even want to comment on that. I was just like letting it happen. Just give me the result. I don't want to jinx anything.
Just watching the tragedy unfold.
Pretty much.
Yep.
There's no way he can do it. It's 2 HP.
That is convenient.
That is convenient.
Yeah.
Nice. Why do they walk one person through the wall instead of double swinging through at the same time? Like,
I don't know. That's the bit that's got me guessing. I don't know if it was a miscommunication or something went wrong. You're not doing that on purpose. But
I mean, they had the right idea. Like, hey, he's going to tap the spike. It's playing top side. Let's go through together.
Yeah.
We 2v1 him. He's low. Probably.
Oh, 10 to 11. But if you know, let's say you go by the odds, right? You're a sensible person out there. They could have won every other round than just that one in this half, right? That Viper voice line didn't help then. I hope it was not just me hearing that, but 10 to 11, right? They've just taken back the lead. Vitality didn't like losing the lead. They want it back, so they got it. Only drawing even thus far, Liquid. They do have a purchase here.
Up on safe as well.
Ding.
We don't get to see that often. This half, he's opted for the rifle when he's had op money. I think he's only had it that one or two times.
Eyes up.
Deep breaths, folks. I'm so sorry, Liquid fans. I feel like it's my fault, but I promise you it's not. No, it's not. I hear you. Oh, Nats. The timing. Yes! So well timed down the forward! I mean, Trex is now sweating. I mean, he looks ice cool, but I promise you, it's not feeling good. Sender on the bailout. The time to lean in through middle. And now Enzo, Kiko, and Mystic are thinking, what the hell's just happened here? We were flawless, faultless until that point. But does Kiko have it in him now?
Oh,
just moved the barrel. He's seen
Sender
one.
knows.
Sender seems so aware. Yeah, look at him. Hyper aware of this presence. Kiko's got him. Nice wide swing on that. Clears it. 55 seconds now and a choice to be had. Where do they take this? Do they expect Runner? They don't. The double down on the position. Runner keeps it in control, but now they give away the game, right? Liquid have both been noted firing there. And look at these positions from Vitality. Very off kilter. A drastic attempt to try and keep this safe on the cross. At least Trex under pressure, but he's still looking cool. 21 HP, he's just fine. Dips away a little further to not be affected. Enzo still with that shock dart to play as well, and they've got the plant. This time, can they make up from that madness before? Mystic with what felt like a fumble there in that 2v1 against Sender with Yampy. Needs this. Is it 12 to 10, or is it 11-11? Trex down low, yes, safe still alive, and Runner sitting safe, sitting pretty.
2 versus 3, and it's planted for Belt.
Dart's back up in 5 as well. Got a shock dart, here's it ticking closer. Time to get involved, time to make sure. Spots the first, he knows they're not on it. Doesn't need to overdo anything, he can depend a little on Mystic here. Yes, he absolutely can, but Enzo now needs to stand tall. Keep his composure, keep his cool. He knows what he's got to do, and he's done enough here. He's secured the round for Liquid, tying this up all even at 11-11. It ain't over yet. Liquid, after a very rocky start in that round, bring this one right back up.
The rounds are messy, but that is Team Liquid style. Getting those trades, getting spotted at 2, going back into ace so late into the round.
Enemy.
You can feel the tension in all of this.
Yeah.
It's knife's edge stuff.
Oh my god, Enzo! Let's go! These are the moments where you need to remind yourself to breathe. Just don't hold your breath, like just like sitting there watching it, just like...
Sender has just invested heavily in safe. He's gone safe, go have a round, go do us some damage. And he's done that. Mystic's fallen almost instantly. Liquid have the buy still behind them, but that one operator is enough to strike fear in the hearts now. And he's mobile. He's around the map. He's not happy just staying towards A. He's trying to meet these rotations. They're gonna surely hear this. They can't beat him to the punch. They might be able to get a plant though. Let's see. His stall here. Yeah, a little bit of delay. Find some time. Oh my word, on the drop of the wall. And Nat swing away. Beautiful from Kiko. The Outlaw up to the task, and Nat's there to join in as well. Looking like they want that 12th, and they're gonna get it. Do they take that lead? Yes, they do. Finally taking the lead here, Liquid. 12-11. Vitality now put in a similar position. They have to fight back under the odds when it matters the most.
Really come down to the wire here. Team Vitality need to make something work. Big opening pick here. First safe in that round. But that 5 versus 4, they weren't able to converge it. They didn't get a single kill after that opening pick. And if Team Vitality want this series, their best opportunity is to take it to OT right here and close it out on map 2. Because going map 3 is going to be a huge, just like, endurance race.
It would be so taxing after some really one-sided halves as well. The highs and lows of it all. This really takes guts to get to this point and hold your nerve. And safe, just always so audacious. We are having a fantastic show here between Nats and Safe of who's going to find that value, but he's taken all the space. He's been able to tell them exactly where they need to be. Maybe aware of the flank, yes, but they still need to hit towards the site. Look at these positions. Liquid are up against it, but Kiko's still going to find one. They're going to find another Kiko, cracking this one open. And with Vitality, even the right place is on Sender to do some serious damage. They're trying to hold on, and maybe they are. A 1v2, but look who's alive. If there's one man, you're on the job, it's him. And the two absolute behemoths go head-to-head. And it comes out in Nats' favor.
Where's the spike?
Sender wants to just smother it, secure it. A Guardian and the Pit, the Dream, and Nats going head first for Halos into it. It's OT now. 12-12 between the two. Sender saving them in that round.
The gamble stack from Vitality to play that many players towards B. Sender hiding behind Yellow with the Guardian. Nothing clears him out. The Sova's occupied using his ulti. The Kiko's going in with the knives.
One enemy remains.
Safe pushed up A, gets an Omega flank through middle. Comboed with Sender in the back lines from back behind Yellow. Vitality want to close it in 2. They don't want to go to a third map here.
I don't blame them. After we've seen Liquid showing this signs of life, you'd be nervous. But for now... Still believing. Liquid having to hold this together. Safe leading the charge for the Vitality side. And this side was fantastic for Vitality. Looked strong, looked robust, looked in control. The same could be said for Liquid once the side swapped. This time around, no easy start, no free pick to be had. Gonna have to work for their dinner.
Take flight.
The reclear drone can be easily hidden from if they need to.
Showing one so far, that being safe. What does that show? What does that give? What does that tell? We're already seeing movement through middle. Two players getting a little bit closer by.
We saw this from Team Liquid every round in the first half.
Yeah, we did.
Get pushed back A, get aggressive middle. But here's the rotations at least. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
They can hear this. They can
Yep.
Confidently rotate, but again, this puts a lot towards Nats. Did so well. 24 kills, a highlight player. But he's about to be exposed here. He's got to be very cautious with how he plays this. What can one man do? Left in no man's land, and there's at least a trade for Kiko, but that's about all you're going to get. Yampy, the one to even this back up to a 3v3, holding late position in middle. A denial on the plant, and that's huge! Liquid showing presence late! Finally taking the lead here on this side. Taking back some control as Vitality left trailing behind now.
That was really well played from Yampy there. We didn't get to see the impact of it too much. He got one kill, yes, but hearing all the rotations and then waiting for that late rotation from Runner to come for the late flank through middle, that was a nail in the coffin. Vitality had no options after that happened.
13-12. Map 3, here we go again. This is really heating up here. Liquid now on the attack though.
Is anyone gonna hit 30 frags this game?
A couple close. That's going to slip through. Yeah, he's gonna actually commit behind this too. This is a dangerous play, but it's Yampy to find safe. Now Runner's in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, stalled out a little, but he read the play very well. Knowing what Kiko wanted to achieve, but Kicks catching the rotating towards middle, catching the trailing players behind them. Sender holding steadfast. Vitality still not letting it slip. It's Mystic and Yampy. The two that struggled in that 2v1 now need to come together. Find something here of value. Mystic's position has been noted. It's been read. Hard to find impact now. And Yampy on that slow approach. They got time. They need a couple of kills. Yampy, man who can deliver them. Need a little bit of that magic now. Spots a player. Might lessen the pressure on Mystic, but he needs Mystic involved, and that was an individual effort. There was no help there. There was nothing that could be done, and it's a firing squad. And it's 13-13, we go again.
I think the deeper this game goes, it's going to be harder and harder for Liquid to be able to kind of do anything, because their game plan is going to be read at some point. On defense, if they get pushed back from A, someone's going to walk down mid or tube. On attack side, they're probably going to try to utilize middle in some way, whether it be a full commit or a late backstab or late just like audible in a 3 versus 3 mid round.
I want to see you crawl.
I think Vitality, the longer that this game goes on, is going to be in a better position to close it out.
It looks pacey from Vitality, yeah, a really bold approach from Safe. Straight challenge towards middle, but look at Kiko on the other side as well. Operator is out. He's going to have some challenges. Do they expect it? Do they use utility to clear it? Enzo kind of playing him in a little bit off of the pipes, and yeah, he does find his victim, he does find his target. That's a dangerous exit route. He goes right in front of Belt and he loses his life. Maybe he could have fallen away safer, but now it's opened up a chance for Vitality to take towards the site. They still have two players here on the other side. Mystic is around and so is Enzo. This is scary times now. Knife's edge stuff, and Safe normally starts getting involved at this point. Trek's the one to lean a little further forward to secure the plant, but he connects the shot. It's Yampy on the trade out here, and it's all getting messy, going back and forth to a 2v2. 50 seconds down, plant is not down, they're looking for the players. They might just find them. Enzo reads it, and he finds it. Takes away Runner, leaving just Safe alive in 58 HP. He's not gonna get it. 14 rounds, Liquid once again taking back the lead.
Another match point for Team Liquid. They can close it out here if they play this round perfectly. No mistakes. They're going to use a timeout to secure that. Maybe the coach has some input. Maybe they call it an elaborate play. Maybe it's something to just reconfirm what they already know.
Can't help but love Yampy. He's just one of those players you want to see do well. I don't know why. He's a character. And speaking of, for Liquid, you know, what a resurgence here, but what do they do now? I kind of like that they've called the timeout, maybe just bring a bit of context back. It's very easy to get lost in the source when you get into OT. It just becomes so out of the ordinary. You're just kind of running right back to back-to-back rounds, but for now, kind of maybe take a moment, take a breather, try and see the bigger picture here, see if they can maybe, as I said, combine a round or two.
Yeah, just getting back on the same page and confirming what they already know. Hey, remember, this is what we're going to do. This is how they're going to react, and this is how we need to react in response to that. Just make sure everyone's on the same page, because this round, like, it's either they continue going through OTs or they get to close it out.
You're right. 14-13. And OT has really been up to the challenge. This has been wonderful to watch. Seeing the best of both sides starting to really hit, but can they close the game here, Liquid?
I think this is also the point in time in the game where the round starts evolving into just like question mark after question mark of what's going on, chaos.
Well, let's see who thrives better in it, right? And for now, Liquid, simplistic in approach. Not really making many subtleties of this, and there's a lot of players on the other side. Kick's gonna see the first, and it's running to find Yampy. And if they go through this wall individually, you're gonna have safe waiting. Yeah, spots out another, goes back for a double dip. Wants to draw blood here. You can see them really chomping at the bit. They want this one started, but it's Runner who's taking away Liquid player by player. Down to Kiko and Nabskir. And it's also one-sided. It looks so simple for Vitality.
This is like a perfect example of why it's so difficult, though, for Team Liquid to just run into A with this composition. No flashes, only a single initiator. It's just so hard to break through that choke, especially when Vitality start with 3 players on the site.
Yeah.
But it's almost as if Liquid's out of options. What do we do? Well, we've got mid. They're gonna try to play mid, so let's maybe try to go away on them and hope for the best. And that was after a timeout, we have to keep in mind.
You were kind of, I was at least hoping for something a little bit more elaborate, perhaps, or something a little bit further considered. Maybe those plans just simply
just
didn't come
go
through.
away.
Yeah, I don't know if that was really the plan from it, but back in we go. Another chance for Vitality to close out in 2. They tie up the series 14-14. Operator is in effect in the hands of Kiko.
Has to be the best jump spot of your life, Trex, because if you go down here to Kiko, oh, he doesn't even go for it either. Did he get it?
Don't know if he got it.
I think he knows.
Certainly does now. Yeah, rings the bell. They've taken all the time to do this. It's down to about 50 seconds here.
It gave the opening to B. That's where the Viper wall is. The Jet op is not going to have any opening shots. 100 HP and an op for the retake. It's not going to be easy.
Turret out.
Not enough utility here to stop the spike from being planted.
They have to relinquish this site at the very least. I don't think they can hold it as it is, but you can see how tentative Vitality are. They're still over towards B. They're still over towards B long. The time.
Wait.
Melons?
The rotation back to A? They don't know what's it.
No. They faked the double pump and it worked out. They've got themselves a plan here. Really playing with Liquid's paranoia. Their worry. You can see that late presence in middle as well. Sender could find the complete dagger in the back. He has given away the game, but it's going to keep attention anyway. Liquid need to get a move on here. They've got to start clearing back through this side. It's a 5v5 still. Barely a point of damage done, and already the first man to step forward gets dealt with. Nats goes down. Safe's there. Yampy's still paranoid about middle. No one's there anymore. They've already managed to shuffle back around. Safe gonna fall off this. Yampy does find kicks. Still, time is ticking. Liquid got to get a move on now. A late dark gonna turn the eyes and reveal everything, highlighting them so perfectly in a 2v1. Yampy cannot do enough. It's Vitality to take things back to 15 and take the lead.
I need to get a player cam on Liquid right now because a couple of rounds ago, they were in the lead. They had that map point. They had that timeout. They looked like they were in good spirits. I wonder if now everything's going to be a little bit more tense in their comms, in their camp, in their play.
It feels a bit like it, doesn't it?
They're going attack side here. Nice! A's not working out. They don't have enough initiator utility to get into the site. But they're going to run into the same issue at B. Yeah. Remember, Sender being back behind yellow. They couldn't clear him out there.
And Sender's really starting to warm into this game. He's been scary to witness. 28 kills for him. And it's easy to imagine it's Safe very much leading the way, and he's been doing good, don't get me wrong, but Sender is the backbone here. Complementing that Runner, not a mile away, sitting very near.
Vitality has the read. They're setting up Sender behind yellow again.
Trex
no drone anymore. That dart needs to scan him.
It's at least revealed his position, but they just ignore him for now. The trade comes out, so Liquid win up. Okay, Trex, I thought they won at least the trade on that. Trex is going to slow the roll a little bit here. Deny them that easy access. And with a minute, they need to kind of pause for thought. They've got 3 players left alive here, Liquid, and they don't have full safety on the site. They could risk a plant, but that's a little too far.
No Viper wall anymore. But 3-on-3, guns out. This is where Liquid thrives.
I want to see what they do. They've got 45 seconds to come up with a concept, and they're going for the plant here. Kiko's got to keep him safe.
Spike planted.
Does he get to back away? Yes, he does. Okay, so they get into a decent post plant.
Dart and 2 for Trex. It's up now. Dizzy, Mosh Pit, everything available.
Wingman, they've got so much
Get
here
smokes,
for Vitality.
Wingman for the defuse.
This is big. Okay, there's the first bit of info. There's the dart to follow. Kicks is there to find Enzo. It's getting down to nerve. Racking times here. Kiko looking overwhelmed, looking under pressure, but he's going to thrive. At least for the first time. Oh, and the second! Team Liquid! Gripping hold of this. Unwilling to let go. They converted again. This game is never ending.
Those were the best players from Liquid to have in a situation like that as well. You had Kiko alive and you had Yampi alive there as well. Just able to close that out with really crisp shots to the head.
I thought Kiko was done for here. Look at this.
Yeah, just being able to like control that 2 bullets per player. Once they got into that 3 versus 3, I knew it was like, oh, okay, like this is the situation that Liquid, if they could control the game to get into those types of situations every round, they would do well. But it's getting into those situations that is so difficult for them.
Safe looking like he wants to give them a start here for Vitality, but I don't think anyone wants to play ball, right? It's like no one wants to play the games with you. Not going to give you that free start that you'd be wanting. All in the way.
15 more seconds for that wall to break on its own.
Kiko, how long do you stay around here? It's because it's only you. Look at the mini map. No one else.
Here we go. 3.
He's got a pocket.
2, 1.
He's got a little pocket to play in. This could be so dirty, but he's running out of time. Oh dear, does he get out? No, he doesn't. Okay, floodgates are open. I doubt Vitality know the level of success they've had, and if they overthink this, they're going to be heard. Look at the position from Yampi. He's got to hear this.
Again.
Oh my god, they are going to be so annoyed when they run into 3 players. They're going to be fuming. I would be.
There's one more at mid.
And Yampi's caught safe. This is outrageous from Liquid. Love what they're doing here. Is he going to go in? But still, there's Vitality on the side, Mystic on the trade. Mystic looking for a farm, but he's got it beautifully done. Well positioned in this, but a 2v2 is not out of the realms of reality, but 14 seconds is a problem. Yampi and Enzo now. Stunning shot from Enzo. Can't get the follow-up. Hello! Runner's got him!
Wait. How have you done this, Liquid? What? You had everything that you needed. You had Yampi getting all the info confirmed. They're going back to A. He's getting the kill on Safe coming back late. Where's the crossfire?
Nice! Runner! Let's go. No!
Not even on first name basis. Runner?
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, a lot of my friends call me Pansy, and it does freak me out a little bit. But regardless, 16 to 15, Vitality in the lead, and that is a gut punch for Liquid. That is the one that they're going to be kicking themselves about. But it's not over yet. It's not done, but they need to pick themselves back up here. Because if you're Vitality, you've just been given a second lease at life. Safe wants to... He wanted to fight. He's been trying every single round. He'll take a little bit of a dangerous gamble on at least to fight somewhere, but no one's over-welcoming it.
When you have to explain to someone IRL what you do and they ask you for your gamer name, do you cringe when you say?
I don't say.
I reluctantly cringe and say.
You actually explain it?
Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes if I can get away with saying like I'd rather not say, and they don't,
they don't
try to like, then that's my best way. But if they're really like prying for it, or if someone else says like steal,
kicks. He just saw a pixel out of place, and Vitality just got 2. This might be it. This might be the death rattle from Liquid, unless Nats, Mystic, or Enzo has any tricks up their sleeve. Now is the time to bring it out, because Vitality are on the verge here. Enzo with that one bit of utility, but Trex is having none of it. He's done. They want out. They want it done. It's over. 2-0 in the end. It was a marathon of a game there in Icebox. But Vitality slowly but surely grind down Liquid, and that is going to be a heartbreaking loss for them.
And we're looking at a really good looking version of Vitality right now. They're looking kind of
revitalized. Sorry. And it's good. Like they had so many good things going for them in that game, and obviously like going the distance in Icebox wasn't kind of like ideal, the situation they wanted to be in. But keeping in mind, it is one of Liquid's better maps. It was their map pick. They came in with a specific game plan here, and it wasn't a walk in the park either. Like Liquid had some really good rounds, but I think both teams could be really happy about what we saw here on this map alone. I think Liquid has a few things that they can focus on for Lotus for the next time. But we got some good games.
Yeah, we did. In the end, it did start to warm up there in OT. It was two very one-sided halves, which is always hard to witness sometimes. But yeah, you're right. I think kind of if we're looking at what we were coming in with was, how does Vitality look? New coach coming in, how are they faring? I think this is a very big indicator of a revitalized team. As you said, Gorilla looking good with the guys. Got to see Safe back in a role that suits him so well. Sender having a great performance in map 2 as well. This is all looking good for Vitality. We want to see them more than a middling team. We want to see them towards that top, a challenger of pressuring the teams up there. And they certainly looked like it today. Getting past Liquid, who look a little improved, I've got to say. Map 2 was much better in the end, starting to really heat into it, but just falling short in some areas.
I need to see a larger sample size before I start buying into one or the other team. I had the same thoughts last split where I was like really high hopes for both teams actually, and then it was like a roller coaster throughout the split. And I want to make sure that this time, this split, they're coming in and they're able to stay consistent throughout what they show on day 1 through day 5.
Yeah, all shapes of things to come. Hope to see a little more from Liquid, but for now, I get to send you over to the post plant and the special guest will be joining in a moment's time, Safe. The water. The water.
Oh, it's actually going to be Kakuka, not Safe, but Safe will be joining us in just a moment. Congratulations, obviously, to Vitality. It was a really difficult map for them to clutch it out on OT, but my heart is broken for Yumpy. This is the second time that's happened to him on Icebox, where he was 10-2 down. He brings it to OT, and then he loses. Kakuka, I can't do this for him. This is so heartbreaking.
I know. We knew that it was going to be complicated, right? I think that many things have changed on the side of Vitality, and they should be praised for that. I think that we saw a lot of improvement, and even though they changed some of the roles, they look pretty crisp, and the ideas were definitely there. But as you're saying, Team Liquid, after having that wonderful comeback, it's really heartbreaking not to see them even get to Ascent, because I was really excited. I was wondering, like, what are they going to do with the composition? Are they going to run the Euro? I was also very surprised by the performance that we were seeing from Nats. I think that he was transferring his lurks to everybody else, and the movement that we were seeing was like lurks but with trades. It was such an interesting map, and in the last rounds you could feel the tension.
I mean, both teams played very well, but like I think the tension is a very good word, because it just felt like everything went out the window, right? You know how it is when it gets to OT, when it's 11:30 p.m. here in the studio as well. Maybe the plans that you have in your head just don't translate onto the server, which
especially
is why...
with a map like Icebox.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, it gets very repetitive. It feels like you've gone A for 3,000 times. I say that after round 30, it's just the same. After round 24, it just becomes the same.
That's like Pipson's comfort zone when you have to go A like 40
go
times.
Yeah. He has a timeout. He won't use it.
But the thing is, you have to give it up for Vitality, though. The fact that they stayed mentally resilient, the fact that they actually managed to not fall apart, not crumble under the pressure, and they wanted to. They told us they have a new identity. Safe is here in the studio with us right now. I'm going to bring him here to talk about that new identity of Team Vitality. First of all, you okay? You good?
Yep.
It was a long series, right? Given that it was only 2-0, but it felt like forever.
Yep.
Oh, come on, Safe. Yeah. It's nice to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, how have things been?
Great, honestly. I've been great, yeah.
Liquid fucking suck.
Weird times, I guess. Weird times. Our coach is gone. Well, I mean, we have a new head coach. But yeah, I mean, it's been weird, but it's been nice as well, I guess. Everyone's everyone's happy with what we're doing right now. Like, everyone feels very relaxed, and yeah, it's a good vibe.
Yeah, I think we can see that on the stage as well. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of things, we're gonna kind of make you relive Icebox real quick. I'm sorry.
Just in case you didn't have enough.
Right after. But my question to you is, what does Sender eat before the game? What is his aim routine? What is his sense? What mouse is he using? Because the shots, as we're about to see, that he was hitting to keep you guys in this map was mental, was crazy.
Yeah, I think Sender has Pringles for breakfast.
Okay.
And
I'm writing this down. Yeah.
and he does not sponsored, by the way. And also I think he does no aim routine. I think he plays some deathmatch. He plays deathmatch with me, guys. Listen, if you want to get aim like Sender, guys, you play deathmatch with me. And
did you expect him to do things like this?
bro, I expect him always to do anything. Like, Sender is always a guy I can rely on. It doesn't matter when or what. Like, I know that guy is 100% gonna be talking about relevant things and doing super important calls, and also he's always gonna be shooting or doing something that of value for the team.
So you're saying that everybody's happy in Vitality with the situation. Everybody's doing what they want to do. You're back on the duo list. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I didn't say it. Listen, the thing is...
Go for it.
The thing is that you have to understand that it comes from a place of, like, we're trying to understand what works best in the time frame we want to work on. Like, this team still has ambitions. This team still does want to do some things. Like, it's not saying that I'm playing duelist everywhere. There are some interesting things cooking up, and especially for the second week, I think is going to be some very nasty things incoming. No, yeah, there's things to be excited about, and yeah, that's all.
I do want to talk about this duelist real quick. I know you're saying that you're not full-time duelist on every single map right now.
Yeah, but I've heard lies in this couch before.
But the last time you did play duelist, do you remember when the last time you played duelist was? It was actually on Liquid against Loud. It was a double duelist. You and Yumpy, you both made your return to duelist on the very same day against each other, which I think is kind of poetic. But it just feels like you were so comfortable, though. You were kind of completely off the leash.
Yeah, I mean, I have resentment towards that team. I feel like they kind of trashed me as a player, and I feel like they said I left, but I did not leave. I was fired, and I don't know, like, I felt bad that everyone was pointing fingers at me all the time, saying that I'm toxic and all this like crap that's so unbased, and like there's nothing to it. And for me, it just feels good to absolutely fuck them.
I mean, this is what it's about, right? Being able to get your revenge, being able to stay in this league, and being able to keep winning. So is that something that you feel like you're going to focus on after, like you said, the hard times you went through? How do you bounce back from that?
I have no clue. I can't think right now. I mean, how to bounce back from what, the hard times?
Yeah.
You know, just rely on my homies. My homies in my team, bro, they make my day, and they make everything easier, you know? And when things are rough, I know that if I look to my left and to my right, I have good boys around me, bro. They're good people.
I mean, Safe, there's a reason why you've been here the longest. We've had this chat before where you've played the most matches out of everybody in VCT and EMEA. You know, you've managed to come out the other side through these hard times. But it is really nice to see you comfortable. Do you think that's fair to say that you're feeling really comfortable right now?
Yeah, I feel pretty good right now.
Do you think it's more of an agent thing, or, as you said, a team effort thing?
I think it's team. Everything is about team. It doesn't matter like you as a person. It matters where you are, like the environment you're in, you know? That's the only thing that matters.
Look at the numbers that you have here today. It was very like unreal to see you. I love that you mentioned your team, because in so many instances we saw the support in and out when you guys are celebrating, but even inside of the game, how everything's been set up, it looks very, very good. You're talking about next week. What do you think, like, after the games that we've had and everything, what has been your first impression of after this break, how this split 2 is feeling?
First impression, how this split 2 is feeling? Feeling rejuvenated. That's how it's feeling.
I love that word. I like that word.
Revitalized. Yes,
yeah.
Revitalized.
I like that a lot. And I also just wanted to quickly kind of give you an opportunity, because I feel like you said, in this scene, sometimes people are going to say things about you, other people are going to have opinions about you. I think it'd be nice to give you this opportunity to just talk about, you know, how you feel about everything, and what is it that people got wrong, and how things really are.
It felt like people thought we were fighting all the time, or like in Liquid, we were just me and Redgar arguing all the time. This is not the truth. I like every single person on that team, and I think Redgar likes me as well. I see him every day. I see him at the Giants office. We share offices. Like, it's nothing weird. I think what happened was just two vocal people vocalizing very real things that happen on a daily in every team you play in. And the difference is that for some reason it was like projected as if this is the issue. These two are the issue of Team Liquid. And me and him sat there like, hold up, like, what's going on, dog? And then we realized, oh, yeah, we're basically the ones that are gonna get pinned down for like the prime issue, and that's not the truth. There was no fighting. There was no. Sure, there was like argument. Guys, you have arguments in a team, guys.
You should argue.
If you're not arguing, then are you
Something's wrong.
Yeah, there's something wrong if you don't talk about things. And I think people have like a very deluded image of how it works in a team, because you have to remember, like, everyone has opinions. Everyone has things on their heart. Everyone feels a certain way and has to live up to a certain expectation. And so this is going to cause conversations, and that's exactly what happened in Liquid. We had conversations about a lot of things. It's just that me and him got in the spotlight because, oh, leadership stuff. But it's like, bro, we worked well together. Mind you, we did win a tournament, and we qualified to every event that year. That says something, at least.
Honestly, we appreciate your honesty and safe, like, and also the opportunity for you to speak candidly about these sort of things. We can really see how much this win, means to you, being able to beat your old team. But let's look ahead. As Kakuka said, you still have a lot of games left as well. If we take a look at the standing right now, things are looking better and better, because right now, as we take a look, the teams on the left are the ones that will be making playoffs, and the teams on the right will be the teams, unfortunately, won't be reaching
your stonks went up.
Playoffs. Your stonks definitely went up, but the problem is there are a lot of teams on 4 wins. This league feels so difficult right now. Do you feel that way as well? It's just everything is very hard.
Yeah, I think when everyone got 3-3, like last split, it was like super confusing what's gonna happen, and like every game. This is why every game matters, right? Like it's so confusing. I think it's gonna be a roller coaster this split, and I don't think it's gonna be easy at all. I think you have to fight for your life every game.
You pretended them. I'm gonna call you out, Kakuka. You had an opportunity.
I had to.
Yeah.
I have to stay on my line of calling you pretenders until you prove me wrong. But that's it's to give you motivation.
That's fair.
But here's here's
fair.
how the communication is working. We're arguing, and then he will be right and I will be wrong, and I will be okay with that.
I feel like I'm such a simp. I'm just
okay
like, yeah, every team's the best. Like, yes. But you know how this works, Safe. Every time we have somebody on the sofa, you get to and tomorrow you'll be asking a question to the winner of Na'Vi or Foot. We don't know who it's gonna be, so it's probably gonna be.
This is so hard. Last time I sat for 5 minutes thinking of a question.
Well, you had a great question
honestly,
last time.
just say, who are you gonna put on ISO next week? Just so you know who
Yeah. Yeah. To whoever, I don't know who.
That camera.
That camera.
Yeah.
Who are you putting on ISO next week?
Oh, I hope we get a
You
Na'Vi.
forgot the wink.
Oh.
I hope we get Angel sat here and just goes me. Because he's not lying. That could actually happen. But thank you so much, Safe, for joining us. Congratulations today on your win. Thank you very much, Kakuka, as well, for being here. Thank you to you guys for watching. Do you know what? There's one more day coming up tomorrow before we close out week 1 of stage 2. And things are going to start juicy and things are going to start fast. So make sure you guys have a lovely rest here. And we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm a being born.
with Baba.
Okay. It's gonna be it for today. I had Gentlemates and Liquid winning, but I guess unlucky. Liquid is trash and Gentlemate just like threw like so many fucking rounds. Giants to me, they still look like a bottom 2 team. Them and Koi. And then I guess after that I still think Gentlemates is better. And then after it's BBL for you. But yeah. Tomorrow we have BBL KC. Very interesting. Have KC winning, I think. Yeah. And we have Navi Foot. Big game. Navi Foot is a big game. And I have Navi winning actually. Even though they were very disappointing against Heretics. And Heretics was like really good. I still think Navi, if they show up, they can beat Foot, I'd say. But it's gonna be up if Navi shows up. Which we'll see tomorrow. Anyways. I'm gonna call it for today. And I'll see you tomorrow for the games. Bye bye.
What are we supposed to do after all that we've been through? When everything that felt so right is wrong. Now that the love is gone, there is nothing left to prove. No use to deny this simple truth. Can't find the reason to keep holding on. Now that the love is gone, there is nothing left to prove. No use to deny this simple truth. Can't find the reason to keep holding on. Now that the love is gone, love is so hurt inside.